Chapter 1, Why Chase Me? Do you want to understand the meaning of life? Do you want to really live? Yes/no. Looking at the bad advertisement on the computer screen, Cheng Ying decisively chose the cross in the upper right corner. No. Next. Then he traversed so casually, looking at his stubby front paws. Cheng Ying wailed, "What a traversal has become for me." He was in a snowy field. He thought that he would be wailing and would not have any response. Unexpectedly, someone would actually respond to him. God dream. Don't run. I must eat you today. Cheng Ying turned her head subconsciously, and saw an emerald green scorpion leaping forward with its teeth and claws, with a head and a meter, combined with his current body that looked like a caterpillar. It instantly scared his soul to fly. What can he do? Of course it's gone. It would be silly not to run. Cheng Ying moved 6 short legs awkwardly, and Cheng Ying started to gallop in a very uncoordinated posture. After all, it was the first time that she appeared in the body of a big insect. Why chase me? Cheng Ying shouted in grief. You want Tai Chi syrup? I will give it to you. What's the thing? The emerald scorpion chasing behind Cheng Ying looked confused. What is the syrup rush? Don't talk nonsense, Tian Meng, you will never escape today. I will be able to survive 400,000 years after eating you. The limit is over. What is it? Cheng Ying also looked dumbfounded. 400,000 years? Why don't you say you are fine? I will talk later, this special thing is already fine. Cheng Ying is also an old bookworm who has read novels and learned 100 megabytes of wealth, so he quickly accepted the setting of travel and fantasy, and his mind quickly turned. I am a bit familiar with the plot now. Cheng Ying quickly retrieved the novels he had read. By the way, Tian Meng Ice Silkworm. This is the grandfather of Douluo Luo. I have become such a hard-working man. Cheng Ying desperately ran away, while thinking frantically about the strategy to survive. Knowing the plot made him understand that if the little scorpion behind him catches him, he will definitely die, and he will be cruelly eaten. Don't look at the original work. Tianmeng Ice Silkworm has been cultivated for millions of years, and that scorpion, that is, Bingbai Emperor Scorpion, is only 390,000 years old, but if it fights, Tianmeng will definitely be rubbed on the ground. In the original book, Tianmeng ran blindly and fell into the sea to escape, but where is the sea? And the hard-working man escaped from the tiger's den and entered the wolf's den, and was soon caught by the guys in the Stardo Great Forest. In the end, I had no choice but to become Huoguo's plug-in. I had a hard time going through it once. I can't force it so hard. The heavenly dream ice silkworm, which Cheng Ying passed through, has a cultivation base of nearly 1,000,000 years. It runs very fast. He will not be caught up by the Ice Emperor for a while, but he does not want to find a way. Sooner or later. Plot, what plot can keep me alive? The Ice Emperor cannot survive the next catastrophe, so I must eat me, so I have to find a way to change her mind, but what else is there in Douluo, can divert her attention? By the way. Thinking of this, Tianmeng Cheng Ying patted his short front paws, turned his head and shouted at the Ice Emperor who was chasing him, "Can you let me ask, how sure I am after you have eaten? I have a heavenly dream, even if I die, I must die to understand." The tail hook behind the Ice Emperor shook, considering that it was precious food that she was chasing and killing. She decided to answer its question for the time being. Have you been ready to be eaten? Humph! Don't think you can convince me to eat. If you lose you, the chances of getting over the limit must be much greater than if you didn't eat it. That's not 100%. Cheng Ying was overjoyed. While running away, she turned her head and flickered, "Ice Emperor, are you not curious at all, why can I live so long?" He also tried to show a tangled expression, although he didn't know whether the tangled face of Silkworm could be seen. "Humph, you just had good luck. You fell into the 10,000 years profound ice marrow and ate a whole cave of 10,000 years profound ice marrow. You have only lived for so long. Otherwise, how could you be a low-level soul beast? Passing the limit again and again. Bingdi snorted coldly. Speaking of the Ice Emperor on the tail hook, a blast of freezing rays condensed, hitting Cheng Ying's side, freezing out a block of ice larger than him, scared him to speed up a few minutes. Do you think I really just found it because of a coincidence, Wanzai Xianbing? Cheng Ying ran so hard that she couldn't speak. It's not a coincidence, is it still something? The Bingdi just kept his head down and accelerated, and there was no point in stopping and talking. In the extreme north, with so many ice silkworms, I was the only one who fell on the mystic ice marrow of 10,000 years. Do you think this is just a coincidence? You can't find something that so many powerful people can't find. The soul beast picked it up. Cheng Ying's words do sound reasonable. The Ice Emperor who has never studied statistics would only think that so many soul beasts can't find the 10,000 years profound ice marrow, and it is indeed impossible to be found by an ice silkworm. Then why are you talking about it? I can make you die a little bit easier. Bingdi said coldly, even if the big bug had some secret, after she squeezed it dry, it was just food. Because I can detect the treasures of heaven, material, and earth, I can find them on the entire continent. Cheng Ying is also out of touch, and can only be ridiculous, at least in this way, to avoid the fate of being eaten directly. Furthermore, even if it becomes a worm-shaped treasure hunter, it is better than being eaten. Hey? Do you think I'm a child less than 10,000 years old? Such a ridiculous lie wants to deceive me. The Bingdi felt that he was being teased, so Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com with a flash of freezing light on his backhand. Frightened Cheng Ying accelerated a little more. I know that there is another place on the mainland, there is 1,000 years of profound ice marrow, only a lot more than the one I ate. I also know many other good places, female heroes, please. If you don't believe me, I can take you there. Cheng Ying, as an ordinary person who has just passed through the computer, can perform these operations in the process of being chased and killed. It is already quite the limit. Hey! You said you were going to hunt for treasures. Who knows if you have set up some traps and want to kill me? Although the Ice Emperor said that, he did not continue to release the freezing rays. Thank you, I have a dream of living underground for 900,000 years. Either eat or sleep. How can I deal with you? I can take you to find a blessed land to prove that what I said is true. It's not too late to talk about Wanzai's profound ice marrow. Well, you stop and don't run. I promise not to kill you. The Ice Emperor got it coldly. Their soul beasts have a lifespan of tens of thousands of years. She doesn't mind delaying time with this big bug. Cheng Ying was quite hesitant to the Ice Emperor's request. It really took courage to make the decision to stop, but he forced himself to stop even though it was a death to escape. Turned to face the Ice Emperor who was catching up quickly, his heart beating fast. Seeing the Ice Emperor has come to him, he couldn't help but close his eyes nervously. After a while, the imaginary sensation of the body being pierced did not come, replaced by the sensation of something cold hitting the head. Hey! Open your eyes! You are too courageous. Are you so afraid of death? To be continued. Chapter 2, Is it really okay to travel to the mainland with my mother? Bingdi's voice was a little different from when he was far away. When he got closer, the voice not only didn't appear cold, but it was a little bit more girlish. It's normal to be afraid. You are going to eat me. You are not the one being eaten, how do you know how terrible it is? Cheng Ying said shamelessly. Hurry up, take me to find the treasure. Bingdi's voice seemed a little impatient. But where I know, in the south, in the human world, how do we go like this? Cheng Ying shook his stubby front paws. Although this pose was cute, it obviously couldn't make it to the human world. Cut. Say it early. The 1-meter-long scorpion in front of him flashed with emerald green light, as if it had melted, and turned into a small flat loli. The girl incarnation of the Ice Emperor, less than 1.6 meters tall, with double ponytails in gradient colors from blue to green, pounded behind her head, in an emerald green Lolita-style cute short skirt, and her body that hasn't grown out yet. No matter how you look at the package, it is a type of smiling in 3 years in prison and walking along the road to the death penalty. Hey? So do you like this look? Cheng Ying didn't stop her mouth for a while, and she subconsciously vomited. Take care of you. Give me a human appearance. The Lolita version of the Ice Emperor clearly knew that she had a lot of transformation slots. A violent shudder smashed Cheng Ying's head and smashed his big head. Entering the ice, obviously this transformation did not affect her combat effectiveness. But, I won't. Cheng Ying said weakly. He had just crossed, and he hadn't even inherited the memory of Heavenly Dream, let alone becoming a human being. He didn't even know how to use his spirit power. Are you an idiot? Bingdi said with one hand on his hips, puffed up, and said with one hand on Cheng Ying's forehead. He suddenly had a basic method of using spirit power in his mind, and how to use huge soul power to transform after 100,000 years. For him, this is not difficult. If you have to make a proper analogy, it is to pinch your face. This kind of custom appearance selection method, of course, is to pinch as handsome as you are. In a blink of an eye, the big bug he became a handsome boy of 1.8 meters tall, wearing a blue windbreaker, and his muscles were beautiful but not exaggerated. Unfortunately, this did not make the Bingdi look at him more. Obviously, the aesthetics of the maternal maids is different from that of humans. Okay, go hurry up when the changes are over. Bingdi said impatiently. But which side is south? Cheng Ying was stunned, and he didn't have a compass. Forget stupid, I think you are lying to me to see if I don't eat you. Said her slender hands that were soft and boneless. She grabbed Cheng Ying's nape and turned towards the human beings in the south. The country flew away at an extremely fast speed. Ah! How did things develop into this way? In the Tiandu Empire, on the streets of Tiandu City, a handsome young man in a blue trench coat is holding a cute little Loli's hand while walking down the antique street. Little Loli is still holding one in her hand. Candied haws, one bite at a time. These two people are the Ice Emperor and Cheng Ying. Such a harmonious scene is not at all like the relationship between the hunter and the prey. Cheng Ying can only attribute all this to the spirit beast's concept of time. Probably the Ice Emperor regards this as a form of entertainment. When the two first came to the human world, Cheng Ying's performance was not much better than that of the Ice Emperor. In this world without mobile phones and electronic maps, he was a road idiot. In the end, the Ice Emperor took him from Xingluo Empire, came to Tiandu Empire. If you can see this fan, I shouldn't need to introduce these two empires. Cheng Ying brought the Ice Emperor to the Heaven Do Empire in order to find the Eyes of Ice and Fire. There are many precious heavenly materials and earth treasures, which are enough to prove the nonsense that Cheng Ying had said before, but the Heavenly Do Empire is also very large, occupying half of the mainland, and it is not so easy to find the Eyes of the Ice and Fire. Fortunately, Cheng Ying remembers that the secret realm is located in the Sunset Forest. As a famous soul beast colony, it can still be found on the map. Xiaobing, let's go, you won't be able to catch up with the caravan in the Sunset Forest if you don't set off. Cheng Ying pulled the Ice Emperor who wandered around in the commercial street, causing the girl to grumble with dissatisfaction. Who told you to call me that without authorization? I must be called Lord Bingdi. Okay Xiaobing, it's okay Xiaobing, what else can you tell Xiaobing? After so long, Cheng Ying discovered that Bingdi's mind was actually immature, perhaps because he had lived for more than 300,000 years. Because of the loneliness, she was not as difficult to get along with as she imagined, so that under the premise that her life was safe, Cheng Ying couldn't help but start to feel skinny. Hey! If you dare to call me that, I will eat you. Bingdi said with a super fierce expression, and why are you following the slow caravan? How fast we flew! Have you forgotten how you flew into the sea? Without a reference, we can't fly in a straight line at all. I haven't flew in too long. The Bingdi's small face flushed red. I have said that I can't mention that again. As he said, the Bingdi punched Cheng Ying's chest with embarrassment. He hit your chest with this small fist. He immediately flew out more than 10 meters, stuck in a wall, and climbed out for a long time, so he is still facing the danger of death at all times. Fortunately, there are nearly 1 million years of cultivation. Yu reading www.yuuganshu.com has a thick batch of blood bars. Even if he fights hard, he won't be stunned by the Ice Emperor. In this way, the two came to the caravan's meeting point in the horrified eyes of passers-by. Because of the payment, the two were arranged in a carriage for transporting goods and did not need to follow the caravan. The director of the caravan is a fat middle-aged man who is very polite to the two of them, seeming to treat them as a rich kid who sneaked out. In the bump, the caravan set off soon, and there was no video to watch, and no mobile phone to play. Cheng Ying soon fell asleep on the cargo board. The little Lolita next to sighed, really an idiot with no defensive heart. I really don't know how I lived for 900,000 years, and I didn't even know it as food. If you eat this kind of fool, you will definitely become a fool. So, let's just assume that you are a grain reserve in 10,000 years. Talking to himself in a low voice, Bingdi's petite body lightly leaned on Cheng Ying's body, but did not fall asleep, slightly opened his eyes and watched. It seemed to be saying that even if this guy is a food reserve, he can only it's the same as my food reserve. Moving forward in an orderly manner, the carriage without tires was very bumpy, making Bingdi couldn't help being a little sleepy. Just when she was about to wake Cheng Ying to take a nap, there was a sudden commotion outside. The fat face of the caravan supervisor squeezed into Bingdi's field of vision, and while wiping the sweat off his face with the oil-stained towel, he said nervously, "Two employers, please come down, because something is impossible. The resistance factor, the caravan can only send you two here." "What are you talking about?" I said, "Let the people in the car roll off. When the King of Heaven meets our Qinglang village, I have to get off the car too." To be continued. Chapter 3, A Certain Lost Foreign Girl. Hearing the arrogant roar outside, Bingdi's eyes lit up, and he pinched Cheng Ying's face fiercely. "Slacker, get up, business is coming. Don't make noise. I just dreamed that Saber touched my room in the middle of the night, and waited for something to happen before wake me up." Cheng Ying was so confused as to talk in sleep, and then clanged and was thrown from the car. Just about to rub his head and get up, Bingdi's petite figure crossed over him and fell in front of him. From his perspective, the wonderful picture he saw made him silently shout in his heart, "Photographer, add chicken legs tonight." Bingdi didn't realize it, flicked his double ponytails, with one hand on his hips, pointing at the person who was clamoring just now, and in a tender voice, he said the lines Cheng Ying taught her, "You are seeking your own death." Puff ha 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 ha. Seeing a little lowly uttering this line seriously, the Qinglang's eye bandit who was clamoring just now suddenly laughed, and his comrades couldn't help but burst into laughter. One of the people who was obviously the little boss approached her and released a stick. The stick was wrapped around one white and one yellow, and 2 spirit rings. "Little sister, do you know what this is?" "This is a spirit ring. This is what I got when I hunted down those cruel spirit beasts myself." "Do you know what the 2-ringed spirit master means?" "I am alone. All these wastes can be knocked down, and there are 5 of us like me." The little boss didn't realize it at all. He said something quite deadly. Cheng Ying, who had just gotten up from the ground, had silently put a deadly label on this man's face. "Are you finished?" Little Lolita is still with one hand on her hips, but her other hand is already pointed at the tip of the little boss's nose, you can go to death after you say it." The next moment, there was silence. After a while, everyone burst into laughter and laughed at little Laurie's self-defeatingness. However, as soon as they laughed twice, they were shocked to see that the body of the little boss, like a sculpture, stood upright. On the ground, with a click, it fell to pieces. The laughter stopped abruptly. Everyone looked at the Ice Emperor in amazement. The next moment the bandits in King Glangzai turned around and ran away. No matter it was the village owner or the owner, no one dared to look back. It's just that they wanted to run again at this time. It was too late. No one could see what the Ice Emperor had done. They saw all the bandits' movements freeze, and then the statues shattered to the ground. "What are you still doing? Go and touch the corpse!" Bingdi yelled, letting Cheng Ying, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, climb up helplessly, and searched for the bandits' possessions one by one. Needless to think, the reason why the two are rich to eat and drink in human cities and hire caravans is because of the current situation. The cultivation bases of the two are too high, and those spirit masters with 1 or 2 rings can't see it. They are great, so they will always be a little blind and planted here. Cheng Ying didn't have much psychological burden. Although he was an ordinary person before crossing, he would be shocked when he saw the corpse, but the Ice Emperor had no blood at all in killing. After experiencing twice, he all regarded it as picking frozen meat. When the two of them were touching the corpses, all the caravan watched silently, and none of them dared to move. The caravan's supervisor shivered when they were about to return to the carriage that carried the goods. "Come over and say, 'Thank you too for your life-saving graces.' How can 2 powerful soul masters condescend to sit in the wagon and come with me? There is a separate car in front." He said that he was still moving in front of the much more luxurious carriage. "Give a hint." The Ice Emperor glanced at Cheng Ying. Because there were so many jokes in the human world, the Ice Emperor was used to let Cheng Ying make a decision. Then it's better to be respectful. Cheng Ying has long been fed up with the painful truck, and he didn't feel so uncomfortable riding on a tractor in his previous life. The caravan manager respectfully put the two on the carriage, and soon opened the door curtain, and handed in 2 bags of gold soul coins. "You two, don't be polite, it's just a little bit from the guys, if you don't have to. Take it, I'm afraid I'm already violent in the corpse wilderness. I just hope that the 2 of you can take care of 1 or 2 during the next journey." This time, the Bingdi didn't ask Cheng Ying's opinion, so he snatched the purse without a second word, and counted the gold soul coins in it like a fan. The supervisor saw the terrible little girl and took the money. Bag did not say anything, and stood at the door awkwardly for a while, not knowing what to do. "Okay, don't worry, there will be any danger in the future, like when we ask for help, we will not die." After receiving the promise from Cheng Ying, the supervisor quit the carriage with a smile. "Hey! Big Bug, how about we send these caravans to each other in the future? 100 gold soul coins. We have robbed so many thieves, and there are more than 200 gold soul coins. The money bag looks like a little money fan. What do you think of you?" Cheng Ying sighed helplessly. He knew that the Ice Emperor was such a character. Where did he need to compile so many reasons before? Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com, but he thought that the Ice Emperor came to the human world. When he became like this, he was a little relieved again. If the Ice Emperor couldn't be fooled into the human world, then she would definitely eat it in the spirit beast's nature. Thinking wildly in his mind, Cheng Ying took out a gold coin from the purse with the murderous eyes of the Ice Emperor, and said, "This is the cost of a person who saves money and spends a month." After finishing speaking, he dropped the gold coins into the bag, pointed to the bag and said, "These are the costs of hiring a 2-ringed spirit master." When he said this, he reached out and nodded the Ice Emperor's forehead. "Then you think you can squeeze a titled Douluo powerhouse with one hand? How much should it be worth?" Hearing this, the Ice Emperor shook his purse, looked at himself, and suddenly stood up. "Hey? What are you going to do? Cheng Ying saw this, her forehead was sweating, and she hurriedly took her little hand. Of course I went to the supervisor of the caravan. He still owes me 1 million soul gold coins. I have to ask him to come back. The Ice Emperor said confidently. Wait a moment, we are actually just taking a ride. If you have money, you have already made a lot of money. I just tell you not to work as a mercenary job. Because no one can afford you. Cheng Ying wiped the cold sweat from her forehead. The Bingdi doesn't have any human notions of good and evil. If you let her out and quarrel with others, the entire caravan will have to die. Finally, the promise of taking her to make money in the future calmed the Ice Emperor, and this allowed the caravan to avoid the fate of being overwhelmed. Amidst the quarrel between the two, the convoy finally came to the Sunset Forest. Cheng Ying decisively declined the caravan's retention, and took the Ice Emperor, who was about to be overwhelmed with the impulse to kill and surrender. Go everywhere. To be continued. Chapter 4, Little Douluo is so cute. Are you really sure that there is the treasure of heaven and earth you said here? If you lie, I will eat you on the spot. Bingdi put on a super fierce expression to Cheng Ying. Probably so. Cheng Ying is also a bit unsure. First, he doesn't know what age it is now. In theory, it should be before the start of the Douluo 1 plot, but he just doesn't know how much it has advanced. The concept of time, I am afraid that 1,000 years is only not long ago. If it is really 1,000 years ahead, it is unknown whether the herbal medicine of the eyes of the ice and fire will have a long history. Second, he didn't know the exact location of the eyes of the ice and fire. Although the Sunset Forest was a relatively small soul beast colony, it was also close to a prefecture-level city in size. It would take a lot of effort to find it. Don't say probable. If not, I will definitely eat you. Bingdi bit his arm, leaving a neat row of teeth marks. This scene looks cute, but only Cheng Ying himself knowing that at that instant, he was evacuated of 1/10,000th of his original soul power. Don't eat me, I'm really useful, I can be sure that the place is in this Sunset Forest, but I don't know how specific it is. I'm so stupid. Tell me what the secret realm is like, I'll help you find it. Bingdi said with anger. The secret realm looks like there are a lot of precious herbs. There are poisonous miasma outside. The core is 2 kinds of spring water, 1 ice and 1 fire. The ice and fire are extremely extreme, which can be called the 2 eyes of ice and fire. Listening to Cheng Ying's description, Bingdi clicked on his little head, then closed his eyes slightly, the mental fluctuations spread out, and began to scan the surrounding environment. In theory, Cheng Ying could do it, even better than Bingdi's scan. Farther. But he doesn't have the memory of being a soul beast, and he doesn't know any skills. With his current level of mental power, he can detect a few kilometers around him at most, which is inferior to the perception that the Ice Emperor can easily enter 100 miles. Bailey is actually a large area, and a small part of the Sunset Forest is shrouded in her. Soon Bingdi opened his eyes. I found the poison barrier, but I can't detect it inside, let's go. It should be there. Speaking of the Ice Emperor pulling up Cheng Ying, he bounced around and ran in that direction. Although the Sunset Forest is a place where soul beasts live, there are not many soul beasts in 100,000 years. Facing the Ice Emperor who has been nearly 400,000 years old, they are all scared. Shaking tremblingly, he didn't dare to come out to make trouble. Cheng Ying, the moving Tang Seng meat, also a fake tiger, came to the poison barrier without any hindrance along the way, and the thick green fog stood in front of them, as if it were the end of the world. Even if Cheng Ying's blood bar is as thick as Limit Douluo, facing this poisonous fog, he feels a deadly threat, and if he stays in it for a few days, he will die suddenly. What should we do? How do we get in? The Bingdi pinched Cheng Ying's arm and asked in an angry way, pointing to the poisonous mist. Ultra-low temperature can disperse the poisonous mist, you should be able to do it. As mentioned in the original work, the poisonous mist here is afraid of ice and fire. As long as it reaches the level of extreme fire or extreme ice, it can flow unimpeded. As the strongest ice spirit beast in the Douluo continent, the Ice Emperor can easily use the power of the ultimate ice. With a slender index finger facing forward, an ice blue light beam shoots out from her fingertips. Wherever he goes, poisonous mist they evaded one after another, giving way to a passage. This is the trick you used to chase me down, right? Cheng Ying's expression was a bit stiff. How familiar is this freezing ray attack? Yet. Not convinced. Bingdi ate your expression with a dissatisfaction, completely unaware of the same threat. The effect will be greatly reduced after using it too many times. No. Although it was basically certain that the Ice Emperor would not eat him in a short time, Cheng Ying was still a little bit embarrassed. What are you doing in a daze? Let's go. As he said that the Ice Emperor had already run out first, Cheng Ying had no choice but to chase after him. It was not that he had never thought of running away, but the problem was that he couldn't know how to fly and didn't know how to fly. Fei, the Bingdi refused to teach him, so he could only rely on 2 legs to run, and couldn't run away at all. At the same time, in the eyes of Binghuo Lianji, a young man with green hair and green pupils, whose whole body exudes an aura of forgiveness, wiped the sweat from his forehead, and stared at 2 springs, 1 ice and 1 fire. It's really a treasure land of geomantic omen. It's worthwhile for me to break in with poison for so many days. This will be mine in the future. The poisonous mist here is really powerful, but it's worse than my green scale snake venom. When I become a title Douluo, I will be called Poison Douluo. Just ran into the eyes of the Binghuo Lianji. Cheng Ying heard the brave words of the immature voice, speaking in the second form, and after a closer look, he saw a green grassland. I'm going? This won't be Douluo, right? This teenage appearance is a bit cute. Cheng Ying was still speculating about the child's life experience, and the Bingdi was not happy. Mao Tao boy, you are not ashamed. This is clearly my territory. All the treasures are mine. Bingdi's tender voice and lorry appearance. You read www.youcanshu.com is really not convincing, especially the Lolita dress she is helping her choose, which makes her words have no deterrent. Smelly girl. Who is the hairy boy? You are not as old as I am. And I found it first. The young boy Douluo was very dissatisfied. He was also a genius boy, and he was still very arrogant. Hey! Whoever has a big fist, who owns this precious place? If you don't agree, just look at it. Douluo said that he is also the top existence among his peers. Seeing that the Bingdi is younger than him, he didn't pay attention to it. Instead, his 17 or 18-year-old appearance made him look dignified. Said that the competition with the Ice Emperor was also to prevent Cheng Ying from interfering. He wanted to come. If he won, Cheng Ying would not be embarrassed to swallow this precious land. It's just that Cheng Ying is obviously different from his thoughts, and she gave him a thumbs up. Cao Nian, I admire your spirit of not being afraid of death. Douluo. He had a bad premonition, but he still dealt with it intently, releasing 2 yellows, 1 purple, and 3 spirit rings on his body, the 34th level sole sovereign of the control system, Douluo. Please advise. As he spoke, the green poisonous mist had spread out from under his feet, corroding the ground with unpleasant squeaks. If it was a spirit master of the same level, it would be difficult to get close to him. Ice Emperor. The Ice Emperor's reply was very simple. There was no relationship or level, but this simple reply made Douluo startled. In Douluo continent, not everyone would dare to be an emperor, know the ability to match. This is definitely a dead end. When the girl in front of Douluo was thinking about whether she lived or died, or which old witch became, she saw the Ice Emperor stretch out her slender jade finger and point it diagonally upward. To be continued. Chapter 5, Sundara Mistakes for Life. Immediately, Douluo saw the ice blue light flashing by the Ice Emperor's fingertips. Looking back, the poisonous cloud in the sky was blasted out of a large hole with a radius of nearly 100 meters under this move. The sun shines through. After passing the hole, it was shining on Douluo, and his heart was cold. The machine had to turn his head to look at the Bingdi. He has now determined that this must be an old witch with a cultivation base, who has changed her appearance because of her special habit. Ice Emperor, forgive me. The little one has eyes but doesn't know Mount Tai, that, I won't bother you, I'll go now. Douluo is also a little clever ghost, who is extremely soft and decisive, and then sneaks away. A blue light hit the ground 1 foot in front of Douluo, condensing an ice thorn, which immediately made him unable to advance or retreat. Did I say that I let you go? The Bingdi didn't have any mood swings, and he put a lot of pressure on Douluo. He even felt that the girl in front of him was probably more terrifying than titled Douluo. Hand over all the money you have, and then leave. Douluo. Cheng Ying, I knew. It's that simple. Douluo looked incredulous, and when he confronted such a strong man, he only needed to spend money to eliminate disasters? Is there such a good thing in the world? Don't you want to die? I don't bother to kill you. The big bug said that if you kill people, you must destroy the body, otherwise it will cause plague or something, and you will die. The Ice Emperor looked impatient. Douluo didn't know whether he felt more fortunate or humiliated. He survived only because it was too troublesome to deal with the corpse, which would not make people happy anyway. Wait, you are playing drugs. Then don't leave, follow me. Cheng Ying suddenly spoke, causing Douluo's heart to rise again. Hey! How can you make a decision without authorization? The Ice Emperor said with dissatisfaction, why should we take in a little kid? Because I think he is very talented and has the qualifications to become a titled Douluo. Cheng Ying is not a lie, after all, this future also becomes a poison Douluo. What's the use of being a titled Douluo, those weak chickens below level 95, I can hit 10 with one hand. Bingdi looked at me super powerful, you look for this waste with a completely worthless expression. Only this time, Cheng Ying's expression became rare and serious, this is just my personal decision. According to our agreement, I have proven that I can find hidden treasures on the mainland. You should believe it. I know other things. The location of the profound ice marrow. Bingdi was led by him, and he tilted his head and asked, then you tell me where is the Wanzai profound ice essence? I won't tell you the location of the myriad ice essence before your end, because the me who tells this secret is of no value to you, and you can eat me at any time. Hey! Believe it or not, I will eat you now. Bingdi bared his teeth. What's the difference? In 10,000 years, your deadline is approaching. At that time, I will tell you where the 10,000 years profound ice essence is, so that you can pass the limit. Even if I deny you, you can still eat me. All I want is a free life for 10,000 years. For you, this shouldn't be a big deal. So please don't interfere with me taking in Douluo. Cheng Ying was hard-pressed for a while, at least this time, he already has a backing, and the Ice Emperor will never kill him if he is not a last resort. 10,000 years is long enough for humans whose lifespan is less than 100 years. Even if they are eaten, there is nothing to regret. However, what Cheng Ying did not expect was Bingdi's reaction. Bingdi was not angry at what he said, but his eyes were red with an aggrieved expression on his face. After all, don't you just want to get rid of me? What's so great? Just food. Do you really think I care about you? Get out of here. Don't let me see you again, even if you tell me 10,000 years later, you can tell me 10,000 years. I will eat you where the profound ice marrow is. Seeing this scene from the side, Douluo can't wait to dig his eyes. What is so? The relationship between the big guys is a bit complicated. If you know too much, will you be killed? Cheng Ying was taken aback by the words of the Bingdi. Although he was not very human, he could still hear such an obvious arrogant speech. She sighed helplessly and scolded 100 times in her heart. "A bitch!" Reached out and pressed his hand on top of the Ice Emperor's head, and smashed his blue-green double ponytails. "I didn't mean that. If you don't keep thinking about eating me, it's okay to get along for 10,000 years temporarily." Bingdi suddenly raised his head when he heard the words, and stared at Cheng Ying straightly. "No regrets?" Cheng Ying nodded. "Even if I want to eat you in 10,000 years, I won't regret it." Cheng Ying thought for a while. The Tianmeng in the original book seemed to happen to be about to end at that time, and it would be dead if there is no accident, so he nodded. "At that time, even if you breached the contract, I couldn't resist." "That's good. My Ice Emperor swears to the sky that I will never eat you before the deadline, and you are not allowed to run away before then." As the Ice Emperor pulled Cheng Ying's arm and hugged it in his arms, it seemed that he was afraid that the other party would run away. Cheng Ying sighed helplessly. "I'm cheap. All right, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Don't cover your eyes, you can hear it when you hear it, and it won't really kill you." Cheng Ying beckoned to Douluo, who was covering his eyes, to come over. Douluo reluctantly walked over obediently, but he was secretly relieved. Killing people shouldn't have to be so troublesome, his life is always saved. "In this way, you go and write down all the poisons and tonics you know here. It is best to draw them all," said Cheng Ying. Took out the paper and homemade pencil from the backpack. Drew a herbal medicine with the simplest sketch, and briefly explained to Douluo what perspective is called, which immediately surprised him. If this kind of painting method had existed, it would not have been so difficult to pass on poison and medicine. As for the pictures of herbal medicine in those medical books, it's really hard to explain in a word. Anyway, normal people can't recognize the herbal medicine or poison when facing the painting. Sent away Douluo, Bingdi pouted and asked, "Now you can tell me why I want to take him in. You promised me that I won't run away. Then teach me how to fly first and I'll tell you." Cheng Ying bargained. "Okay. You still want to run away?" The Ice Emperor pinched the soft flesh on Cheng Ying's waist, but it didn't hurt. "Is it true? The main reason is that I have never flew." Cheng Ying is absolutely sincere. "I would like to ask a young man who never dreamed of flying when he was a child. Even if he grows up, he will sometimes dream about it." "Okay. Seeing you are so stupid, you must not fly fast. Come here, I tell you to do this." The Ice Emperor explained, teaching Cheng Ying how to fly. To be continued. Chapter 6, 8-pointed black ice grass and burning apricot, delicate and sparse. "Yes. That's it, just use your soul power to support you. I didn't expect you to be quite talented in this respect." The Ice Emperor looked at Cheng Ying, who had mastered the flying skills in a short time, regretted a little. Flying so fast, if he wants to run, wouldn't it be difficult to chase him? But after all, he still doesn't fly as fast as her, which also gave her a little peace of mind. Seeing Cheng Ying flying in the air happy, she didn't think it was so regretted. Cheng Ying didn't think so much at all, his only feeling now is that it's so cool to fly. Anyway, his body has more than 900,000 years of cultivation base, and the total amount of soul power is much larger than that of Limit Douluo. The basic operation of flying is still very simple under the premise of a preliminary understanding of aerodynamics. Douluo, who was sketching a plant of herbal medicine, silently put away the careful thought of using Cheng Ying to intimidate the Ice Emperor. "Is this special? If you want to fly so slippery, you have to title Douluo. Even if it looks weak, he can't be defeated by a three-ringed spirit master. The same is true of the facts, the frontal combat power. He may not be much better than Douluo, this little kid, but the problem is that his blood bar is thick. Standing there makes people beat them. Without the strength of a title Douluo, I'm afraid that you will have to fight for a few geniuses before you may be beaten to death." "Hey! I said you can tell me now, why do you value this little kid?" The Ice Emperor dragged Cheng Ying down from the sky and exclaimed angrily. Because he is very good at using poison. Think about it, he came in by himself. You see that the drug barrier outside is so powerful, and it is so easy to enter without you. He must have a deep knowledge of poison. I plan to accept him as a disciple and teach him chemistry and medicine. I think he has the potential to become a character like Ashimaru. Bingdi was confused when he heard it. What is chemistry? Is Yuan a kind of meatball? Is it delicious? Cheng Ying scratched his head, accidentally telling the story of his previous life. Chemistry is a study of changes in matter. You are definitely not interested. As for Yuan, he is a scientist. This is a long story. It was on a remote continent. There was a place called Konoha village. While she was talking, Cheng Ying digressed, telling the Ice Emperor the story of Naruto, and the Ice Emperor was also very absorbed. The big reason why she developed an attachment to Cheng Ying was that Cheng Ying there are always endless stories to tell. For the soul beasts lacking in cultural life, these stories are like wine, which makes people intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. Naruto's story is very long. Even if it's been told until it gets dark, Cheng Ying has just talked about the part of the Zongnin exam. Just when he was dry and ready to take a break, Dashimaru, oh no. Douluo finally recorded it. The herbs I knew came back out of breath. Master Cheng Ying, please have a look. I have drawn all the herbs that I don't know. Cheng Ying took the paper, looked through it, and filled in the names of a few herbs he knew, thinking about Panax noto ginseng, Pueraria lobata, Radix azatatus. These drugs are not very obvious. Douluo Tongtong doesn't recognize them. Among those he knew, Cheng Ying had never seen most of them, and it was probably a unique herbal medicine in this world. At this moment, Cheng Ying suddenly noticed that Douluo recorded two medicinal herbs that he had an impression of. One was an ice blue herb with 8 horns, and the other was a fire red herb that looked like cabbage. Douluo, although I don't know them, they are marked as highly toxic under these two herbs. Where did you find these two kinds of grass? Cheng Ying asked, pointing to the pattern on the paper. Over there. Talking Douluo obediently led the two to come to the spring eye, pointed out the herbal medicine, and the two herbal medicines grew beside the ice spring and the fire spring respectively. In these two most extreme locations, only two of them grow alone there. It should be the octagonal black ice grass and the burning apricot. Good luck, I found the real baby. Cheng Ying wanted to pick the octagonal black ice grass first. But he didn't want the Ice Emperor to grab him. Although I don't know these two herbs, I am sure that they are both highly toxic. Even if I eat them, they will be severely injured. Cheng Ying touched Bingdi's head and said, it's okay. It must be very poisonous to eat alone, but as long as you eat it together, it will be a big supplement. Don't worry, I'm so afraid of death, I won't be messed up. Hey! Who cares about your life and death? I'm just worried that after you are poisoned to death, the corpse will not be able to eat. The Bingdi held his arms and turned his head, closed his eyes and didn't look at Cheng Ying, but couldn't help but open it. Sneaking with only eyes, it is a tsundere who can't be more standard. Cheng Ying just smiled. In the eyes of Emperor Bingdi's nervous eyes, she took off the octagonal black ice grass. The extreme cold poison made Cheng Ying's palms covered with frost, and the pain caused him to bark his teeth, but because of him it's because of the ice attribute itself, so it doesn't hurt very much. Hurried to the side of Luo Xing Jiao, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com put down the octagonal black ice grass, and the cold and fire poisons of the two were offset. And the ice and flames of the fried noodles disappeared. According to the original record, he only had 10 breaths, which is about half a minute or more to take these two herbs. After hesitating, he finally cut the two herbs into 3 equal parts, swallowed one part by himself, stuffed one part into Bingdi's mouth, and threw the last one to Douluo. Eat this thing, you will have a lot of power and will not invade all poisons, but your poison will be completely wiped out. However, I still advise you to eat it. Your snake venom will not only eat itself back, but will also cause harm to children and grandchildren. If you take it, I will teach you a more powerful poison than snake venom." Cheng Ying said nothing more than this, holding time. If he doesn't take 10 breaths, he will quickly grab it and eat it himself. After all, waste is wrong. The Ice Emperor's face was stuffed with bulging, like a little hamster hiding only food. Seeing Cheng Ying swallowed it without hesitation, moved his cheeks, and finally chose to believe in Cheng Ying and swallowed with his head up. Went on. On the other hand, Douluo is entangled. He can naturally see that this is his own great chance, but his blue scale snake venom is also his greatest pride. If there is no snake venom, he is just a talented ordinary beast soul. Master, whether to believe this mysterious person's words or to continue to use poison is a difficult question to decide. It's just that he himself noticed that snake venom has already begun to affect his body, and it's almost always true to say that it will cause harm to children and grandchildren. In addition, Cheng Ying's understatement said that he mixed the two highly toxic substances. The method is obviously a person with real abilities. Various factors finally made the balance in Douluo's heart pour out, desperately swallowing 2 kinds of herbs into his abdomen. To be continued. Chapter 7, Douluo. Just as he swallowed the herbs, Douluo felt a heart-piercing pain spreading from his abdomen to his limbs. It was the pain he could not have caused by the most poisonous poison he had ever seen. Immediately his eyes widened. "I just can't speak, I can only shout in my heart. Could it be that that person is lying to me? But why? Finally made up my mind, it turned out to be a scam. Damn it." Cheng Ying also noticed his situation and was embarrassed to explain, "I forgot to say that the process of herbal transformation of the body is quite painful. The weaker the physique, the more painful it is. I don't feel anything like Bingdi and myself. If you can't stand the pain, jump into the spring water." After eating these 2 herbs, the 2 extreme spring waters can no longer hurt you. Cheng Ying gave a very sincere suggestion. Douluo was already in pain and was about to collapse. At this time, there was no time to tell if Cheng Ying was lying to him, so he could only plunge into the hot yang chuan. Just after the body entered the spring water, the pain not only did not relieve, but instantly doubled. He screamed out in pain. Before the pain passed out, the last sentence he heard was from Cheng Ying. "After jumping in, the pain will pass out soon, and the pain will disappear after passing out." When Douluo woke up again, he was already lying next to the cold ice spring. Turning his head to look, Cheng Ying and Bingdi were soaking in the spring water only in underwear. In the spring water of -100 degrees, the 2 of them showed bubbles. A soothing expression like a hot spring. "Hey? Are you awake? Do you want to come in bubble too?" Cheng Ying asked Bingdi while turning his head to help Bingdi wash his hair. Was teased twice by this mysterious person who always talked halfway, Douluo also got a little more minded, did not speak or move. Forgot, your martial spirit is a green snake. If the water is too cold, maybe it will hibernate." Cheng Ying's next words immediately confirmed his guess. If he jumped in obediently, it would probably freeze again. Fainted. Cheng Ying helped the Bingdi unhurriedly comb the long hair behind his head into a total horn bun. Now the Bingdi looks more like a little loli. After doing these Cheng Ying, he turned his head and said to Douluo, "No kidding this time, would you like to be my apprentice?" Douluo widely heard that he would agree without thinking about it. He had completely abolished his poisonous powers, so that he would worship this mysterious man as a teacher, otherwise he would not be regarded as a powerful soul master even if he was invincible. "Don't rush to agree, I have to explain to you first. You have also seen it. First of all, it's definitely not a human being, and secondly, there's nothing I can teach you about combat. I don't know many herbs you know. Your knowledge in poison may not be stronger than you. I can only teach you some of the most basic knowledge about the nature of matter." What you can achieve in the future depends on your own efforts. Cheng Ying said in one breath how unreliable she was. The more I listened to Douluo's face, the darker his face became, and the heart said, "You said this before giving me the medicine." Helpless now, it's too late to regret. Douluo took a deep breath, knelt down to the end, and worshipped Cheng Ying 3 times and 9 knocks, saying, "Master, please be a disciple." Cheng Ying's expression also became serious, and her spirit power turned into a long robe while she waved her hand, and her handsome face was so meticulous that she really looked like a human teacher. He stretched out his hand to help Douluo up. "Get up. Since you have been apprentice, I will teach you the first lesson here. You have lost the snake venom, then I will first explain to you the principles of several snake venoms. If you encounter a poisonous snake in the future, so that you know how to use it." Speaking of Cheng Ying, we started with the difference between neurotoxins, hemolytic toxins, and symptoms, and talked about the principle of action a little bit. By the way, Douluo popularized the human body structure and cell theory. These are basically seen in popular science programs. Although not all right, it is enough to inspire Douluo. When he first said about the symptoms of poisoning, Douluo could still understand. Not only did he understand, but also nodded frequently. Cheng Ying's summary of the 2 toxins made him feel suddenly open. But when he talked about a series of mechanisms of action such as destroying blood cells, affecting the nervous system and causing respiratory failure, Douluo became more and more unable to understand. In the end, when he talked about the composition of toxins, it was protein and peptide. Douluo, his eyes are completely captivating. Cheng Ying saw that he couldn't understand, and scratched his head. "This knowledge is probably too profound for you. I have the opportunity to give you a systematic introduction to the major systems and cell theories of the human body. This knowledge is of this kind to you. Experts who use poison are very helpful, and they just let you distinguish the difference between toxins and viruses." Cheng Ying thought about it and felt that it would be a little bit frustrating to tell a person who has no foundation to directly teach high school knowledge. It's just that Douluo was fascinated by it. He had been immersed in poison since he was a child. Although he did not understand many things that he said, he felt a sudden openness. Facing Cheng Ying's incomparably complete system, he actually had a feeling that it should be like this. How he didn't expect it. Cheng Ying also said that she was a little tired. Reading www.yuyuganshu.com stretched out and looked at the horizon. It was already dawn. Although he hadn't slept all night, he didn't feel sleepy. He pushed the Ice Emperor who was asleep in the ice spring. "Get up. Go back to Tiandu City. You don't want to live in seclusion here for 10,000 years. Bingdi opened his eyes sleepily. The appearance of her just waking up in the water felt like a hibiscus in the water, and she said lazily with a hoarse voice, "Why are you going to Tiandu City? Hasn't it been this way for hundreds of thousands of years? Coming here, it's very good here, full of aura, very suitable for cultivation. Are you not bored every day except for cultivation practice? Don't you want to eat candied haws? Don't you want to sleep in a big bed? Don't you want to go out shopping every day? There is no such opportunity here." When Bingdi heard the words, a tangled expression appeared on his small face. "Or, you can buy it for me. She goes to a city where she doesn't worry about being found out of human beings, so that she, who has never lived in a city, can be found. It is still a bit uncomfortable to settle in the city hastily. Do you treat me as a courier brother?" Cheng Ying was speechless. "You can stay at home if you don't want to get along with humans. There is also a class of humans who never go out called Zai, and they have a very good life." Ice Emperor was said to be a little excited. If it weren't for being surrounded by humans all day, it wouldn't be impossible to think about it. "Okay. It's up to you, but what do you have to do in a human city? This, I will understand it after you go. It has a lifespan of 10,000 years. You have to enjoy your life." Cheng Ying smiled mysteriously and greeted Douluo, who was still working on class notes carefully. Let's go. Back to Tiandu City. To be continued. Signed a contract. To be on the most tragic signing list. Everyone is pretty good. Chapter 8, Wonderful Shop in Tiandu City. Cheng Ying has traveled through so many days, and there is no sign of awakening golden finger. Helpless, he can only recognize the reality, and everything is achieved by his own strength. He who has read 2 Douluo books is very clear that Tianmeng is a completely weak chicken. In the end, it has no fighting power. It has not been able to fight for 1,000,000 years. It is difficult to hope that the cultivation will become stronger. But Cheng Ying also thought about it. He didn't have anything else, but he had a lot of time. 10,000 years, giving the soul beast the most, that is, training to become stronger, but for him, don't talk about building a Gundam or an interstellar battleship. It's okay to build a few aircraft carriers. Backed by an aircraft carrier battle group, even if 100,000-year-old soul beasts dared to pick things up, his mother wouldn't know him. So Cheng Ying set up a small shop in Tiandu City, starting with the simplest things. A set of industrial systems cannot be supported by one person, but a set of basic scientific enlightenment ideas can be done by him alone. Can be compiled. But before that, he must first let people experience the charm of science, and to do this requires some tricks. On the main street of Tiandu City, a small store called Science and Technology Commodity City opened up someday. The owner neither distributes flyers nor solicits business, and there is not even a few goods on the container. The only thing that attracts attention is the huge glass window in the shop. Such a large piece of glass, even if it is not seen in the palace, is installed in such a deserted shop. The pedestrians passing by can only sigh the violent thing. However, people are curious after all. This shop has been here for several days and finally welcomed its first customer. The visitor was dressed in a silk robe. Although there is no embroidered mark, it can be seen that it is a family. Noble, only these people will step into Cheng Ying's shop out of curiosity. Entering the store, he felt cool for some reason. Just stepping into the store, he heard a young male voice. Human blood cells can be roughly divided into 3 types: red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. These 3 types of cells are respectively responsible. He could understand every word of the lecture, but he didn't know what it meant when connected together. He was arrogant that his knowledge was not much worse than those of famous scholars, but he didn't understand the knowledge of the shopkeeper at all. I became a little more interested in this store, and coughed lightly to remind the 2 people in the store. Cheng Ying, who was telling Douluo about the characteristics of human blood, was stunned for a moment. Then he realized that a guest had come to Douluo, and said to Douluo, "Let's talk about it today. You can sort out what you have learned in the past few days." Faced with the guests, seeing that the visitors were well dressed, there was no Jiawai who couldn't help raising his eyebrows. Dare to ask how the guest officer is called? Just call me Knight. The young boy's elegant smile made Cheng Ying thoughtful, and the nobleman of Heaven Do, who claimed to be Yayat, was at this age. Could it be that he would be the future Emperor Shuiyat? Cheng Ying was just guessing, but didn't say anything. Whether it was the future emperor or not, had little influence on him. "Why? Don't you tell me what you sell in this store? As you can see, the shelves are all goods." Cheng Ying pointed to the glass counter. Yaya smiled after hearing the words, "Say your colored glaze shelf is even more valuable. If you have to buy caskets and return beads, it's not impossible to sell them at this counter." Cheng Ying also laughed. Ye thinks that Cheng Ying is a very interesting person, and what he said is also very interesting. Buying a tree and returning a pearl. Although I have never heard of this idiom, I can easily understand the meaning. Then I have to ask the owner to introduce your pearls. As he said, he picked up a small bright silver tin box and opened the lid. He thought there was a rare gem in the box, but he didn't want a cluster of flames to suddenly burst out of the box and startled him. As you can see, the lighter is still a useless plaything for the time being, but it becomes useful when the tobacco smoked by the tribes in the south reaches it. Yet also understands the meaning of Chengying. Such an exquisite lighter must be very valuable. The poor can't afford it, and the nobles have servants who can't use it. The only function is to use them to pretend to be when they go out hunting. Put the lighter back, he picked up a small paper box and shook it. There seemed to be a few wooden sticks inside. What is this again? Similar to the previous one, it is also used for ignition. This is called a match. Said Chengying took over the matchbox to burn, and the bright flame made the knight nod. If this thing is cheap enough, it is a good thing. It's just that Chengying quickly dispelled his thoughts. This thing is still produced by me by hand. The cost is too high. People don't have a hobby that needs to wipe the fire frequently. At best, it is just a plaything. Nothing else can compare. Said that Chengying pulled out a match, broke the head of the match, and said, "White phosphorus, a new kind of poison, which is almost lethal in my hand." Chengying's words made Ye couldn't help taking a step back, and his gaze at the match was no longer a plaything. Don't worry so much. If you accidentally eat it, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com gastric lavage to induce vomiting may still survive. Although Chengying said that, Ye still looked solemn. It's not that he has never seen a poisonous, but it is also a seal, like this kind of poison that can kill as long as you eat such a little. It really can't make people undaunted. Forget it, if you don't like matches, just look at this. Chengying took out something like a glass water bottle and handed it to Chengying. Below the glass water bottle was a metal jar with a metal gear on it. What is this again? Chengying took off the glass cover, took out a match, lit the wick below, and suddenly, the bright light was released from the wick, which was very clear even in the daytime, much brighter than candles. The kerosene lamp, if it feels too bright, you can turn this gear to adjust it. As Chengying turned the gear 2 times, the light became like a candle. This is quite interesting. It doesn't need to cut candles, and it is brighter. If you are willing to sell in large quantities, many big families will come to you to buy. Yes, seems to be very interested in kerosene lamps, but what does it burn? It will never light up out of thin air. The kerosene lamp naturally burns kerosene, a barrel of gold soul coin. It is not expensive. I will sell it. If you want to buy the manufacturing technology of the kerosene lamp, you can sell it to you. Chengying smiled slyly. You know how to do business. Kerosene lamps are a one-off deal, but kerosene can flow in a long way, but a bucket of gold soul coin is not expensive. A gold soul coin is probably enough for an ordinary family of 3 to save money and spend a month, but it is really nothing for a large family. Although kerosene lamps can also make money, they are somewhat insignificant at night, even kerosene. He is very interested in the method of extraction. To be continued. Chapter 9, Big Customers. You are wrong to say that. Doing business is a matter of your wish. Since kerosene is better than candles, it is only natural for me to sell my kerosene. Although the soul master abilities on the Douluo continent are strange, the development of science and technology is still at the level of the Middle Ages. The kerosene lamp is also considered magical for nobles like the knight, especially the ability to adjust the brightness. Interested? But what I'm more interested in is your kerosene. As for this lamp, it doesn't make much money. This is difficult. The technology of refining kerosene is related to many other more important technologies. If you have tens of millions of gold soul coins, I can sell it to you, but most people can't come up with it. A lot of money, kerosene alone is not worth so much. If you only buy the technology of the lamp, I can sell you 100,000 gold soul coins. If you can't make this glass cover, you can outsource it to my glass factory, and it is guaranteed to be 30% lower than the market price. You must know that glass is a work of art in this era. On the other hand, in Chengying, glass can only be regarded as a daily necessities, and a low 30% can also make a lot of money. You have to drink all the soup and water. Even though she said that, Cheng Ying could see the other party's intentions, so she continued. My price is honest, and we all make money. The kerosene lamp can only be regarded as an appetizer. Seeing so many things on my counter, I don't have to worry about the chance of cooperation in the future, right? In this way, if you feel a loss, I will give you a free trick. Didn't you say that candles need to be cut? I do not have to cut the candle. Speaking, he turned his head and greeted, Bo. Bring a candle for the teacher. According to Douluo, he quickly went to the desk and got a candle. After contacting Cheng Ying for a few days, he really admired himself as a master. Although Cheng Ying said that what he taught him was the most basic thing, but Douluo knows very well that the more basic things are, the more important it is. Whether it is the cell theory or the atom theory of matter, Douluo has benefited a lot, and he has more respect for Cheng Ying. Cheng Ying took the candle, lit it in front of the night, and was surprised to see that with the burning of the candle, the wick of the candle spread out into 3 parts, which was then burned into ashes. He simply rubbed the wick into 3 strands can eliminate candlesticks. The principle of is so simple, but no one can think of it before seeing it in person. You have seen it, it's actually as simple as that. I call this power of change technology, and the things I sell are all new things that can change people's lives. Cheng Ying blew out the candle and raised his head to indicate. Take a look at the other products on the counter next to it. Yet also understood at this time that what Cheng Ying was selling was not any product, but the things he named as technology behind these products. I have already received your gift. If I don't buy it, won't I become a villain? I will send 100,000 gold soul coins as soon as possible. What about the drawings? According to Ying Ying's words, he pulled out a piece of paper from the counter and used a standard ruler to make the drawing. In just a few moments, he drew the 3 views of each part of the kerosene lamp, and clarified the scale. The structure was clear at a glance. He doesn't worry about the other party's recklessness. The kerosene lamp is just one of the many small things in his mind. Using it to test out a person, Cheng Ying will not feel distressed at all. Your painting method is very interesting. Although it is the first time I have seen it, I can see it at a glance. But it is much easier to understand than the inexplicable drawings of artisans. Is this also the technology you are talking about? That's right. The 3 views are just the basis of drawing. Thinking of the various homework when he was in the engineering drawing class at the university, he felt unbearable to look back. I hope there will be opportunities to cooperate in the future. Ye stretched out her hand, and Cheng Ying also stretched out her hand to shook his hand. I still have a few treasures of the town shop that I haven't sold yet. I hope they can fall into your hands. The treasure of the town shop you mentioned must be a good thing. By the way, I haven't asked your name yet. Cheng Ying. Brother Cheng, don't live here. After saying that, he rolled up the blueprints and ordered a few words to the servant outside the door, and then bid farewell to Cheng Ying. In the afternoon, a carriage pulled 100,000 gold soul coins and came to the door of the shop. Early on, I heard that there were 100,000 gold soul coins in the account. Pounced into the pile of gold coins. Mine, it's all mine. However, she hadn't enjoyed the feeling of being surrounded by gold coins, so she was carried out under her armpit by Cheng Ying. How many times have I told you, don't play money, this thing is touched by everyone, it's very dirty. I want you to take care, your money is my money, I want to play as long as I want to play. The Ice Emperor opened his teeth and danced his claws, but he was anxious about his height. Break free. Gold coins. Actually that's the case. You will understand later that a stack of paper or even a string of numbers can make you more excited than you are now. Cheng Ying also noticed that there is no system on Douluo continent. This is also an opportunity for him. What a joke, how can you reading www.yuyuganshu.com paper have gold coins? I don't believe it. Bingdi looked upset when Douluo moved a large box of gold coins into the shop. Cheng Ying rubbed her little head, and said with a mysterious smile, "You will understand later. At that time, I will make sure that you will laugh from ear to ear at a string of oddities." Said, he took the Ice Emperor back to the small shop, and the servant in charge of sending the money did not doubt that it was nothing more than a wayward little girl. There are many in the big family of girls. "Hey! I said Xiaoying, are you really making these weird things to make money?" The Ice Emperor, who was taken back to the shop, licked a strawberry-flavored popsicle and asked in confusion. "It's not all." Cheng Ying picked her up in the eyes of Bingdi's resentment, put her on her lap, and hugged her in her arms like a pillow. "The main reason is to make your life more comfortable. Just like the ice cream in your hand, many interesting things have not yet appeared in this world. If you want to enjoy these, you have to rely on your own hands to create. We have 10,000 years, which is more than 100 times that of ordinary people. If it passed in plainly, wouldn't it be a pity for you? If you go back to the time when there is no ice cream, no cooking, no story, and no lantern, would you still be willing?" The Ice Emperor, who was held by Cheng Ying in his arms, thought about that kind of life, and shook his head quickly. "No, that would be too boring. Now I don't even want to go back to the far north. Yet. This is my purpose. Let me tell you a story." Cheng Ying smiled slyly. Bingdi, who listens to the story every day, nodded, and wondered what Cheng Ying would tell her again. To be continued. Thanks to Baiwea for rewarding 100 starting coins. Chapter 10, My gun will no longer point at you in that day. Cheng Ying cleared his throat, and slowly told the story of 1001 Nights. There was an ancient country, and its king was betrayed by his lover, so he hated women extremely. In order to retaliate, the king will hold a wedding every day, and then after the wedding night is over, the newly married girl will be cruelly executed. The king's cruel behavior made every young girl in the country endangered, and it also triggered a girl's sympathy. She was determined to end the tragedy and became the king's bride voluntarily. Is only different from other girls. She started telling stories to the king as soon as she entered the palace. The stories she told were wonderful, but they stopped abruptly in the early morning of the next day. The king was listening with enthusiasm, so he asked her, "Why didn't you keep talking?" She said, "I can't continue speaking, because it's almost dawn and I will be executed by you." The king immediately pardoned her today's death sentence and told her to finish the story. But the next day, the girl told an equally wonderful story. In order to listen to the story, the king had to pardon it again. In this way, the girl told a total of nearly 3 years, 1001 stories. The king was also moved by the girl during these 3 years and gave up killing her, and recorded the 1001 stories. Cheng Ying also couldn't remember what the original story was like, but told it based on his own impression. "I was thinking, I'm like that girl, but I don't have such a wonderful story. Then I can only make you accustomed to a better life, so that you can't live without me, and you won't want to eat me. That's it." Cheng Ying pushed the Ice Emperor away as soon as he finished speaking, turned around and ran away. Bingdi was taken aback for a moment, and then he reacted, "Okay. You said I was that cruel king, look for a fight." Bingdi waved his short hand and chased Cheng Ying. The two of them didn't use their soul power. They just laughed for a while, making each other very embarrassed. Finally, they fell together on the bamboo rocking chair and looked at each other. And laugh. "If the current life becomes better, maybe I really will not give up eating you." Bingdi smiled. Cheng Ying shook his head, "What is life now? It's just that I have some iced fruits, and a few more new styles of stir-fry and hot pot. What I am most satisfied with is the water-cooled air conditioning system that uses groundwater to cool down. Could it be this? Does it satisfy you? You know, we haven't used electricity, no internet, no mobile phones, even the Xiaoba Wang game console. When the night is bored, we can only hold you and count the stars in the yard, me. It won't be so easy to be satisfied. But, only 10,000 years. Bingdi sighed for some reason. That will be the future. At that time, if you want to extend our agreement, it is not impossible. What's more, if you spend 10,000 years as a human being, it is already very exciting. Human beings are just because of the wonderful only in life can we calmly face the short lifespan of 100 years. Bingdi nodded unconsciously. The impression given to her by these few days' experience alone was comparable to the hundreds of years of cultivation in the far north. I'm really happy to spend time with you. Bingdi buried his head on Cheng Ying's chest and said, as if he didn't want Cheng Ying to see her flushed face. Are you together forever? I promise I won't think about eating you again. Bingdi buried his head in Cheng Ying's chest, and what he said was a little trembling. Cheng Ying blinked her eyes, thinking strangely, are we considered to be a true cultivation result? Blurted out and said, okay. That's the deal, I don't have to go back. Hug. Retractor. After holding Bingdi's Cheng Ying for a while, he calmed down some excitement, lifted the Bingdi from the rocking chair and said, sorry, I actually concealed some things from you before. As he said, he put the Ice Emperor on the ground, took her to the backyard, and then took out an iron pipe with a wooden handle from the pile of debris, and took out a paper bag to bite it through with his teeth. Black gunpowder, the invention of the ancestors. As he said, he poured gunpowder into the barrel, then blocked the barrel with a cone-shaped mini bullet, and took out the cleaning rod to compact the bullet, smooth-bore flintlock, the simplest one of his firearms. Then he raised the gun and faced the Ice Emperor, be careful, there will be a high-speed lead projectile shot out in a while, and be defensive. Of course, Cheng Ying is not worried. An old flintlock gun can hurt the Ice Emperor, but he still remains. Road. Bingdi probably also guessed what Cheng Ying wanted to say, but he was not angry. Since Cheng Ying said it, there was nothing to be angry about, instead he was a little ecstatic inexplicably. At this moment, facing Cheng Ying's reminder, Bingdi also nodded, indicating that he could demonstrate. Immediately, Cheng Ying pulled the trigger, and the high-speed lead bullet came to the Ice Emperor in an instant, but the Ice Emperor's speed was faster, and he squeezed the red mini bullet. What? I thought you had hidden some super powerful secret weapon. This kind of thing, a spirit master above the fourth ring, can stop it with defense, even if it is unexpected, it can't kill a soul master above the sixth ring. Bingdi's expression turned out to be a little disappointed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Cheng Ying put down the gun, smiled and said, it is indeed very weak now. It can only fire a small lead bullet, and it takes half a minute to reload. But just like our life a little better, it will become stronger a little bit. It used to be equipped with a smooth-bore flintlock, to a rifled gun, and even a gun after a paper shell. In the future, it may be able to shoot faster, farther, and more powerful, and even one day in the future, he will bloom like the sun and become a big killer that can destroy the mainland. In 10,000 years. If you keep working hard for one thing, what can't be done? Aren't you bragging? Destroying the continent is too exaggerated. The Ice Emperor's face was full of unbelief. Destroying the continent is indeed a bit exaggerated, but I am sure about destroying an empire. Cheng Ying smiled. The principle of a nuclear bomb is not that difficult. As for the extraction of uranium-235, it is a job that requires countless attempts. Using the most mature centrifugal acceleration method for separation, 10,000 years is definitely enough to summarize the mature process flow. So what did you plan to do originally? Asking this, Bingdi showed a fierce expression. Originally, these were prepared to deal with you. After all, after telling you the location of Wanzai's profound ice marrow 10,000 years later, I have no ability to resist at all. Cheng Ying did not intend to conceal it, and tell it all. Bad guy. I believe you so much, you still treat me like this. Bingdi turned his head away from Cheng Ying, but was forcibly picked up by Cheng Ying. So I told you all this now, because when that day comes, my muzzle will no longer point at you, but at those who are trying to take our spirit ring. To be continued. Chapter 11, Omnipotent Shop. Oh! There is no way. The master and the master are showing affection again. They are hundreds of thousands of years old, and they are still like children. Douluo sighed, holding a book of Introduction to Human Immunology and reading it at night. Sigh, shut the window silently. These days he has become accustomed to it. On the surface, the relationship between the predator and the prey is the master and the master, but in fact it is completely different. Probably they don't know it. The sour smell of love emanating from them is simply sweet. Got bored. Cheng Ying did not know the complaints made by his apprentice. In his opinion, the student Douluo is still very qualified. In just a few days, he has learned the basics of biology very much, and chemistry has also learned the periodic table of elements. He has memorized all the elemental characteristics, and he is simply a learning tyrant. Seeing that he is eager to try and prepare for practice, he does have the potential to become a big snake pill. After handed the flintlock gun to the Bingdi and taught her how to shoot, she actually liked shooting as an entertainment, hung it on Cheng Ying's back and started acting like a baby. What about the musketeer you said that can fire continuously and can shoot more accurately? Make it quickly. I think about this too. But I can't do it. I asked the blacksmith to knock out the parts one by one, and then I personally polish and assemble it. Mass production is impossible. As for more advanced firearms, it is difficult. You can see it too. The reason why the gun can fire bullets is to use the gas generated when the gunpowder explodes, and the propelling force generated under high pressure. If the thread-locking accuracy of the barrel is not enough, the high-temperature gas will be ejected from the gap here, burning blindly. The shooter's eyes even blasted the chamber directly. If you want to obtain firearms that can be reloaded and fired continuously, you must improve the machining accuracy of the parts. This is not something I can do alone. Cheng Ying shrugged helplessly. What? Then you brag that there will be weapons that can destroy the empire. The Ice Emperor was so dissatisfied that he rubbed his chin on Cheng Ying's shoulder. It will be there sooner or later. I have hired someone to collect various minerals. When I find the uranium mine, I will not be far from the sun's brilliance. Cheng Ying hugged the Ice Emperor to her front, stretched out her hand and scratched her nose and said, "We still have a long time, take it slow, don't worry, let's start with a more comfortable life. I have made some good things that can remove the sourness of fruit wine these days, come. I will take you to taste the fruit wine without astringency." Bingdi didn't take it seriously, but regarded it as another hot pot-like invention, swallowed and followed. Cheng Ying knows that the byproducts obtained by boiling lard to make soap are important. Glycerin is an important raw material for unstable high explosives, and it is also a special medicine for treating heart disease. It can also turn a cup of fruit wine into a cup of silver coin to drink better than a cup of ale. This is also one of the treasures of Cheng Ying's town shop. In the middle of the night, Bingdi, who drank fruit wine as juice, fell asleep on the table in a daze. After Cheng Ying carried the drunk and unconscious Bingdi into the bedroom, she couldn't help but shook her head and sighed. It's been 400,000 years, and I still have this body shape, I can't get it off at all. Although Loli is very cute, it is true that there are not many people who really have the heart to push it down. In the days after, there were some surprises in the common every day. Either Cheng Ying had come up with some new delicacy, or the snake raised by Douluo stole the frog again. When talking about Douluo dissecting a frog, this guy didn't even have any resistance at all, which made Cheng Ying even more sure that this guy has the potential to become a big snake pill. With the popularity of kerosene lamps, customers come to Cheng Ying to buy kerosene or wholesale kerosene in an endless stream, and gradually the business of small shops has become prosperous. Bingdi still likes to roll in the gold coin pile, so Cheng Ying finally had to wash all the money he collected, literally wash with water. After, I didn't know which cook who thought it was. He probably regarded Cheng Ying as a Doraemon and asked him, "You sell everything here, so is there anything that can make food delicious?" Cheng Ying thought for a while and asked him to come back in a few days. Then he used fermented soybeans and wheat to extract sodium glutamate, which is commonly used in the kitchen. Although the purity is not high, it only needs a little bit. Let a bowl of clear soup become delicious. After getting it, the cook was shocked and became a celebrity chef in Tiandu City within a short period of time. However, the good times did not last long. After Cheng Ying felt that the advertising effect was almost the same, he began to sell message publicly, although the cook fell the altar, but also not embarrassed to blame Cheng Ying. Since then, many smart people have also realized that this small shop is not simple, so they really regard Cheng Ying as a Doraemon, and go to him if they have any ideas. Some people think the fruit wine is difficult to drink, so they find Cheng Ying and want the wine to taste good, so Cheng Ying sells him a small bottle of glycerin. Some people think that the winter is too cold and the cotton-padded clothes are too thick. If they want lighter clothes, Cheng Ying bought hundreds of ducks, drew a picture and hired a tailor to make a down jacket that can also highlight the figure in winter. Someone felt that the cargo volume of the two-wheeled carriage was too small, and asked him if there was any way to increase it. So Cheng Ying summoned his carpenters and taught them how to make a four-wheeled carriage. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com a few days later. Pull out a four-wheeled vehicle that is stable and has a heavier load. Even one day, someone asked him sneakily, what should he do if he didn't want to have a child while doing that? Cheng Ying had a black face, took the sheep's intestines and gave him a set, and threw it to him, telling him not to do it anymore. Take this kind of question to him. Then the next day, a woman blushed and asked him, what should I do if the moon is coming, and the stream is everywhere? Cheng Ying immediately wanted to explode in place, but still based on the principle of equality between men and women, made a throw the cloth bag wrapped in plant ash to her, and said that this thing is not operated in our shop, and whoever loves imitation will sell it. Over time, people felt that Cheng Ying was very powerful and could do anything. Even some poor people came to him and asked him that he wanted to burn coal in winter. It is difficult to ignite and large pieces of coal are too expensive. What should I do? Cheng Ying didn't have to make money, so he told them to buy those cinders that no one wanted, and then showed them how to mix clay with cinders to make briquettes that could be easily ignited. The poor people saw that Cheng Ying was willing to answer their questions, so they no longer feared, and asked him how to make their food less difficult to swallow. This Cheng Ying is best at it. The people of the former foodies empire are best at having fun in hardship. Even the bitter and unpalatable fern roots can be developed into delicacy. This problem does not bother him at all. After a series of things, Cheng Ying's reputation has also grown. It seems that he can solve any problem in general, even if it can't be solved, he will definitely be able to give an improvement plan. To be continued. Thank you 4019 for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Fi for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you 24 degree boiled water for 100 reading points. Chapter 12, The Great Sage Takes the Shadow. Has become famous, and naturally some people will look upset, so some people make it difficult to say that he likes to eat watermelon, but he is too lazy to spit watermelon seeds, and asked Cheng Ying if he could solve it. Even made this matter turbulent, everyone knows it, everyone knows, this is making things difficult for people eating watermelon and not wanting to spit seeds, this is a problem that can only be thought of how boring. Don't want to spit seeds, don't eat it. In the final analysis, watermelon grows from seeds, so how can it be possible that there are no seeds? Most of the people in Tiandu City had benefited from Cheng Ying, and were making injustices for him, but they couldn't think of a solution. But didn't want Cheng Ying to just smile lightly, and called a familiar footman to pick 2 watermelons in his melon field outside the city. Seedless watermelon is actually not difficult to obtain. As long as you cross a tetraploid watermelon and a diploid watermelon, you can get a triploid seedless watermelon. Cheng Ying transplanted a whole orchard outside the city for the convenience of eating fruit, and handed it to the nearby farmers to help take care of it. He has tried all kinds of seedless fruits. Among them, watermelon is the easiest. Alcohol extracts colchicine, but she is quite skilled in taking pictures. After a few experiments, she found the concentration that doubles the chromosomes. Originally, she planned to sell seedless watermelon as a luxury item. Who knew that someone actually hit the muzzle? After the porter carried 2 watermelons, Cheng Ying cut the watermelon open in front of everyone, revealing the red melon flesh without seeds, and the eyes of the person who immediately looked at the question almost stared out. Others were also in shock. Only the little Lolita, who had always been inseparable from him, seemed to be accustomed, holding up half of the seedless watermelon and eating it, completely unaware that this is a miracle in the eyes of everyone. As we all know, what kind of plant can be grown from the seeds of any plant? Watermelon seeds certainly cannot produce pumpkins. But what on earth did this seedless watermelon grow? In their view, this simply violates the inherent truth between heaven and earth. If before, people looked at Cheng Ying with their eyes on a great sage, now they are all looking at gods. Cheng Ying also took this opportunity to sell seedless watermelon as a luxury item. Although this kind of melon may not be more delicious, it is obviously not in the same grade as the seedless watermelon. And the buyer can only be slaughtered willingly, otherwise, what should I do? This melon has no seeds, can you still grow it yourself? Are you kidding me? There is no way to start. Cheng Ying's reputation has naturally spread to the ears of the current emperor. When the emperor heard that this man was a living god, he wanted to call him into the court as an official, but it was obvious that Cheng Ying would not become a slave. The emperor sent a few masters in secret to investigate, but after they all had no answer, he guessed that Cheng Ying should also be a powerful soul master, but he had no choice but to treat each other with courtesy, drooling while watching. And the people in Tiandu city almost understood it. Cheng Ying seemed to be only interested in things that improve living conditions. He didn't care much about major national events or the rights of treasures. Over time, I also know what questions will be answered, and what questions will be directly driven out. It's just that there are some strange flowers. For example, some people who got Mr. Jiao from Cheng Ying. Although he was embarrassed by this problem, it has to be said that this can be regarded as a change in life under limited conditions. Better still, in line with the principle of not smashing one's own signs, it was solved by these people. Gradually, people have become accustomed to the existence of such a great sage. No one knows whether his strength is strong, but he has gained unanimous respect from all walks of life. Even if someone whose business has been damaged by him comes to him and asks him, he can point out the way to these people, and he will make more money in the future. It's just that ordinary people don't know how much money Cheng Ying makes. Although most of the businesses he uses are outsourcing and commission methods, the wealth he has accumulated in more than a year is enough for him. Heavendo City bought a warehouse to barely pile it up. It is definitely the kind of big merchant who can kill the rich country. Is only Cheng Ying but rarely goes out. No one knows what he did in that small shop. In the eyes of Douluo's dissatisfaction, Cheng Ying snatched the only high-power microscope in the shop and observed the wheat seeds soaked in colchicine. Master, today it is clearly my turn to use a microscope. The evolutionary effect of soul power on bacteria has been studied. This subject has already reached a critical step, but you always use a microscope to observe the rice, wheat, and melon fruits. Don't you think it was a waste? Douluo actually seldom refutes Cheng Ying, but this time I really couldn't help it. If the spirit power's targeted transformation of bacteria can be realized, he may develop the horrible bacteria that can cause the biohazard in the master's story. In contrast, observing these chromosome-doubled melons and fruits to make seedless watermelons is nothing but fun. This is your fault. Cheng Ying moved his eyes away from the microscope. He now looks a bit like a teacher. He took off the slide and put it aside carefully, pointing to the endless walkway outside the window. Do you think the killing technology is important, or the saving technology important? I am not against your research on offensive viruses, but don't underestimate these simple plants for this reason. Said that Cheng Ying picked up a full potato next to him. This thing was not grown on a large scale on the Douluo continent, because the improper planting method resulted in the small and astringent tubers, which had no value in planting. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Have you ever thought about why your soul masters can do nothing to produce, use their swords and gain wealth, power, and even mating rights? Because the soul master has great strength, even if ordinary people form a military formation, they will not be able to withstand a single blow in front of us. Douluo said without hesitation. Cheng Ying, phew, it seems that I neglected your education in literature and history. This is my mistake. Many things you take for granted are not as natural as you think. Just like a soul master can do nothing to produce, the biggest reason is not the strength of the soul master, but the excess resources of the society are enough to feed you. You must know that more than 90% of the food you eat is grown in the fields of ordinary people. And only if they can eat enough can they be able to pay taxes on food. The country and the sect can have food to feed those of us who do not produce. If you just want to be a strong man who monopolizes more resources, then food is not important. But what the teacher wants to tell you is that if you want to get more, you don't only need to find a way to divide the cake, there is a more royal way, that is, to make the cake bigger by yourself. Okay. Good point. It's a great sage who is famous for Wang Yu. I'm afraid you have been pursuing the principle of making the cake bigger. The sudden voice from the door made Cheng Ying shook his head helplessly. Waved for Douluo to go back. His Royal Highness Sui, you forgot to knock on the door again. To be continued. Thank you Fi for rewarding 600 starting coins. Thank you Tim Duncan for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Book Friends 2019081113153870 500 starting coins for rewards. Thank you Hu Yan for the 100 reading points. Chapter 13, Disaster Relief. Cheng Ying looked at the man in front of him helplessly. After more than a year of getting along, he already knew the identity of this man, the future Emperor Sui, and the current Prince Sui. Since buying a kerosene lamp here, Shui Ye has often ran to him. Half of his reputation as a great sage came from the prince. Brother Cheng, don't be unharmed. You are a great sage of Heaven Do City, and you will certainly not mind any offense from the little prince. Shui Ye was not polite at all, sitting directly at the tea table, making it by herself without any notice. Had tea. Ice Emperor rubbed his eyes from upstairs to see the scene, discounted and yawned, good morning. The food is here again. As a soul beast, the Ice Emperor has no respect for the prince. I'm not here this time for a meal. He just said so, but the tea has already reached his lips. Then you are going to talk about it, what's going on this time? Let me talk about soap, mirror, glycerin, spinning wheel. These are free of talk, I won't sell them. Cheng Ying moved a stool. Let Bingdi sit next to him. I wanted to buy it, but it's really not the case today. I came to the great sage today for disaster relief. This year, large areas north of Jialingguan were affected by a severe drought. After the drought, there was a locust plague and large farmland particles. No receipt. I heard what Brother Cheng said just now, and I was very moved. I know that my brother must be a person with the world in mind. This is the relief of disaster victims. Stop. Don't be poor. Don't run on me. Cheng Ying interrupted Sui's exquisite words and turned over in the desk. Everyone is a resource for me, so naturally I can't look at it. Let them eat, break bones, and cook. Cheng Ying's simple 8 words made Shui Yi's face solemn. Cheng Ying only used the common description of the disaster area in her previous life, but Shuya thought that Cheng Ying was the most terrifying famine she had experienced, otherwise she would not be able to make such a refinement and cruel description. However, let's say yes first. I can help, but the empire has to pay. It is the state's obligation to provide relief to the disaster victims. At most, I can help the empire to pay for it. Take it. This is my plan for the resettlement of the people in the disaster area. It also includes the planting methods of potatoes, sweet potatoes, and radishes with short maturity cycles. The fastest, it can mature in 2.5 months. The requirements are extremely low. Take the note I signed, go to the warehouse in my city to pay 10 million soul gold coins, and then go to the warehouse outside of my city to pull away all the potatoes used for brewing this year. Tut! I originally wanted to use distilled alcohol instead of gasoline. Now it's all up to you. Cheng Ying looked disgusted, and pushed the plan and a piece of paper made of special materials in front of Shuya, staring at Shuya for a moment. Brother Cheng, did you predict that there will be a severe drought this year? Sui couldn't help but think otherwise. The plan is too complete. It can't be worked out in a day or two, plus Chang Shadow's omnipotent image is really enough to bluff people. Of course not. I just look at the clouds and estimate that it will not rain tomorrow, but I don't have the ability to predict the El Niño phenomenon. It's just that your agricultural system is already fragile. Prepare for the rain. Shuya repeated another idiom he hadn't heard before, and she felt reasonable, and Cheng Ying blurted out such thought-provoking phrases. This is also one of the important reasons why Shuya thinks he has great wisdom. Oh! By the way, when you are doing disaster relief, send some of the farmers who care for the plantation outside the city. Your officials may not be able to figure out how to plant my crops. By the way, the stock of my oil press workshop is also taken away. Didn't you say that there is still a locust plague? The fried locusts are actually delicious as long as they overcome the psychological barriers. The victims told them that they could not afford to deep fry. They can also be eaten with fire, but don't cook them, the taste is simply hard to describe. Thank you, Brother Cheng, for your assistance. I will write down this kindness for the Empire. The matter is urgent, and I can't continue to bother me. For today's matter, I will come to the door to thank you in the future. Said Sui and bowed to Cheng Ying. With a bow, he picked up the plan and the note on the table and left. He has never heard that locusts can be eaten, but since Cheng Ying said it, he will choose to believe it. After all, things more incredible than this have been achieved countless times before. When Shuya walked far away, Bingdi said with enthusiasm, "Why do you care about those people? We are soul beasts and not humans. The more people there are, more people will come to hunt us. Why not starve to death? And 10 million gold soul coins. How much is that?" All the slips were given out, and I now finally understand why you used to say that I would be so excited because of a piece of paper. Cheng Ying knows the secret to please the Bingdi, and he took out a plate of fresh iced fruit from the artificial refrigerator and pushed it in front of her. Then he explained, "Those who don't plan for the whole world are not for a while, although I know you care more for sure. It's the 10 million behind. Actually, you have been in the human world for so long. Haven't you noticed a problem? The gap between ordinary people and spirit masters is actually no smaller than that between us and humans. I saved ordinary people who have no spirit power." Reading www.yuyuganshu.com is not a soul master. No matter how hard a soul master is, it is impossible to be troubled by famine. The hungry people on the ground are actually ordinary people. And they are easily satisfied. Do you know why I let the farmers from the plantation go to the disaster area? Because their uniforms are all printed with our technology logo. They will become desperate blue-clothed angels in the disaster area. They are from the bottom, selflessly distributing relief food, teaching the planting methods of disaster-prepared crops, sitting on the ground, and the victims holding the same porridge that can see the grains of rice. Using the simplest language, tell the stories I have told them, imagining the kind of world where the farmer has his land, the dweller has his house, the elderly have support, and the children have education. Such an experience will be deeply carved in their minds, and even passed on to future generations. They will not remember that the empire paid their money and food, but only those old farmers with technology printed on their blue work clothes. Pull them out of the sea of bitterness, and they will become the basic board for our future development. When the power accumulated is enough, I will lead them to shout out the slogans of today's rebelliousness, and let the light of science and technology replace the grace of God. Cheng Ying said a lot, and Bingdi also ate a plate of fruit clean. I don't understand. Anyway, I saved them. Will there be more interesting things in the future? Cheng Ying thought about the hot molten steel flowing out of the steel-making furnace, and illuminating the entire era in a fiery scene, and nodded with certainty, it will definitely. To be continued. Thank you. Time flow is gone for the reward of 1000 starting coins. Thank you Wulai Chuan for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you the cutest brother in all kindergartens for the reward of 200 starting coins. Chapter 14, Chivalrous and Timid Tang Chen. Although Cheng Ying's subordinates did not have any armed forces, the knowledge and resources in his brain were enough to move the empire. And his behavior obviously touched the interests of some people. Elephant Jiazong, one of Douluo's 7 major sects, there is no such thing as the 7 major sects at this time, but they have a strong defense beast spirit, Diamond Mammoth, they have already occupied their own place on the mainland. As a sect, if you want to gain a foothold, in addition to strong force, you must have enough financial resources, otherwise the salary will decline, even the spirit masters of the same line will fall apart. The famine is a great opportunity to make money. It is a great opportunity to stockpile the food, and sell the food that is already in short supply to a sky-high price. This is something that a merchant will do every time a famine occurs. This is also an important reason why the ancients often emphasized agriculture and suppressed business. The monster of capital devoured life, never distinguishing good from evil. The elephant sect also valued the business opportunities here, relying on its own powerful guarantees, drove away all competitors in the chaotic disaster area in one fell swoop, and was preparing to sell the hoarded food at a high price, but saw the mighty disaster relief troops. They didn't know the potatoes pulled on the carriage, but they could guess that it must be food. Hu Yansan, who is only 14 years old, the future sovereign of Elephant Sect, can't help but frown upon seeing this scene. Didn't the Zong men talk to the merchants in the royal capital? Where does the empire get the relief food? The current sect master Hu Yancho also has a bad face. Go over and ask, I will see which one is not open, and dare to ruin our good things at this time. Zongmen was originally a legal armed organization. If you really find out who is doing the trick, it is certain to go to the door to ask for an explanation. Hu Yancho stepped forward and stopped the people who were escorting the supplies along the way. The other side saw a group of them as strong as 300 Spartan warriors blocking the way, and immediately stopped. A person jumped from the motorcade, dare to ask Senior Huiancha what happened to prevent me from waiting. The tone is neither humble nor overbearing. Although the sect status is respected, the empire is after all an empire. Huiancha didn't care about these details, and said straightforwardly, I just want to find out what this disaster relief thing is and who made it. Oh. This is a potato improved by the great sage. I heard that it will mature in 3 or 4 months at the earliest. All of these on the car are gifts from the great sage. When I said this, I could hear it come out, his sincere admiration in his tone. Great sage. Hu Yanchua frowned deeper. Yes, the great sage not only provided food, but also borrowed 10 million gold soul coins for disaster relief, and sent hundreds of people to participate in the resettlement of the victims for free. If it were not for the great sage, we would not have arrived so soon. Isn't that the guy who opened the shop alone? He's alone. What are we afraid of? Let's forget about the loss this time, but he's lost face. If he doesn't ask for it, wouldn't it be disgusting? Sect master, let's go to him for an explanation, but it's just a slick businessman. It's okay if he compensates for the loss this time. If he refuses, hey. Hu Yanzhen said coldly. At a young age, he understands the importance of reputation to the sect, and being beaten in the face can only mean that they are weak and deceived. I'm afraid I can't do anything to him this time. Hu Yanzhen shook his head and watched the team go away. The great sage, don't provoke him easily. His reputation is very good, especially this time, costing thousands of dollars. For the disaster relief, if we move him, the entire sect will be labeled as innocent. But the Lord. Don't say anything, go back to the sect, and the grain is sold at a fair price on the spot. This loss is nothing to the sect. As you said, he is alone and has no worries. If he is really anxious, the loss may be even greater. Hu Yanzhen heard the words and realized that he had not considered it well. If they did come to slap their faces, the possibility of annoying each other was really greater. How much money the great sage would have at that time, I am afraid that the wealth of the sect will be how much evaporate. Think about the wealth of the opponent, even if Hu Yanzhen is unwilling, he can only swallow this breath. Just when they were about to calm down, there was a loud and long howl not far away. Shameless profiteer! Stockpile! Let the people's life and death be disregarded. Today I will use my hammer to kill the people. Hu Yanzhen was invisibly slapped in the face by Cheng Ying, and he was very upset at first. At this time, they were all ready to stop. As a result, there were still such stunners who came to pick things up. Immediately released the diamond mammoth martial spirit, and roared, "The arrogant little thief, Hu is spitting blood." As he spoke, he rushed up with the sparkle of diamonds all over, facing the figure holding the sledgehammer. He has 2 yellows and 1 purple. The 3 spirit rings are all blessings for defense. This is the source of his confidence. Among his peers, no one can defeat him. Although the kid carrying the hammer in front of him has 2 yellows, 2 purples and 4. He was not afraid of this spirit ring. It was just obvious that he had chosen the wrong opponent. Hu Yanzhen shook his hands on the hammer and felt an unmatched power coming from above. Although his own defense is strong, the earth cannot withstand this terrifying force. Hu Yanzhen spit out blood, the whole person was smashed into the ground like a nail, and he couldn't get rid of it for a while. The comer picked up the hammer, wiped the tip of his nose with his thumb, and pointed at the people of Weevil sect, Haoshan sect, Tang Chen. Who else? I'm so courageous. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com is too self-conscious. Hu Yanzhen is not capable of humiliating, he can also be the sect master, he also has the cultivation base of Contra, although Clear Sky sect's strong, but not afraid. As he said, Contra-level coercion enveloped the audience. Tang Chen suddenly felt a tendency to kneel down as soon as his body sank, and quickly shook the Clear Sky hammer in his hand. The black impact spread from his body, even diluting the coercion. To the point where he can bear it. There are 2 things, the Clear Sky school has come out of it, but that's it. Hu Yanzhen didn't bother to bully the small with the big, and slapped the Clear Sky hammer with his palm, crushing the difference in level of cultivation, and tang the morning shot flew upside down and hit a tree before it stopped. This time is just to teach you a lesson. Don't do it indiscriminately. Our elephant sect is not a stockpile, but we are here to suppress those profiteers. All food, elephant sect will sell at a fair price. I don't believe you. You can go and see in person. Hu Yanzhen pulled up Hu Yanzhen from the soil and left, but he felt a little grateful. At this time, it would be okay for a member of the Haoshanzong to disrupt the situation. Their own sects must have limited credibility to say their own good things, but they can add a Haoshan Tianzong. This time, on the contrary, there is a chance to improve the prestige of the sect. Tang Chen looked like an upright typical. Seeing that they sell food at a fair price, even if they are unhappy, they will admit that they have done a good thing. On the tree trunk, Tang Chen managed to get up with the clear sky hammer, and couldn't help but cough up a mouthful of blood. Ba! Diao by people's hearts. To be continued. Thank you Julia for rewarding 2000 starting coins. Thank you book friends 20170803120654372100 starting points for rewards. Thank you Light and Cute for the reward of 100 book coins. Chapter 15, Tang Chen and number 039, S travels in the disaster area. Tang Chen got up again and quickly jumped up again. This kind of resilience is not what a normal spirit master should have, so it is no wonder that he will become the ultimate Douluo in the future. Although he said that the elephant sect was making people's hearts, but the relief of the victims was not right, and he did not bother to spread rumors and slander the elephant sect. Compared to these, he cares more about the refugees in the famine. He came here for the sake of being a chivalrous man, fighting against profiteers who stock up and punishing bandits who took advantage of the chaos. Instead of monitoring the elephant sect, it's better to do something practical. Only Tang Chen discovered that since the disaster relief army was stationed, he had nothing to do. There were no bandits or bullies. This dry land has completely changed. It has become less like a disaster area, but like a disaster area. Construction site. Those in blue clothes will speak the rough voice of the country peasant everywhere, yelling to recruit workers, doing 3 copper coins a day, 1 knot a day, and free food and drink on the first day. The refugees who heard the yelling, whether they were fleeing from famine or plundering, stopped one after another, followed the guidance of those people, and headed to the construction site. They knew that this might be a trap. After following it, they might be taken and sold as slaves, but they would still follow it. The desperate hungry people, even if they were to be a ghost, would not hesitate. Tang Chen thought at first that the blue-clothed people were plotting wrongdoing, and they deliberately went with the victims, but when they arrived at the construction site, they discovered that the place was filled with strangely fragrant food. Under the force of the Soul Master and the army, the victims received small wooden plagues, and then used the wooden plagues to receive food. The first free meal was not much, and they could barely eat half full, but they looked at their satisfied expressions. Tang Chen couldn't accuse the man in blue for being harsh. Surprised him even more. With the different patterns on the wooden signs, more than 1,000 victims were quickly divided into 10 groups, and each group was guided by someone to tell them how to work. The job that day was to reclaim wasteland, which was not difficult for the vast majority of the victims who were farmers. What surprised Tang Chen was that under the command of a dozen people, more than 1,000 people could cultivate like ants. A whole piece of neatly connected land was created. After the lot of each person's responsibility was completed, they happened to be all connected together. Looking at it from the high ground, it was inexplicably shocked. After finishing the day's work, the victims can use the wooden plagues on their bodies to receive 3 copper plates for the day. Tang Chen calculated that the food these people bought was very cheap, but there would be a balance of 3 copper plates a day. This is what he most missed. The relief in his impression was that the government sent people to open porridge shops in the disaster area, which was completely different from what he saw before his eyes. It is necessary to provide food and pay wages. Doesn't this increase the cost of relief? Young man, after watching for a day, do you see anything? The man in blue patted Tang Chen on the shoulder and asked. He could see that Tang Chen should be a heroic spirit master. He still has a good impression of a boy with a sense of justice. I didn't understand, if you just serve porridge, wouldn't you be able to save that money? The man in the blue work clothes smiled and said, it is normal to not understand. When we were organized like this by the great sage for the first time, we didn't understand it. Later, after hearing more stories, we understood. In fact, this is to take money from the left hand to the right hand. We give these people money, and these people buy our food with the money in their hands. But I think the wages you pay are rich. Tang Chen puzzled. Then have you ever thought about who the future belongs to the land cultivated by these people, the crops they planted, the roads they repaired, and even the cities they built? The man in blue seemed to see himself at the beginning. So the tone is also a lot more kind. Tang Chen was taken aback, and then he thought of this question, you mean? Yes, their wealthy money can be used to buy crops, houses, and even the land in the city, and after calculation, we will not only spend a penny in the end, but also make a profit. This kind of relief not only has countless lives, but also prospered and governed, so why not do it? And the most important thing is... At this point, he was so touched that he was in a daze unconsciously. What is the most important thing? Tang Chen interrupted him with gratitude and asked. The most important thing is that this gives the victims dignity and allows them to eat the food in their hands and feel at ease, instead of being like a group of beggars. The great sage said that labor creates wealth. I agree with this. Tang Chen couldn't help but feel touched when he heard the words. It has been almost a year since he left the sect to practice. Young man, I guess you are a famous person, so you should be literate. If you really want to do something, go to the government affairs office over there and temporarily replace an official who manages 1,000 people. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is also better than this. Qian looks strong. The man in blue patted Tang Chen on the shoulder, and pointed him to the location of the government affairs hall. Tang Chen saw that the other party was about to leave, and hurriedly asked, Uncle, did the great sage teach you what you said? Yes, if I hadn't been recruited into the great sage's farm, I am afraid I will be no different from them now. Tang Chen was even more surprised when he heard the words. If these words were spoken from a sophisticated scholar, it would be normal, but if they were spoken clearly from a former farmer, it would be shocking. Especially the other party is accustomed to it, but he doesn't know that it is this accustomed performance that makes this thing more unusual. Tang Chen finally went to the government affairs office and personally led more than 1,000 people, plowing the fields and building roads, building cities and houses. The long working hours made his skin dark, his palms also had calluses that were different from those of a hammer, his neat short hair was draped over his shoulders, and his fairly glamorous clothes were replaced with blue work clothes. After 3 months, Tang Chen felt that everything was worth it when he looked at the strong city he had built with a stone and a basket of sand, the straight and wide roads outside the city, and the endless farmland by the roadside. After retiring from the temporary official position, he made up his mind that he must go to Heaven-Do City to meet the great sage who had created a miracle. That's right, in everyone's eyes, this is a miracle. After the disaster relief troops arrived, the disaster area was resettled. Not only few people starved to death, but there was no outbreak of plague. The most incredible thing is that 3 months later, the famine passed. The large area north of Jialing Pass turned out to be more prosperous than before the disaster. There is nothing more called a miracle. To be continued. Chapter 16, was approached by a partner of justice. Compared to Tang Chen's 3 months of wind and sun, Cheng Ying's leisurely life in Tiandu City during these 3 months is really a bit sorry for his reputation as a great sage. In addition to occasionally instructing Dugubo, I was talking nonsense with Bingdi. After spending a long time with Cheng Ying, Bingdi is no longer the ignorant little Lolita. When encountering some problems, he can also argue with Cheng Ying. Sentence. It's just that the Ice Emperor's body shape has been maintained at about 14 years old, which really makes Cheng Ying a little helpless. The reason why he has such a sloppy life these days is mainly because the technology has fallen into a bottleneck, and the technology of hydraulic machine tools is no longer alive. The hydraulic machine tool that can barely be used was made, but the problem is that the processing accuracy is not as high as that of the craftsman's hand polishing. In other words, it is impossible to rely on this machine to produce a machine of the same model but with higher accuracy. Generally speaking, this problem can only rely on a little technical accumulation, and Cheng Ying will let the artisans themselves toss, and the project at hand is left with the cultivation of hexaploid wheat. Cheng Ying only recently discovered that the wheat in Douluo continent is actually tetraploid. It's no wonder that he has used all the composting, but the output has not been able to increase. The experience summed up for thousands of years told him, hexaploid wheat is the most suitable for large-scale cultivation. It's just that this thing uses a greenhouse, and it takes a year to produce the first batch of seeds, which makes him idle for a while. On this day, Cheng Ying was introducing the game of billiards he had just made to Bingdi, and suddenly there was a loud call from outside the shop. Dare to ask if this is the residence of the great sage Cheng Ying? Hao Shenzong, Tang Chen comes to visit. Cheng Ying hit the white ball directly into the hole with one shot. Didn't you just say that a white ball can't enter the hole? Bingdi was still listening to Cheng Ying's explanation of the rules. Generally, the games that Cheng Ying made were very interesting. Don't worry about the white ball for now. Come downstairs with me, this one has a promising future. How could Cheng Ying not know that Tang Chen, the strongest sect master in the history of the Clear Sky School, became a when he was the strongest? Only one step away, although he is only a teenager now, his potential is absolutely limitless. Bingdi tilted his head, and said unhappily, Tang Chen? Is it amazing? How amazing can it be? Cheng Ying thought for a while and said, in a few decades, you may not be able to beat him. What a joke, humans want to beat me, at least level 99. The Bingdi refused to accept, but still followed, wanting to see this teenager who is said to be able to defeat him in the future. His words, I'm afraid he will reach level 99 in a few decades. Cheng Ying said, touching Bingdi's little head, but you don't need to be unbalanced. Even if he has cultivated to level 99, he will be the most. To live for hundreds of years is far worse than ours. After that, Cheng Ying had already taken the lead to go downstairs and opened the glass door to invite Tang Chen in. Dare to ask your excellency, does the great sage live here? Tang Chen asked Cheng Ying politely. Although I don't want to admit it, but the great sage you are looking for is probably me. Cheng Ying is also very speechless. The title of the great sage magician is simply a second-year-old middle-aged man like him. Ill ridicule, but Shuya did it too quickly, and when he wanted to change his title, the name of the great sage had already spread. Are you a great sage? The great sage in Tang Chen's imagination should be a kind old man with white beard and hair, or at least a calm middle-aged man. The boy in a white coat who looked not much older than him did not fit his imagination at all. You should call my name Cheng Ying. It's too much to call me like that, after all, I'm only in my 20s. Cheng Ying had just finished speaking, she was pinched by the Ice Emperor's little hand behind her, and her voice was heard in her ears, it's almost a million years old bones, I'm still pretending to be tender here. Slightly. Cheng Ying didn't refute either. Anyway, he didn't have the memory of heavenly dreams. He said that his 20s were not too much. He stretched out his hand to give Tang Chen a seat at the tea table, while he and Bingdi sat opposite. Tell me, the strongest genius of the Clear Sky School generation, what can I do? I'm not the strongest of this generation. Big brother and big sister are both great. Tang Chen scratched his face embarrassedly. In fact, he knew that in a real fight, those two weren't his opponents either. After sorting out his thoughts, Tang Chen said, you are a person of great wisdom. I am here this time. On the one hand, I thank you for your assistance to the disaster area. On the other hand, I want to ask you how to make the people of the world better. Abundance is like in your story about paradise. Cheng Ying was stunned when he was asked. He had no idea that this question was asked from a genius soul master. He couldn't help getting serious. After carefully examining Tang Chen's expression, he saw that his eyes were clear, without a trace. Miscellaneous, looking at the two completely different layers of calluses on his hand, one of which is obviously left over from the field work. I'm afraid this child is really mindful of the world, Cheng Ying thought to himself. Said on his lips, that kind of life can only be achieved by themselves, and the life obtained by others is only a gift from the other party and cannot last forever. Only the things obtained by themselves can truly belong to them. Even if you become a peerless power in the future, you can crush mountains and rivers with one foot, and roll the sea with one hammer. Under your persecution, the ruler is forced to lower taxes and let the people under the rule have a better life, but you never it may be immortal. After you die, the people you guard will only usher in more cruel revenge. Cheng Ying did not answer Tang Chen's question, but Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com denied the answer in Tang Chen's heart. He really wanted to be a peerless power to deter the monarch. But Cheng Ying's truth meant he had to acknowledgement is right. But I believe that you must have other ways to at least make the lives of people in the world better, such as a large piece of glass at the door. I don't believe that you with such a good name will spend a lot of money to create such a flashy luxury. You must have a cheap way to make colored glaze, but why don't you make it public? In this way, everyone can afford colored glaze, and the house can be brighter and warmer in winter. Cheng Ying smiled when he heard the words. Although Tang Chen's words were a bit naive, the character of such a righteous partner was not annoying. Before he could speak, Bingdi said in a contemptuous tone, "Do you think this will make ordinary people affordable? Don't be naive. Why not? As long as the cost of this kind of colored glaze is low enough, ordinary people will be able to afford it sooner or later." Tang Chen is not good at refuting the famous Cheng Ying, but it does not mean that he will not refute the Ice Emperor who has never heard of it. I don't believe it. Then I'll give you an example. The Bingdi was originally to see Tang Chen's talents. With her strength, she could tell at a glance that Tang Chen's roots and bones were simply good, unlike humans. It was as powerful as a soul beast, and maybe he could really cultivate to level 99. She was upset at once. Her talent is so good, it's not good to take advantage of her strength when she is still weak, but there will be no chance in the future. To be continued. Thank you SYH10086114 for rewarding 100 starting coins. Thank you Yellow Cube Sponge for the reward of 200 book coins. Thank you Tangman Drunk Fairy for the reward of 100 book coins. Chapter 17, How to Be My Disciple. In this way, suppose you are a profit-only businessman, and your purpose is to make money and reduce losses. Then I ask you, if the glass manufacturing method is disclosed, what will you do? The Bingdi's premise was very clear. Tang Chen replied without much thought, if I were a businessman, then I would mass-produce glass. He is also a smart person, and would not bring his own ideas into the deduction. Just play a profit-only businessman. Then do you think that there are more businessmen who are profit-seeking in the world, or are there more businessmen who have the world in mind? Naturally is the former. In this way, we have come to a conclusion that after the glass manufacturing process is made public, a large number of businessmen will start mass production of glass. You recognize this? For a year, Bingdi often played with Cheng Ying when he was bored. Similar deduction game, so the idea is very clear. Tang Chen nodded, there is nothing to refute, people can see the huge profits in it. Then, here comes the problem. With so many merchants producing glass, and the glass production process is not too complicated, a large amount of glass will inevitably flow into the market. What consequences do you think this will lead to? Since there are more people selling glass, the price will naturally be lowered due to competition, and glass will become cheaper. Isn't this what is beneficial to ordinary people? Tang Chen seized this opportunity and launched an offensive. Bingdi laughed secretly in her heart. Cheng Ying had told her a similar story a long time ago. Seeing Tang Chen step by step being lured into her trap without realizing it, Bingdi was inexplicably happy. Then do you think that the price of glass will be reduced to a level that ordinary people can afford? Naturally, since I produce a lot of glass, and other people also produce a lot of glass. I can only reduce the price if I want to sell it. Tang Chen has not experienced the economic crisis, so he didn't realize the problem. However, you have overlooked a problem. It costs a lot to bring glass to the market from your workshop, and glass is fragile, so the cost during transportation is bound to be extremely high. If you reduce the price to a level that ordinary people can afford to the extent that your transportation costs are likely to exceed the selling price. After Bingdi finished, he did not look at Tang Chen, but at Cheng Ying, with a look that I have learned to apply what I have learned, so I won't come to praise my expression. Cheng Ying rubbed Bingdi's little head to show encouragement. When faced with the problem, Xiaobing said, "What would you do?" Cheng Ying looked at Tang Chen with a smile, and asked Bingdi's next line. Sweat appeared on Tang Chen's forehead, and a voice from the bottom of his heart was telling him an unbelievable answer, but he didn't want to believe. I would choose to sell glass in my workshop at a low price. The family picks up the goods themselves to reduce losses, or... No, you won't. Bingdi vetoed. You are now a profit-only businessman, not a kind-hearted philanthropist. Tang Chen was stunned by the words, and the voice in his heart told him that if he were a profit-only businessman, he would do something that would collapse his worldview, and the reason was that sufficient. In order to stabilize the price of glass, so that you will not continue to lose money in the future, you will pick up the hammer in your hand and smash your inventory in front of everyone. Rather, they will become a ground of sand and gravel. Glass will not be sold to ordinary people at a low price. The Ice Emperor revealed the truth nakedly. Unconsciously, a drop of sweat dripped from Tang Chen's cheeks and landed on the glass coffee table, spattering colorful splashes. The light reflected by the sweat was like glass shards flying under a hammer, gorgeous but evil. Don't put so much pressure on other people's children. There are already few soul masters with this mind. Wouldn't it be good for you to scare away such a good seedling? Cheng Ying stretched out her index finger and nodded Bingdi's forehead. Watching, it seems that he is condemning the Bingdi for being too harsh, but in fact he is mentioning Tang Chen. This road is not unworkable. Tang Chen wiped the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. At any rate, he was from a top sect. Although his personality was a bit more straightforward and the impact of the collapse of the worldview was too great, he quickly adjusted. He stood up and bowed to Bingdi. Mr. Woman, please forgive Chen for his offense. Chen does not know that you have such talents, so I am here to apologize for you. I don't know if you will be lucky enough to know your name. It was definitely not Jingdian Weidai, but Bingdi was a little embarrassed to hear it. She just repeated the story that Cheng Ying told him. To tell the truth about the ink in her belly, there was not much. At this time, she was like a little girl who was praised, and she said with a little triumph. Forgive you. Actually, I learned from my brother. Just call me Cheng Bing. Because the two didn't look like a couple, they called themselves brothers and sisters in front of others. After receiving Bingdi's understanding, Tang Chen bowed to Cheng Ying again. I would like to ask Mr. Cheng for your advice. Chen Zi, you must already have a countermeasure, otherwise you will not be able to conclude such a conclusion. Please teach me. Cheng Ying looked at Tang Chen holding his fists and saluting. The more he looked at him, the more satisfied he became. Although impulsive at times, he had a brain. He was sensible, and his talent was violent, and he had such a sense of justice. Although the two candidates are from the sect, this does not mean that they can't be apprentices. In this way, if you worship me as a teacher, I will teach you this method of cracking, but I have to remind you in advance that after entering my school, I will not teach you the method of cultivation. After all, I am not good at fighting. This. Tang Chen suddenly hesitated when he heard this. Here, Douluo, apprenticeship is not a casual thing. Although there is no such thing as being a teacher for a lifetime, but at the same time, it is not a good idea to learn from two people at the same time. Reputation. Cheng Ying will not inherit the cultivation method, let alone the combat skills. He also said that he is not good at fighting, and it will be a lot of trouble to obtain the spirit ring in the future. He is not like Douluo, facing the possibility of not approving a teacher. The danger of being killed naturally adds a lot of thoughts. This is a major event related to his life, even if Cheng Ying's talents learn no matter how good they are, in this world where he still looks at his fists, he can't become a powerful force. Cheng Ying saw him hesitate, and knew that if he didn't show him something real, he might have a hard time making up his mind, so he greeted the laboratory next door occupied by Douluo. "Bo, I found you an opponent for the teacher. Let you confirm your research results." Turning his head to look at Tang Chen and said, "Douluo is my first apprentice. He has learned part of my knowledge and developed a set of tactics that suits his abilities. You can have a one-on-one soul fight with him, and then make another choice." To be continued. Thank you SYH10086114 for rewarding 100 starting coins. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 500 starting coins. By the way, this is just an old reader, right? Chapter 18, Douluo vs Tang Chen. Your disciple. Tang Chen was surprised. He didn't expect that Cheng Ying would already have a disciple at a young age. Yes, compared to talent, it is indeed a little worse than you, but he is a very thoughtful child. In biology and chemistry, he should be able to go farther than me. Cheng Ying said, Douluo has already inherited it. Ying Tong had to walk out of the laboratory in a white coat. Took off the fish swim bladder rubber gloves that were contaminated with blood and threw them in the trash can. Some dissatisfaction said, "Teacher, you interrupted my experiment again." "Ahem, my teacher will give you one more week of experimental equipment headquarter. Go and have a one-on-one soul fight with Tang Chen, it doesn't matter if you lose, just show your own strength." "I won't lose." Although some complained that Cheng Ying interrupted his experiment, he didn't want to shame the master. In his opinion, the teacher had passed on such precious knowledge to him. If he still loses to the guy who I haven't seen, isn't it that I'm sorry for the teacher's teaching? This is not so good. We are one ring away. Tang Chen also noticed Douluo's cultivation. "It's okay, you should have just made a breakthrough. Douluo is already at level 40, and the difference in soul power is not big." Cheng Ying is telling the truth. Although Douluo did not practice for a long time this year, he had eaten before 2 kinds of fairy grass. Although the snake venom was completely wiped out, the rapid improvement in his cultivation base actually made up for the slight gap between his talent and the top group of people. Tang Chen looked at Douluo, whose expression was calm, but his eyes were burning with war intent. He nodded helplessly. The one with the lower cultivation base didn't mind, and he had nothing to say. The location of the fighting spirit is naturally not Cheng Ying's shop, but the suburbs outside Tiandu City. Douluo is okay. Wuhan's destructive power is not great, but Tang Chen's clear sky hammer is completely a master of demolition. After a set of hammering methods are used, the second-story building of Cheng Ying's house will have to be completely rebuilt. I won't call the referee until I clicked. You two should know the victory or defeat. Cheng Ying said from her mouth, but she secretly poked the Bingdi, and signaled her to take action when the victory was determined. Save people, he didn't want these 2 people to be hurt because of the fighting. Bingdi nodded and expressed a small meaning, 2 40-level little guys, she can hold them like a mouse with one finger. The 2 were 15 meters apart, and at the same time they were ready to fight. Cheng Ying held up with one hand and shouted as he fell, "Start!" In an instant, the 2 of them released their martial spirits. Tang Chen's back was 2 yellow, 2 purple, and 4 spirit rings. The clear sky hammer in his hand weighed at least several hundred jin, but he easily lifted it with one hand. On the other hand, after the toxins in the martial arts were cleared, Douluo released the martial arts from green hair and green pupils to white hair and red pupils. With a pale complexion, the whole person gave people a strange beauty, Wei Wei the tiger teeth that showed his lips added a touch of evil charm. It was only his first attack, but it was not his spirit ability. Instead, he drew 2 test tubes from his waist and threw them towards Tang Chen. The battle scene looked like a BNK in a certain pesticide. Tang Chen didn't know what the other party threw out, so he had to use the clear sky hammer to hardwire it. There was no doubt that the test tube was broken, and highly compressed chlorine and carbon monoxide instantly flooded Tang Chen's surroundings. He just breathed in a little bit, and he felt his brain. There was a dizziness. It was the combination of carbon monoxide and hemoglobin, which made him feel that the blood supply to the brain was insufficient. The pungent odor made his nose and eyes tingle. It was the hydrochloric acid and hypochlorous acid produced by dissolving chlorine in water, corroding the mucous membrane of his respiratory tract. The speed of this poison was not known to be many times faster than the poison of an ordinary spirit master, and the spirit power could not suppress this dizziness at all, so that he had to hold his breath quickly. Cheng Ying saw this scene and hurriedly took out the oxygen tank from the storage space to prepare for rescue. Inhaled less chlorine. With the powerful self-healing ability of the Soul Master, he would probably not die, but carbon monoxide poisoning would be alive if the rescue was not done in time. Suffocated. Fortunately, Tang Chen reacted quickly enough. He held his breath for the first time, and did not inhale too much poison gas. When he saw another test tube in Douluo's hand, he couldn't help being careful and didn't dare to touch it. Only this time, he took the initiative to crush the test tube, and the green mist filled his surroundings, making Tang Chen rushing forward stiff, but he still rushed in. At this time, hesitation will only spread the toxins farther. Hey! Douluo is serious. Even the soul power transformation type 1 bacteria have been used. This thing is still in the clinical trial stage. Cheng Ying frowned. It is said that Douluo himself is also in the envelope of poisonous gas. Isn't he worried about being poisoned? Bingdi puzzled. There is something called a vaccine. The human body is like a holy warrior. It will never be defeated by the same tricks. How could Douluo not inject the vaccine first for the bacteria he studied? His immune cells have already remembered this bacteria. So I won't get caught. Cheng Ying didn't understand Bingdi's explanation at all, but he nodded stupidly, pretending to understand. Tang Chen, who rushed into the mist on the other side, still kept his breath, but the bacteria transformed by Douluo's soul power had stronger attack power and more cunning. Even if Tang Chen held his breath, he quickly invaded his nasal mucosa and even his eyes. His body. Bacteria that have sacrificed their concealment and viability will soon be killed by immune cells, but their speed of reproduction and destruction has also increased to an incredible level. Only within a few seconds of entering the fog, Tang Chen felt the fever of the body and the weakness of the muscles. It was a signal of the exchange of fire between immune cells and bacteria. It was not bacteria and viruses that really made the patient weak. It is the destruction of the battlefield of the human body when the two are eliminated. Douluo's bacteria have nothing to hide from themselves, so as soon as the blood spreads, they can interact with immune cells. Tang Chen finally looked at the opponent in front of him. Although the opponent used foreign objects, he could not be affected by himself, which already explained the problem. The rising body temperature and increasing weakness told Tang Chen that he must fight quickly. He is still holding his breath. If he breathes, I'm afraid the situation will get worse. Without hesitation, he slammed the hammer, the fourth spirit ring flickered, and a black halo shook Douluo, making him unable to evade. Facing Douluo, who was not good at defense, he was confident that even if he was weak, he had clear sky hammer is so overbearing with its ability to determine the outcome. The match between the two was only a moment, and the winner was about to be determined. Tang Chen's close Douluo, who was attacked by Tang Chen, looked powerless, but a stubbornness flashed in his eyes. Such an overbearing opponent like Tang Chen can often decide the victory or defeat with one hammer in the face of the same level, but Douluo is unwilling to admit defeat. He wants to prove that what the teacher teaches him is by no means weaker than others. I saw him push the hammer with both hands to face the clear sky. It's not good, it's angular momentum boxing. Ice Emperor, ready to save people. Cheng Ying knew that something was going to happen when she saw this scene. To be continued. Thank you Zhang Wen Heart Demon for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you SYH10086111 for the reward of 200 starting coins. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Yuan for the reward of 300 starting coins. Chapter 19, Angular Momentum Boxing. Guess what this thing has become? The so-called angular momentum boxing is actually just a joke made by Cheng Ying. When he first taught Douluo about advanced physics, he obviously couldn't understand it. Cheng Ying used martial arts to make an analogy. For example, if someone punched you, you made a circle with his strength to dissolve his strength. The law of angular momentum is applied here, and then Cheng Ying will follow the way of Taejiquan in the previous life and give it to Douluo. Bo talked about it, and shamelessly named this boxing method angular momentum boxing. Was just a joke at the beginning, but he didn't want Douluo to take it seriously, and he also figured out a set of similar boxing techniques. In this collision, regardless of whether Douluo's boxing technique was effective, he would definitely be seriously injured. And he can concede defeat decently if he has reached the current level. Even if he concedes defeat now, Tang Chen will be convinced of his ability, but it is obvious that Douluo just wants to fight for this. At the same time Cheng Ying and Ice Emperor rushed out, Douluo's palm also touched the clear sky hammer, and the terrifying force made his arm bones creaked overwhelmingly. But he still endured the severe pain. One foot was drawn on the ground like a compass, driving himself to spin like a top, while staggering the front of the clear sky hammer. The next palm of the high-speed spiral slapped Tang Chen. Chest. The strength that he had just received from the clear sky hammer was all returned to Tang Chen's chest. No one knew the power of Tang Chen's blow better than himself. The heavy blow from his chest made him unable to hold the hammer, and the whole person flew backwards, rubbing a gully on the ground. Douluo is not much better. The force is mutual. Under the reaction force, he also flew out. Fortunately, he was caught by the shadow in time. Even so, his condition was very poor, his arm was broken, and his mouth was broken. Rhinorrhea. Teacher, I won. Douluo Qiang supported him, and he couldn't hold it anymore and passed out in a coma. Cheng Ying looked at Tang Chen, who was still alive while being lifted by the Ice Emperor on the other side of the neck. After thinking about it, she still didn't plan to tell Douluo the real result of the battle. But at this moment, Tang Chen, who was carried by the Bing Emperor, looked at Douluo and said with respect, I lost. When Sister Cheng Bing caught me just now, it dispelled the poisonous gas around me. Otherwise, I just fell. Within the scope of the poisonous gas, he will definitely lose. He was the first person of his age to defeat me. Cheng Ying heard the words and couldn't help but glanced at Douluo. In order to win, he was calculated to this point. If he wants to come to the original book, he must be very unwilling to be the crane tail entitled Douluo. Cheng Ying is still thinking, but Tang Chen has already broken free of the Ice Emperor's hand, and bowed in front of Cheng Ying to apprehend the teacher. Master, please be respected by the disciple. Master, please teach my brother the last trick. After receiving Tang Chen's apprenticeship, Cheng Ying helped him up and said, what Douluo just used was not the self-created soul skills I taught him, but he understood from the physics I taught him. And if you are willing to learn, you can start from this physics as a teacher. Tang Chen looked at Douluo, who was carried on a stretcher by medical staff in white coats, nodded and said, Master, please teach me. By the way, although Cheng Ying doesn't know much about medicine, he still has some common medical knowledge. After hiring some local doctors and training them in a unified way, the hospital opened in Tiandu City has become more stylish. When he got up, most of the people who came to seek medical treatment were wounded by fighting spirits or hunting spirit beasts, and dealing with such not serious fractures as Douluo can be said to be very familiar. In the case of not knowing the formula of Ma Fei San, the anesthetic provided by Cheng Ying to the hospital can only be the ether obtained from the laboratory method, which is definitely not available to ordinary spirit masters, but it is a different matter for your own apprentice. After sending Douluo to the hospital, Cheng Ying also began to take out paper and pen to explain physics to Tang Chen. First of all, you have to distinguish a problem, that is, whether the motion of an object needs force to maintain. Cheng Ying started from the academic pit left by Aristotle, and the first conclusion reached is that the motion of an object is not the need to maintain strength is quite counterintuitive, but Tang Chen couldn't refute it. The difference between mass and weight, the difference between speed and acceleration, the difference between iron of different masses falling from the same height, which one takes a short time. The explanation accompanied the experiment, and Tang Chen was stunned for a while, but the more he brought into this set of theories, the more he felt reasonable, thinking that what people took for granted for thousands of years or even tens of thousands of years turned out to be wrong. Can't help but marvel at the knowledge of his teacher again. Cheng Ying talked all afternoon, and the talk was dry, but it only made Tang Chen barely understand the meaning of quality. Even so, Tang Chen still had an expression of unfulfilled expression on his face. Teacher, what you have taught me is the unchangeable truth in the world. But what you have told me is to change this era and achieve the kind of farmer who has his own land, the owner of his house, the old and the support, and the young. What's the connection with the paradise of teaching? Cheng Ying smiled and said, these are the cornerstones of the new era. Before the teacher allows you, please don't tell others what you have seen and heard today. With that, Cheng Ying pulled Tang Chen into the backyard. Every afternoon, the Ice Emperor would take a moment to play shooting games at the shooting range. As soon as Tang Chen was pulled over by him, he saw the Ice Emperor with short sleeves and short shorts. Holding two silver metal objects he didn't recognize in both hands, whirling in the yard in a volley. Immediately he heard bang 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 12 consecutive noises, which were similar to the firecrackers that had been sent out from Tiandu City recently. At the same time, in the backyard, the 12 targets surrounding the Ice Emperor were pierced one after another, and each target was a hole in the 10th ring. Immediately, the Ice Emperor landed, and the two revolvers in his hand spun around handsomely, and put them into the holster around his waist. How about? How about? Was this a round shooting trick I was so handsome just now? Just as he inserted the pistol into the holster, the Ice Emperor changed from a handsome western cowgirl back to the form of that little loli. Well, that's so handsome, if you don't light up all the bullets I practice shooting, it will be even more handsome. Said Cheng Ying picked up the Ice Emperor and placed her on the windowsill. Bingdi's two little feet were innocent and he was staring at Cheng Ying with watery eyes, as if saying, is bullets or my happiness important? Cheng Ying shook her head helplessly, took out a revolver around her waist, and showed it to Tang Chen. I told you before that 2 points are a straight line, so when aiming, you must let the target and the front sight 3. Click a line. Said that Cheng Ying used a fairly standard two-handed gun movement to aim at a distant target, and then pulled the trigger. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 20, use your hammer to smash the shackles of this era. Boom. With a dull gunshot, the bullet drew a straight trajectory and hit the bullseye 20 meters away. Cheng Ying handed the revolver to Tang Chen, and helped him pose for shooting, letting him personally feel the power of the firearm. In fact, Cheng Ying's revolver was polished by hand at the urging of the Ice Emperor. Compared with weapons, this thing is more like a handicraft. The value of each bullet is close to a golden soul coin, which is said to be a luxury. It's not an exaggeration. It means that Cheng Ying is rich enough to support the Ice Emperor to waste bullets every day, but even so, if this thing is sold publicly, it will attract auxiliary spirit masters. Boom! Cheng Ying looked up, Tang Chen missed the target unexpectedly, and the bullet left a gap on the edge of the circular target. For novices, this was already a good result. Even so, after experiencing the feeling of shooting personally, Tang Chen was still in shock, and then aimed and shot again. 6 rings. 8 rings. 8 rings. 10 rings. After knocking out the remaining 5 bullets, Tang Chen looked at the little thing in his hand, and the expression in his eyes changed completely. It's not just how powerful this thing is. Facing an ordinary person with a gun, he has the confidence to block all the bullets of the opponent under precaution, but who is he? He was Tang Chen, a genius who was rare in the Haoshan school in a century, and 90% of the soul masters on the mainland were below him. And few of these 90% spirit masters can stop a sneak attack by an ordinary person holding a pistol. The most frightening thing is that this thing is too easy to master. It only needs the simplest training to master it basically. If this kind of weapon flows out on a large scale, the gap between ordinary people and spirit masters will be sharply narrowed. A person will die if they are killed. If the bullet hits here, the brain will burst out. The red and white ones are not different from ordinary people. All I want can only be defended with blood and life. The next era will be the era of iron and blood, where all beings are equal under the gun. No class can be on the stage of history without bloodshed. I just gave them the opportunity to shed blood for the future. Cheng Ying took out a bullet, and her tone was unconscious. But Tang Chen didn't think of secondary too, but felt passionate. There are always a few traitors in a class. They are often called traitors or heroes, but they are actually just like Tang Chen's hot-blooded youth. Everything you learn will make the cold steel glow with the power of flames, so come on. One day, your hammer will break the shackles of this era. Cheng Ying refilled the pistol with bullets and handed it over. Tang Chen's hands. This is the first gift the teacher gave you. He is not helpful to your strength. The teacher just hopes that you will not forget the great vision you made today and never point your gun at the person you vowed to save. Tang Chen took the pistol solemnly. The disciple will definitely not forget today's vow. I will use my clear sky hammer to smash the shackles of this era. Yet. Very good, you should go back to do your homework after secondary too. You have just started, so let's take Douluo's enlightenment exercise book to do it. Tonight, finish the first 30 pages. Suddenly he felt a little ashamed. Although no one on Douluo continent would complain about him, he still felt ashamed, so he left Tang Chen with 3 times the homework in revenge. Tang Chen, who still didn't know what he was facing, was still in a state of enthusiasm. Without saying anything, he promised to complete the task. Cheng Ying can only say that he is too naive and hasn't realized the horror of homework. Even if it is Douluo, it has been a whole year, and then he has his own laboratory. It is said that Douluo's first gift is actually it was the microscope, but at first it was often forcibly borrowed by Cheng Ying. Now has a higher magnification microscope, but Cheng Ying noticed that he still wipes the crude wooden microscope every day, and it is still well maintained so far. Thinking of this, Cheng Ying was wondering whether to go to the hospital to pick up Douluo, but after thinking about it, he gave up. The researcher should let him lie down in the hospital for a few days. Otherwise, I will sneak into the laboratory after receiving it. Since Cheng Ying spotted the technology of trinitrotoluene, which is commonly known as TNT, the laboratory has become extremely dangerous. Douluo is very interested in various new explosives, second only to living body modification. If it is not for Cheng Ying blood the strip is thick enough, I am afraid it will be blown to death by the explosion in the laboratory downstairs when sleeping in the middle of the night. I said, your performance just now is what you used to say in secondary too. Sitting on the windowsill, the Bingdi suddenly jumped on Cheng Ying's back, and he was startled. That's right. I don't know if Tang Chen's mind will change in the future. Watching his companions who are also soul masters fall from the altar, facing the accusations and abuses from relatives, friends, and colleagues, I am afraid it will not be good. Then you still teach him this? Didn't it make it difficult for him to do it? Bingdi's pair of cold lotus arms wrapped around Cheng Ying's neck, and his small face was directly rubbed against his face. The road is my own choice. I will only teach him everything he wants to learn. As for where he can go in the future, it depends on his own. Cheng Ying took the Ice Emperor from his back. You don't want to pretend to be unpredictable. I think you are just looking at his talent. When you have a bunch of titled Douluo level disciples, you can stop me. The Bingdi pouted. The jealousy is inexplicable. Don't be jealous. I think Tang Chen's talent is correct, but it is also for us to live peacefully. You know it yourself. If you use the power above the soul sage, you will most likely be recognized. At that time, we will only have to escape to the far north or fight the world alone. So I actually try to increase our strength as much as possible to reduce your exposure risk. Cheng Ying stroked Bingdi's hair. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com smiled. But you are getting better and better. You were stupid at the beginning, and you don't even know how to become a human. You need me to fly around with you. If you encounter troubles, you need me to help you settle, even if you are afraid of being caught by me. Eat it, and yell my name loudly when being chased by a soul master. But now you are a great sage. Your name is circulated throughout the empire. The best prince is your guest. The most talented young people will respectfully call you master, who once made you shout for help. The guy, now I only dare to beg for mercy in front of you, but I'm more and more useless, who only fights. Speaking of the Ice Emperor squatting down on the spot, holding his knees, his tone was a little lost and a bit wronged. The more humans he touched, the closer the Ice Emperor's way of thinking would be to humans. Today, she can no longer be passed away by a hot pot. Little Lori is gone, she wants to feel needed. Cheng Ying squatted down when he heard the words, and put his forehead against Bingdi's forehead and said, I have all those, but no one can walk with me all the time except you. For me, you are unique. Bingdi felt better when he heard the words, and then heard Cheng Ying continue to say, so, can you transform into a form that is not so young? Now it is a torment to be able to see or not eat like this. Big villain. Big pervert. After Cheng Ying was so messed up, Bingdi suddenly forgot the entanglement just now, and chased Cheng Ying and started fighting. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Yuan Yuda for the reward of 500 starting coins. Thank you Book Friends 201907232156083222 200 starting coins for rewards. Thank you White B_Y Knight for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 21. It turns out that this is how the chaotic cloak hammer method comes from. Cheng Ying's days are always calm and full of surprises, especially after having 2 disciples, the surprises are even more numerous. Douluo's injury recovered quickly and healed in less than a week, and he was on the same level with Tang Chen as soon as he came back. He knew very well that his talent was not as good as Tang Chen, so he wanted to suppress Tang in his studies. Morning. This also made Tang Chen miserable. Compared to Douluo, who was born with a talent for scientific research, Tang Chen's talent was obviously not good. Makes his head big. The lazy teacher often gave him the task of teaching him to Douluo. This is also the most troublesome for him. Perhaps it is really fair to be innocent. Tang Chen has a great talent for cultivation, but he does not have the brains of a master. And Douluo often asks him according to his own standards, which makes him feel very rewarding every day, but he is also dizzy by the duck-filling education. Even so, Tang Chen's martial arts talent is still far superior to Douluo, and even after spending a whole day in Douluo teaching him how to calculate the momentum when a linearly moving object collides with a circularly moving object, he suddenly realized it on the spot. Sitting cross-legged as if he was enlightened, Douluo had to call the teacher. Although he was very upset that Tang Chen had left the teacher's concern for him, he would not abandon his business for private purposes. Cheng Ying heard that Tang Chen was taking classes well, and suddenly began to practice. It was also a little strange. When he arrived in the small classroom, Tang Chen had already revealed a spiral of spirit power all over his body. Seeing this scene, Cheng Ying did not dare to act rashly. The Soul Master's epiphany was a rare opportunity, but he told Douluo not to disturb him. If he did not wake up within 3 days, he would prepare for infusion, and Cheng Ying would prepare glucose and other human necessities. Nutrient solution. And Tang Chen's epiphany lasted for a month. When he woke up again, there were already a row of transparent infusion bottles beside him. Under normal circumstances, a soul master consumes a lot of energy for enlightenment, but there is no way to replenish it by himself. After enlightenment for up to 1 week at a time, the effect is not good, and it will also lead to physical weakness, muscle atrophy, and even a month of training to relieve it. That is to say, Cheng Ying already has mature infusion technology. The metal needle can't be made so thin. You can use a goose feather tube and cooperate with the glucose solution specially prepared by Cheng Ying. This made Tang Chen's epiphany for a whole month, and it can be finished. Full of air. Just woke up, he saw that Cheng Ying came in with a bottle of foamy yellow liquid to replace him with the nutrient solution. Teacher. You're awake. Then I won't give you this one. As she said, Cheng Ying flicked open the rubber stopper and poured the nutrient solution down. The main ingredient is glucose, which actually tastes good. How long have I been sitting here? Tang Chen looked at the large number of empty bottles on the ground and couldn't help asking. About a month, right? I also forgot that it was 30 days ago. I went to the kitchen to cook the porridge for you. I haven't eaten for too long. It's not suitable for eating. It's too oily, so you just watch our big fish and meat. Cheng Ying left the small classroom as he said. Tang Chen stood up and moved his body, and said to himself a little strangely, is it really that long? Why doesn't the body feel stiff? That's because the teacher will help you massage your muscles every day this month, otherwise you just wait to lie in bed for another month. Tang Chen looked up and saw Douluo standing at the door with a cold face. Hello brother. Tang Chen scratched his head. He didn't expect that the cold-faced brother would come to see him just after he woke up. Let's see if you are dead. Douluo turned away expressionlessly. Tang Chen was a little puzzled. Just when he wanted to see his mother, Bingdi probed out from the door. To be honest, the first time he knew that Bingdi was his mother, Tang Chen was incredibly embarrassed. He had been in charge until then. Bingdi called Sister Bing. Tisk. Xiao Chen, leave him alone. He is a deadly arrogant man. In fact, he watches your infusion every day. When he sees the glucose in the infusion bottle, he will hurriedly call your teacher to change the medicine for you. Your blood poured back into the infusion line. Oh. By the way, let me tell you the good news, Xiao Ying will have braised pork tonight. Forget you can only drink porridge, ha ha ha. Tang Chen looked at the Ice Emperor running away from the door, somewhat speechless. The personality of the master and the master are really similar. In fact, he wanted to say it was just as bad, but out of the mentality of respecting the teacher and respecting the Tao, he resisted. At the dinner table that night, Tang Chen looked at the overcooked pork froth in his porridge, and couldn't help thinking. Teacher, always such a gentle person. Say you had an epiphany for a month after you had an epiphany, and you didn't see how your spirit power grows. It won't be a white epiphany. The Bingdi kept staring at Tang Chen while eating. Most people had an epiphany for a few days, and the spirit power would be good. With a sudden increase, Tang Chen had a complete understanding for a month, but his soul power hadn't increased at all. Which was simply unreasonable. This. Tang Chen scratched his head and felt that he was a bit disappointed by the teacher's intentions. It is true that there is no growth, but I have fully understood the set of angular momentum boxing that the teacher said. If I use it, it should be called horn. Momentum hammer method. Cheng Ying, who had been eating quietly, took a sip of orange juice and sprayed Tang Chen's face. "Teacher, what's wrong with you?" Tang Chen was at a loss and wiped the orange juice on his face with a towel. "The hammer technique you have come to understand will not be that one hammer is stronger than one hammer. Each hammer will inherit the strength of the previous hammer, and you can cultivate up to 81 hammers." Cheng Ying asked, a little uncertain. "Teacher, you actually know that the teacher would have used this hammering technique a long time ago." Tang Chen couldn't help but feel a little lost. After all, in his deduction, this trick is absolutely qualified to compete for the mainland's first self-created spirit ability. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com. No, I just guessed. The teacher is not very good at fighting. Have we tried it? I can't beat you. Cheng Ying quickly concealed, and this is the hammering method you have understood, or your own, give it a name. Angular momentum hammer or something, it's too messy. Cheng Ying just thought about it. Tang San used the angular momentum hammer method to fight Jian Rongxiu, and he felt that he couldn't bear to look directly at it. If this was the dance of chaotic cloak, wouldn't it be called the dance of angular momentum? Is this plausible? Can I name it myself? Tang Chen asked in disbelief. Naming a self-created spirit ability is a very glorious thing. Before he thought, his skills were created by the teacher. The right to name it should belong to the teacher. Of course, you don't know the ability of naming a teacher. This must be a trick that has been passed down through the ages. It is a shame to call it a name for a teacher. Tang Chen thought about the name his teacher gave to other people's children. Luffy, Naruto, Ichigo, and other weird things are indeed a bit worrying, so I thought about it and said, my hammer technique is frantic and swift as the wind, so why not call it chaotic cloak hammer technique? To be continued. Thank you White_B_Y Knight for rewarding 2000 starting coins. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you SYH10086111 for the reward of 200 starting coins. Thank you for the 400 starting coins for rewards. Thank you Book Friends 20170201233029436 starting points for rewards. Thank you Fi for rewarding 300 starting coins. Grateful. Chapter 22, Chaos Cloak Hammer Method Beyond the Original. Cheng Ying never expected that the chaotic cloak hammer method came from this way. It is said that in the original work, Tang Chen did not learn physics. How did he comprehend the chaotic cloak hammer method? Cheng Ying speculated that Tang Chen should have had this idea a long time ago, and what he taught him only detonated his inspiration and made him enter a state of epiphany. Cheng Ying actually wanted to see what kind of power Tang Chen had realized this time with the chaotic cloak hammering technique, only because Tang Chen had just completed his epiphany and his body was still a little weak, so he gave up. A week later, healed Tang Chen, holding the clear sky hammer, stood in the backyard of Cheng Ying's house, facing Bingdi. Mother, be careful. As Tang Chen waved the clear sky hammer, he drew a perfect arc and hit the Ice Emperor. For this kind of attack, the Bingdi just raised his hand, the body like a little loli. The burst of power is not proportional to the volume. The first hammer hit the Ice Emperor's little hand, but he couldn't shake it at all, and even the ground under the Ice Emperor's feet was intact. Tang Chen also knew that his master's strength was so strong that there was no pressure to crush title Douluo with one hand, so there was no intention to keep her hands, and the rebounding hammer was accelerated by him in the opposite direction. Hit the Ice Emperor's palm again, still unable to shake the slightest, but the Ice Emperor obviously felt that the power of this hammer was much greater than the previous one. The third hammer followed, the fourth hammer. The more he continued, the more shocked Tang Chen was at the strength of the Ice Emperor. The attack that was heavier than the hammer could not make the Ice Emperor move half a step, and the ground was only blew out a little dust by the strong wind brought by the hammer. There is no meaning of sagging. Interesting, it's really getting stronger and stronger. The Bingdi finally got a little interested when she received the 36th hammer, because she could no longer guarantee that when she caught the hammer, the palm of her hand would not shake. For a four-ringed spirit master, it was almost unthinkable. And Cheng Ying, who was watching from the side, also gradually saw some doorways. In the original work, the chaotic cloak hammer method did not have a corresponding body method. It was not until Tang San was fighting Qian Rongxiu that he combined with the ghost fans. The dance of chaotic cloak. But at this time, Tang Chen's chaotic cloak hammering method obviously had a matching body method. Cheng Ying noticed that every time, Tang Chen's clear sky hammer actually drew not a standard circle, but an eccentricity. Circle: when approaching the Ice Emperor, the radius of the circle will suddenly shrink, because this can make the hammer speed faster. From the 36th hammer, Tang Chen's steps became more obvious, because every time he attacked, his hammer would draw a larger circle. By the 36th hammer, the circle was no longer solely dependent on it. The arm can be drawn, and the movement of the foot must be coordinated. Cheng Ying mental arithmetic knows that this is to increase the radius of the circular motion, reduce the centripetal force provided by the arm, to achieve the goal of making the hammer faster. He speculated that Tang Chen in the original work probably knew it but didn't know why. He just wanted to borrow the power of a hammer without considering why he could borrow it, so he didn't expect to develop a matching body technique. And now Tang Chen not only knows how it is, but also knows why, plus it is impossible for him to have such a long and suitable time to enlighten in the original work, which eventually led to the chaotic cloak hammering method he has now comprehended. It is more perfect than in the original book. 48th hammer, some cracks appeared on the ground under the feet of Ice Emperor, and her palm was obviously beaten backwards to recover a little bit before she completely removed her power. Tang Chen holding the clear sky hammer, holding the hammer at a speed that is difficult to see with the naked eye, ran an arc in the yard. At this time, the radius of the arc had exceeded 3 meters at the maximum. The 64th hammer, Tang Chen at this time, the hammer had already made a harsh crackling sound, and the Ice Emperor took a step back. Cheng Ying, who watched this scene, was almost blind. The harsh crackling sound was clearly a phenomenon where the speed of the hammer was approaching the speed of sound. With Tang Chen's hammer-to-hammer style of play, it was safe to break the sound barrier. The 72nd hammer, the movement of Tang Chen's feet was already obvious at this time. And the maximum radius the hammer traversed was also close to 5 meters. Almost the moment the hammer approached the Ice Emperor's palm, a ring of white mist erupted from the hammer's head. It was the sound burst created when the sound barrier was broken. The Ice Emperor was already serious at this time, with his feet separated and striding forward. Movement: one hand has also become 2 hands. Even so, the Ice Emperor's feet sank slightly into the ground, which blocked the hammer. With each of the next 8 hammers, the Ice Emperor took a step back. At the last 81st hammer, there was a dark dragon coiling on the clear sky hammer. Tang Chen also changed his previous swing of the hammer. Posture: smashed from top to bottom. The dragon with its teeth and claws fell from the sky, and even the sky of Heaven Do City was eclipsed by the dragon's flight. With the smashing of the clear sky hammer, the Bing Emperor's expression also became solemn. This time she actually retracted her hands, and a phantom of her real appearance appeared behind her. The Bing Bai Emperor's emerald green tail hook pointed to the clear sky hammer, Kui. The green icicles condensed from the ground and turned into a thick ice spear to face the hammer head. The shock wave caused by the impact spread out in a circular ring, and directly lifted the tiles of the Ying-Ying attic by a layer. The black dragon opened its mouth full of fangs and swallowed the ice spear. The ice spear, which is harder than steel, started from the tip. Broken into powder. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. The ice chips shot all around, and it was almost impossible to delay the clear sky hammer, until the clear sky hammer hit a hemispherical ice surface thick with a thumb that covered the Ice Emperor, and it stopped completely. The hemispherical ice surface was not broken, but Cheng Ying's backyard seemed to have been bombarded by meteorites. The whole was turned into ruins. Even the two houses off the street had deep cracks on the walls. The backyard of the shadow is directly transformed into a crater. The center of the large crater with a diameter of nearly 30 meters and a depth of 5 meters is the Ice Emperor intact, and Tang Chen sitting on the ground, tired. Cheng Ying looked at the two-story small building that was torn apart and wanted to scold his mother. Before the test, he was only evaluating Tang Chen with the power of the original chaotic cloak hammer method. In the original work, at the 35th level of the Tang dynasty, the 81st hammer of the chaotic cloak thumping method was nothing more than to make the waterfall flow backwards, which is like this, like a space-based weapon from the front of team. Fortunately, Cheng Ying is still cautious on weekdays. Important research materials and experimental equipment are placed in several antique storage soul guides, and they will not be buried due to the collapse of the small shop. Compared with the original chaotic cloak hammer technique, the fear in front of me is the real mainland's first self-created spirit ability. To be continued. Thank you. Flying time is like the flowing water of childhood for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you for the 100 starting coins for rewards. Thank you book friends 150424235641362 100 starting coins for rewards. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Golden for the reward of 100 book coins. Many thanks. Chapter 23, Be a Teacher. Compared to Cheng Ying, Bingdi was actually even more shocked. She experienced Tang Chen's last hammer personally. She was certain that if she took the last blow with her hand, she would definitely be injured. Although the Ice Emperor is not a spirit beast who is good at strength, her physique is by no means inferior to that of a titled Douluo of the assault system, but Tang Chen forced her to use her true ability, Bing, to resist it. The 81st hammer. If it were an ordinary titled Douluo, he was so stupid as to honestly make Tang Chen complete the first 80 times of charging, then he would kneel down in the face of the last hammer. Although under normal circumstances, it is almost impossible to use the 81 hammer, and even the 36 hammer must be taken carelessly by the opponent, but the conditions are created. If Tang Chen has a reliable friend, or he himself in the military formation, the destructive power is absolutely devastating. Mother, what is this? Why is it so hard? Tang Chen's entire arm is now made of wood, and the last ice spear is just to protect him and reduce his attack speed slightly, otherwise he will directly hammer at the end of the Ice Emperor. On that layer of defense, Tang Chen's arm would be broken. Nothing is just ordinary ice. The Ice Emperor said freely. With her body, she really couldn't stop the last hammer, but if ice was used, it would be easy. How can ordinary ice be so hard? Tang Chen puzzled. Because I ordered them not to split, then they dare not split. Although Bingdi's words were plain, Tang Chen felt the incomparable domineering. Each hammer you just made is nearly 10% stronger than the previous one, and the last one is more than twice as strong. It is indeed a terrifying self-created spirit ability. The Ice Emperor commented. It turns out that every hammer is only 10% stronger than that? I thought it would be much stronger. Tang Chen felt that 10% was a bit low. Are you a stupid? Add 10% to each hammer, and the 9th hammer is more than twice as much as the first hammer. Even if you double, you have a total of 99 hammers, which is an increase of more than 500. The last hammer is directly twice as strong, that is 1,000 times that of the first hammer. 1,000 times is not enough for you. Bingdi poked Tang Chen in the forehead with a look of contempt, and she was finally qualified to despise others' mathematical ability one day. After listening to the description of Ice Emperor, he compared this big pit with his own full blow. Tang Chen also had to admit that what the Ice Emperor said was reasonable. His full blow was over 1,000 times, which is probably the effect in front of him. Now, it's not futile that his arm is about to break. This is still only 40 level. If he becomes a titled Douluo, he doesn't know what effect it will be if he turns over 1,000 times in a single blow and sticks to the face of a that only exists in the legend. Maybe he can really be a god. Kill it for you. Cheng Ying looked at Tang Chen, who had been taught by the Ice Emperor, and shook his head, hoping that this guy with all his talents in cultivation would build a steam engine. It's no good, but I hope he doesn't see the steam engine he made explode, and realizes the explosion. The Rings Osumi hammer comes. Compared to the loss of the house being blown up, Cheng Ying is actually more concerned about another thing at this time. Among the ruins, Douluo struggled to use his immature hands to remove pieces of rubble, and let the glass ball puncture his fingers. There used to be his laboratory. Lifting up a wooden board, a microscope with a crack was exposed underneath. Looking at the cracked wooden barrel, Douluo felt a little sore in his nose. That was the first gift Cheng Ying gave him. He has been daily for a year. I always remember to take care of it, but today it became like this just because Tang Chen showed the latest self-developed spirit ability. Just when he held up the microscope with red eyes, he suddenly felt that the sun was blocked. Looking up, Cheng Ying was standing in front of him, with a familiar smile on his face. If you feel wronged, cry out. Cheng Ying took a step forward and took Douluo into his arms so that he could hold him. With his face buried in the white coat on his chest, he used his back to block the direction of the backyard so that no one would see him crying. Feeling the trembling shoulders in her arms, Cheng Ying lowered her head slightly, and whispered in Douluo's ear, "Do you feel aggrieved? Obviously you have worked hard like this, but on the contrary, you are getting farther and farther away from the younger brother?" Douluo nodded in a dull voice, burying his head deeper. God is so unfair. He always loves certain people especially, and he will give him all the beautiful and desirable things. Even if he doesn't fight for it, his final achievements are still far better than those who are better than him. People who work 100 times. People like are called geniuses, and the teacher has always understood the grief and anger crushed by geniuses. Because the teacher used to be the one who worked 100 times harder, but still can only look up to them. Is just a teacher but never gave up, even if he may never catch up with those geniuses, he still hasn't stopped. Hearing this, Douluo couldn't help raising his head, and asked chokedly, "What about?" At this time, he was like a child listening to a story, wanting to know the ending, but unfortunately this is not a story. Cheng Ying thought for a while and then he crossed over. But you can't say that. Then, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, of course, has not caught up with those people. Cheng Ying can only tell the truth, always having illusions about reality, more cruel than knowing the result from the beginning. Douluo pursed his lips, and lowered his head as if discouraged. Isn't even a master like a teacher able to surpass genius? Cheng Ying touched Douluo's white-haired head, and said, "Yes. Reality is so desperate. Many things can't be changed by your hard work, but for the teacher, the result is not important. What is important is the teacher. Seeing that you are still working hard and haven't given up yet." Speaking of this, Cheng Ying squatted down and said in a voice that only two people can hear in Douluo's ear, "Because the teacher likes children who work hard." Hearing this, Douluo trembled visibly. Cheng Ying took the opportunity to continue, "The teacher never cares about whether the students are excellent, only whether the students work hard. From the day I accepted you as a disciple, I swear, absolutely nothing. There is no difference in the talents of the disciples, you guys. They are all my best disciples." Really? Cheng Ying recalled that she once sat in the back row, was squeezed out by classmates, rejected by the club, ignored by the teacher, even though she worked harder than the top students, but still useless. She nodded firmly. Real. At this moment, he seemed to understand, and finally felt the weight represented by the word teacher. He was a good example of a teacher. He was never as simple as a teacher. If he wants to be a qualified teacher, he still has long way to go. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Yeziashan Mask for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 24, What kind of building should I rebuild? Cheng Ying is very fortunate that he did not choose to celebrate Tang Chen first, but forgot to comfort Douluo. He could even imagine that if he did that, Douluo in the ruins would hold the microscope and look at the lonely expression of the three of them from a distance. Both of them are only 15 years old now. It is the most important stage of character formation. Perhaps such a scene will become the shadow of Douluo's life, which will make his character unknowingly become insidious and even extreme. Being a teacher for a day and being a father for life is not only about the respect that the disciple has for the teacher, but it is also a warning to the teacher, and the disciples should be treated like their own children. Douluo did not cry for long. In the original book, a person who can become titled Douluo, even if he has a fragile side, must be extremely firm in his heart. Under the comfort of Cheng Ying, he finally balanced his mentality, although it is impossible to like this. Go up to his junior, but he will no longer be regarded as the enemy who snatched the master. When the shop is rebuilt, the teacher will make you a new microscope. Cheng Ying looked at the broken microscope in Douluo's hand, very apologetic. No need, I will fix it. Douluo shook his head, regaining his usual expressionless state. Cheng Ying saw this scene, and was a little relieved, but at this time, a group of soul masters lined up to surround Cheng Ying's small building. More precisely, it should have surrounded a crater. The surrounding buildings have been affected, let alone Cheng Ying's house. The scene where the black dragon descends from the sky has been seen by almost the entire Skyda city. Although the spirit power fluctuation is not strong, the destructive power should not be underestimated. Shui Ye, who was dealing with government affairs in the palace, thought that Cheng Ying had been attacked, so he drove people over immediately, and then saw the terrifying ring-shaped giant pit. Brother Cheng, are you? The team separated a gap, revealing the Prince Sui who came on horseback. Cheng Ying came to this world for the first time to see a man riding a horse. His eyes couldn't help but stare at the empty horseback. There are no saddles and stirrups. It seems that soul masters don't need to ride horses, so saddles and stirrups have not been invented, let alone horseshoes. Although Cheng Ying thought about this, she responded. His Royal Highness troubled the prince. Just now, my disciple realized a trick of his own spirit ability. Because he didn't know the power, he accidentally smashed my house. Even if it was Sui, after hearing this, his brows couldn't help but picked up. Fortunately, he rode this 10,000 year class BMW and rushed over at the fastest speed. The result turned out to be a test of the disciple's soul skills. In other words, the power of this self-created spirit ability is a bit too exaggerated. But it is no surprise that Shui Ye thought of being Cheng Ying's apprentice. It is not surprising that such an apprentice can be awarded the title of Great Sage. Brother Cheng is fine. Since Brother Cheng's house is destroyed, how about moving to the Imperial City for the time being? Cheng Ying shook her head, forget about the palace, you can see that the things that my disciple and I are studying are too dangerous. If this happens just now in the palace, I am afraid it will not be affected. Sui thought about the scene where the palace was suddenly hit by a meteorite one day. She has to admit that Cheng Ying's words make sense, since Brother Cheng is unwilling, then forget it, but the previous residence does not fit your identity. Come here, go and buy a few pieces of surrounding real estate for Brother Cheng. The rebuilt sage's mansion can be as high as the Duke's mansion. Sui has benefited a lot from Cheng Ying over the years, so naturally she wanted to sell it well at this time. This time, I didn't refuse to accept the film. Instead, I turned my mind and prepared to build a more modern building. The previous two-story building was indeed a bit crowded with 4 people plus classrooms and laboratories. Thank your highness for your kindness, but can you ask, how high is the highest point of the palace? Sui was stunned when he heard the words, but immediately understood what Cheng Ying meant. that the buildings in Douluo City could not be higher than the imperial palace. Although this article was not written into the law, if anyone violated it, it was purely looking for trouble. Thinking with your feet, you know that there is a building in the imperial city that is taller than the imperial palace. This is dying. You are taller than the imperial palace. So who is the emperor? But no one has violated this rule for so many years, and there is another important reason, that is, it can't be done. The palace can be so high. That's because people occupy a large enough area. Why can the pyramid be built so high? It's not because the chassis is stable enough. According to the system of the Tiandu Empire, even if the largest area of the Duke's mansion is used, it is impossible to build such a high building. Cheng Ying asked about the height of the palace. I am afraid that there has been a way to increase the height of the building long ago. The Tiandu City Palace is 169 meters high. As long as it does not exceed this height, Brother Cheng can display it at will. I also want to see how Brother Cheng builds a miraculous building. Shui Ye laughed. 169 meters. Cheng Ying converted weights and measures. Yu read www.yuyuganshu.com and looked at the masonry palace. He estimated in his heart, and came to a conclusion. The material science must have exploded with black technology, otherwise ordinary masonry, if repaired so high, it will definitely collapse, and the bottom brick will be directly crushed. This height is enough. The bricklayers have done a good job recently. It's time for them to direct the repair of a building to practice their hands. Cheng Ying pondered the level of the group of guys who were building bridges and paving. The problem with a 100-meter building should not be a big deal. Then I wish Brother Cheng a success in advance. While Shui Ye was talking, he had bought the land deeds of several nearby houses and handed them to Cheng Ying. Those people heard that it was the great sage who wanted to buy their real estate, and they all agreed without hesitation. On the one hand, they respect Cheng Ying, and on the other hand, the compensation given by Cheng Ying has always been quite generous, even for real estate in the imperial city. It will certainly not lose. Waiting for Shui Ye to take the people away, Cheng Ying also took a few people to leave the imperial city, and came to the manor outside the city. Most of his properties belonged to this place, which naturally included cement factories and steel mills. It's probably a bit exaggerated to say that it's a steel-making plant, but the technology tree has already been selected as the shadow of the converter steel-making. It can also be proud to say that his factory can already sling the entire Tiandu city blacksmiths, compared to over and over again. Forging, the efficiency of this method of directly pouring molten steel out is far too high. The miracle building he is about to build is prepared to adopt a reinforced concrete structure. As a very important revolution in the history of human architecture, it has greatly increased the height of the building on the same area and made skyscrapers truly possible. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. There are a lot of big guys in the same period, and a group of them panicked. Chapter 25, The Ghost Animal Design of the Great Country Craftsman. For Cheng Ying, it is definitely impossible to build a building that is more than 100 meters tall. The things he saw in popular science programs are not enough to support him to guide the establishment of a wonder. As the so-called professional things are done by professional people, the status of artisans on the mainland is much lower than that of soul masters, so that Cheng Ying can easily recruit top artisans to work for him. Some of them even participated in the construction of the palace. What Cheng Ying has to do is to instill new ideas into them, which is similar to the hospital he runs. He just mentioned these people, using the steel frame structure and the independent design of the load-bearing structure in the building, and showed them the advantages of the reinforced concrete structure. This group of people seemed to have been enlightened, and was shocked by the shadows. For heaven and man! Then this group of people showed Cheng Ying what the wisdom of the masses is infinite. Hundreds of top architects who can build mansions for large families, under Cheng Ying's request, use scientific methods to carry out their experience. Summarize, and share with each other, and finally come up with a new and more complete theory. As for saying that the broom cherishes itself, this kind of thing does not exist at all. The cement and steel bars that Cheng Ying made seem to be telling them. Grown-ups. Stool. After that, Cheng Ying explained to them the basic mechanics. Not to mention anything else, just the triangle rule and the parallelogram rule in the force analysis, directly let the most powerful masters in this group kneel. They are indeed aware of the decomposition and synthesis of forces with their experience, but no one has summarized it so clearly and concisely. It was also from the time that Cheng Ying gathered these people together, architecture finally passed on from a master to disciple. Subjects that all depend on experience have been transformed into a systematic and quantifiable subject. Anyway, in the end this group of people argued for more than half a year, and the book that was summed up was the big tome of the masters of architecture of this era. Cheng Ying himself looked dizzy. If he hadn't given the order to die, he had to follow the paper. The format is written, I am afraid that even if he copied a copy, he would not understand it. I have to say here that Cheng Ying actually thought of inventing movable type printing, but what Douluo's text is not alphabetic, but directly used Chinese characters, he will not complain about this. In fact, Chinese characters are used in other worlds. It's normal. But the problem is that movable type printing is really not suitable for Chinese characters. There are hundreds of commonly used characters. If you count those that are not commonly used, then hee. How thick the dictionary is, I think everyone knows it. Looking at English, there are 26 in total. Letters, among the 4 great inventions in the end, 2 of them were invented by foreigners. Many times, movable type printing may not be much more convenient than engraving. So, in the end, he wanted to get a copy for real hiding, so he had to hire someone to copy it word by word. This made him determined that sooner or later he would get the printer out, even if he could only print that kind of more than a dozen. The handwritten mimeograph exam paper from a year ago is also good. Going back to the issue of building new buildings, these guys, who are considered to be great craftsmen in this era, were sent to build roads by Cheng Ying after they came up with the foundation work of architecture. The Heaven Do Empire did not have the awareness that roads are state property. Basically, whoever repairs it belongs to him, so that with cement, road construction has become a profiteering industry. But this group of great country craftsmen are so reconciled. The road construction simply does not reflect their level. This group of people want to make big news all day long. It is said that if Cheng Ying called people back this time, they would be ready to go to heaven. The bridge across the river has been built on the widest river in the Do Empire. Because Douluo had never mentioned Jiang, Cheng Ying directly named the river that was several miles wide as Dejiang. Yes, this was his godlike naming ability. But building the Dejiang Bridge, which I have never heard of, is there any sense of building a skyscraper in Tiandu City? As soon as Cheng Ying informed them, this group of great country craftsmen who have energy and nowhere to do it patted their chests and promised that there is a duke. The mansion has such a large area, not to mention 150 meters, even 200 meters, they are confident to try it. Looking at the receipt of his appropriation, he yelled at the more than 100 architects who rushed out. Cheng Ying chased and shouted, "Don't you build it for me! Give me the elevator shaft, drainage and water supply system, and the future. The air conditioning system and the power supply system are all set aside. A building that is more than 100 meters away, can someone climb it up?" A group of people who are enthusiastically preparing to start construction were immediately hit by the head. If Cheng Ying didn't remind them, they would build the building into that kind of silly thing with only stairs. That would be a big joke. Under Cheng Ying's explanation, this group of people finally understood the meaning of these things, such as elevators, drainage, and water supply. They also sighed for Cheng Ying's meticulous thinking. It's just that the power supply and air conditioning at the back can be heard completely. I do not understand. But it doesn't matter if you don't understand it, as long as you meet the boss's requirements. Other clan sects and so on have more weird requirements. Although Cheng Ying's requirements are strange, the remaining part of the freedom is simply so ridiculous. It can be regarded as giving these people room to play, and Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com gives them a sense of excitement. Cheng Ying is also having a headache. The main headache is what to do with the power of the elevator. There is no river in Tiandu City. The most practical hydraulic elevator in the early days is basically useless. There are several prototypes of steam engines, but the kind of experimental machine that may explode at any time. It has no practical value at all. In the end, I didn't know which genius, and said that he could simply build the building into a big skyscraper, and the power would be absolutely leveraged. At that time, Cheng Ying regretted telling these people about the idea of windmills and windmills. Looked at this group of people for less than an hour, and they all understood his right-angle gear transmission technology, and then enthusiastically designed a huge windmill with a single fan blade of 20 meters, and the shadow almost exploded on the spot. Listening to them discussing which plant spirit beast to use to make the main beam of the windmill, Cheng Ying directly chose to be autistic. In terms of materials, because of the existence of spirit beasts, Douluo has gone forever on an evil road. The building would be designed to be something horrible, beyond his control. Normal high-rise buildings have to find ways to reduce the impact of violent winds. This group of people is good, and they are directly thinking about building a windmill on the roof. The most important thing is that Cheng Ying takes their stress analysis, and they can't fault it at all. The material strength of various key positions to replace reinforced concrete is stronger than that of modern C100 concrete. In addition, Cheng Ying has given them enough funds. The bones of the various 10,000-year soul beasts are filled with cement without hesitation. The final structural strength measured by Cheng Ying thinks that he is in the world of science fiction. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Liz for the 200 book coins rewarded. Thank you Golden for the reward of 100 book coins. Chapter 26, Goal, grab all 100,000 year soul beasts and shave their hair. It's really not an exaggeration to say that Douluo's material science is black technology. The influence of soul power on matter has almost collapsed Cheng Ying's worldview. Man-made things are not obvious in this respect. Only a few top blacksmiths can beat them. Alloy steel higher strength weapon. But it is quite exaggerated to put it on the soul beast. Cheng Ying has auctioned off the hair of some 100,000-year-old soul beasts. The hair is as thick as the hair, and it can easily bear 4,666 caddies, which is 2,333 kilograms. Cheng Ying took ordinary scissors and cut it constantly, but instead made a gap in the scissors. You can imagine how strong this thing is. After discovering this, Cheng Ying's first thought was Ice Emperor, and then found that this was a hairless one, and then looked at himself. There was no, theoretically he should be able to spin silk, but even if he changed back to the form of a worm, he still didn't. Can master this skill. After Cheng Ying discovered that the hair of the 100,000-year soul beast was so awesome, he had a very promising idea, that is, to catch all the long hair of 100,000-year soul beast and shave it when it grows out. Only need to accumulate for a few hundred years, these hairs connected together, can weave a strong rope with a length of 36,000 kilometers. Then he can launch a geosynchronous orbit satellite and build a space elevator on the equator with a rope that has gone against the sky. At that time, the cost of going to heaven will be reduced, and he will build a fleet international in Douluo's heaven. This thought made him so excited. It was a space elevator. He might be able to tinker with the black technology that he didn't have in his previous life. It's a pity that this is just thinking about it. I really want to imprison a group of 100,000 year soul beasts for 100 years. Cheng Ying thought about it. Let's wait for Tang Chen's 99th level. At that time, you might be able to rely on the chaotic cloak hammer method to deter the entire Stardow forest from supplying hair every year. Cheng Ying really feels that this request is not too much. 100,000-year-old soul beast is not afraid of the cold, so she shaves her hair after she has shaved. For the time being, leaving the group of building ghosts aside, Cheng Ying is also preparing to give Douluo a spirit ring while the house is smashed. It is always bad to be stuck at level 40. Hunt the soul beast? No. I discovered yesterday that soul power can act as a catalyst in the explosive reaction. If this research is successful, it can greatly increase the explosive power of explosives. Douluo took off his goggles. He stuck on his forehead and said seriously. This is the 7th time you have turned down. Every time you ask you to attach a spirit ring, you say that you have a project. I tell you that there is no head for scientific research. You will always be stuck at level 40. Is it possible that you still have to catch the soul beast for you personally for the teacher? Cheng Ying rubbed his forehead. Tomorrow. Tomorrow I will be able to finish the experiment at hand. Douluo pointed to a pile of explosives on the table. Tomorrow and tomorrow, as a teacher, you know more about procrastination than you do. Just today, Xiaobing, come and catch Xiaobo to the Stardo forest with me, don't forget to call Xiao Chen. Cheng Ying couldn't help but lifted Douluo's nape and pulled it out. He was sure that this guy would definitely have an experiment tomorrow. Ah! I don't need to stay at home anymore. Hurry up! Tang Chen put your hammer away and went to Stardo. Bingdi became excited when she heard Cheng Ying's greeting. How could she be a soul beast, living in the city? After all, it's still a bit awkward. Of course it's exciting to be able to go to the soul beast forest. Oh! Here comes it! Tang Chen put away the hammer and removed an iron rod that had just been forged from the forging table. As long as the drilling was completed by the hydraulic drilling machine, this would be a qualified iron pipe. Forging is considered to be Tang Chen's choice of secondary profession. He who has understood the chaotic cloak hammer method is very talented. Now many forging masters have sighed that the clear sky hammer is the best forging hammer in the world. 1. It can be like a carbonizing method, through beating the soul power into the iron embryo, so that the iron embryo becomes as strong as the material of the soul beast. This kind of iron can show better performance than steel. The handcrafted guns in Cheng Ying's hand are all parts forged by Tang Chen. Otherwise, the barrels would not be able to withstand the explosion of high explosives. On the other side, Bingdi and Cheng Ying easily took out the unlovable Douluo. At the entrance of the manor, a vehicle resembling an SUV was parked there, and the two threw Douluo into the back seat. I got into the driving position and the co-pilot. Tang Chen looked at Douluo who was sitting next to him reluctantly, poked him, and whispered, "Don't be sullen, just get the spirit ring. Secretly tell you, I broke level 43 yesterday. The teacher won't let me mention it to you." Douluo heard this, his face changed, and then his expression changed completely. "Teacher, let's go quickly." It is naturally impossible for Cheng Ying to hear the whispered conversation between the two people. She winked at Tang Chen secretly in the rearview mirror and signaled that he did a good job. I have to say that Tang Chen is indeed very charismatic, and often only needs a few words. Words can rejuvenate partners. Heaven-defying talent, big character, super accurate intuition, and instinct to unite with partners, Tang Chen is only one pass through the most perfect protagonist template. Stepped on the accelerator, the off-road vehicle rushed out, Yu reading www.yuyu. As for com. What is the power of this car? I don't even know how to make a steam engine. Where did the internal combustion engine come from? For this question, Cheng Ying just wanted to laugh. The internal combustion engine or something, it was so low, a real man should develop a car. That's right, this car is purely mechanical power, and the power is all provided by the clockwork. From this it is not difficult to see how much Douluo's material science is against the sky. The clockwork, the transmission gear and the chassis frame made of the bones of the Wanyan soul beast. Using the principle of lever, the hydraulic power is strong, and it can run more than 500 kilometers at a time. Although it is expensive, its performance is not much worse than that of modern vehicles. Starting from Tiandu City, the group headed south and headed straight for the Stardo Forest. This dazzling car also attracted countless eyeballs. The car that can run without the pull of livestock, Douluo's people are also the first. See you, the principle is not difficult, but no one thought of it. The speed is 70 steps, and the mood is free, Cheng Ying screamed in and out of tune while driving. Although the car is a good car, Cheng Ying really couldn't get out of the car audio. Douluo and Tang Chen in the back row couldn't help covering their ears. The two of them wanted to say, "We are still children." Only Bingdi listened quietly. Living in a quiet snowfield for hundreds of thousands of years, she is extremely sensitive to voices. Although Cheng Ying's singing is out of tune, she can vaguely capture the melody in it, but she didn't say anything, but secretly remembered that Cheng Ying sang every song of To Be Continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Heart Sword Demon for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you 100 Years of Bond 200 starting coins for rewards. Grateful. Chapter 27, Being a Teacher is Not a Battle 5 Scum. In the quiet forest, Cheng Ying held a black and white pistol in his hand, and pointed it around nervously, like a character that survives less than 3 minutes in a horror movie. How did things get to this point? Cheng Ying wailed. Mother is also for your own good. With such a high level of cultivation and a little fighting skill, you won't be able to protect yourself. Teacher, don't worry so much. Even if a soul beast rushes out, senior brother and I will solve it. Tang Chen watched, consoling the nervous teacher. What nonsense, I'm not afraid. I'm just excited. When the soul beast comes out, let you see how powerful the teacher's pair of black ebony and white ivory is. Cheng Ying said that there were 2 of them. Centimeter thick, almost the barrel of a hand cannon. While you say this, can you not hold me? That will make your words more believable. Douluo stared at his eyes. Wow! Even Ziobo, you even complain about me. Do I still have the dignity of being a teacher? Doesn't the dignity of the teacher cease to exist after the teacher and I singled out the first scream? Tang Chen's complaint seemed to be a knife in Cheng Ying's heart, making him become a whole person. It's grey. In fact, the teacher doesn't need to be so pessimistic. Even if you are weak, we will respect you because of your wisdom. Tang Chen seemed to feel that his previous complaints were a bit too much, so he comforted. Why do you feel worse after listening to this as a teacher? Cheng Ying was speechless. Why didn't he remember that he had taught these 2 people to complain? At this moment, the grass on Cheng Ying's left suddenly moved, and a huge mouse stuck out his head, so scared that Cheng Ying raised his gun and shot. Both ebony wood and white ivory are 1.8 mm super caliber pistols. Can fill 3 bullets. Cheng Ying double guns fired in a row, excitedly fired 6 bullets clean. Looking at the ground again, the large caliber bullet blasted the ground out of a pit. The poor big mouse did not even leave the body, leaving only a pale halo on the ground. Hey! I was scared to death, said Cheng Ying, skillfully filled the pistol with bullets again. This time even Douluo's mouth was twitched. I have to say that his teacher's combat talent is really worrying. As long as he sees the enemy, the teacher's sanity will drop sharply, from a reliable commander to a defense. Excessive thug. Teacher, you can actually think of this as a scientific research activity, such as studying the habits of spirit beasts, so that you won't be so excited. Douluo reminded. Yes. There is Bing protection, there is no danger at all. What's more, in the next 10,000 years, the strongest soul beasts in the core of the Stardo Great Forest are sleeping, and Bing is no problem even sweeping the Stardo Great Forest. And many more? Why are they sleeping? It seems to be to absorb the power of a certain big bug. Cheng Ying looked at herself, a moment later. Bing. Help! Dishan and the others are still awake, how can you bring me to Stardo Great Forest? With the teacher who couldn't help screaming, Tang Chen and the two were completely helpless, and hoped that Cheng Ying and the soul beast will fight head-on. It is better to save the province. Let's treat it as the teacher to improve the difficulty of hunting the soul beast and increase the difficulty for them. Test it. 3 days later. Xiao Chen, there is a mandala snake in your direction at 4 o'clock. It has been cultivated for 500 years. Get me caught. Bo, don't worry about the 2 civet cats in front of you. As a teacher, you need to record their mating process. Anyway, you don't need their spirit ring, so don't disturb them. In 3 days, Cheng Ying has more or less adapted to the atmosphere in some forests. It was really scary to have a soul beast, but it also made him learn how to clearly perceive everything around him in a short time. In this way, he would not be in a frenzy because of the spirit beasts that suddenly appeared next to him. After learning this trick, Cheng Ying turned into a humanoid radar. Within a few kilometers, a mouse could not escape. His investigation. While assisting the two in searching for spirit beasts, he was also obsessed with the habits of observing various spirit beasts. He was very fortunate that he could draw a sketch that could still be seen in the past. This gave him the opportunity to squat on a tree and place when the appearance of a soul beast was drawn. In the past 3 days, Cheng Ying has drawn more than 30 kinds of sketches of soul beasts, and equipped them with basic habits. He probably didn't expect that these things in his hands would eventually become the whole continent. Part of the most authoritative soul beast illustration book. It's not that no one has done this before. It's just that the level of ancient paintings is what everyone knows. Most of the soul beasts, you will never recognize the picture, so the picture book will be the picture over time. Save it, and replace it with the more iconic characteristics of those spirit beasts. It's just that Cheng Ying has been observing well. The 2 civet cats have finished biting each other and are about to mate, but a dragon head cane that burns soul power broke this charm. The 2 civet cats also flew each in a catastrophe, and fled in a panic before the owner of the cane approached. Damn it! Run again! The boy who landed took back the 3 spirit rings on his body, and the dragon scales on his cane faded, his expression unlucky. I'm going. I've painted half of my paintings, so let me see this. Cheng Ying stared at this scene, jumped from the tree, and took a short flight, with double guns in her hands. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com accelerated by recoil, and a handsome string of flying spears landed in front of the boy just now, cursing. You kid want to attach a 4th spirit ring, and you don't need those 200-year-old little civet cats. Why do you provoke them? I have been staring at the target for almost half an hour, and you are all scared away. Originally, the boy was taken aback by Cheng Ying's handsome landing posture, but when he heard that he had targeted the 2 civet cats, he was relieved immediately. The guy who was still struggling with the centuries-old soul beast was at best a 2-ringed rookie. Even if he is older than him, it is not to be afraid. What do you know, 100-year-old soul beast can be sold for a big price outside. I can't even catch a 100-year-old soul beast, so I am ashamed to say me. Anyway, the cat ran away, you have the ability to prove it to me you tracked them first. Cheng Ying originally just came out to complain, and by the way educate this child on the principles of sustainable development, don't provoke the spirit beast that is useless to him, but he didn't expect to be despised as soon as he jumped out. With a tut, he took off the drawing board on the back. There were 2 portraits of civet cats on it. For the Douluo people who are used to flat drawing, these 3-dimensional pencil drawings are definitely lifelike. The 2 above the civet cats are stacking together, and something indescribable is happening, just like their actions not long ago. Juvenile looked a little bewildered for a while, he just casually said let Cheng Ying prove it, who would have thought that this abnormality was drawn. It's actually drawn. Not to mention how amazing it is to squat in the forest of soul beasts to paint, let's just say that the painting is too similar. There is no room for denial. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Muhammad Bashan for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 28, Teacher. I want to learn to paint. The half-painted picture that Cheng Ying took out immediately stunned the boy. Seriously speaking, it was Cheng Ying's self-taught half-painter. That's how it was. It was actually because of how similar it was. Douluo's paintings are too abstract. What kind of spirit ability are you? You can project the spirit beast on paper. The young man looked at Cheng Ying with a wary gaze, just like the person who saw the photo for the first time. Some things are too similar but not good. Is like walking in the corridors of the school in the middle of the night. There are black and white photos of various celebrities hanging on the walls. Everyone has to feel the scalp tingling. Of course, I don't think it counts. When saw the painting in Cheng Ying's hands, the boy's first reaction was that his spirit ability could extract the soul of the soul beast. It is very likely that if he projected it on paper, the soul would be drawn away. Hey? What kind of spirit ability? This is what I drew. You see, I still have a pen in this hand. Cheng Ying said and took out the pencil. There was no technical bottleneck for this thing. By the way, he even made it with a pencil sharpener. After all, the two apprentices have a lot of homework, and it's too much time to sharpen pencils. Let's lie. I have learned to paint. I don't have any feelings at all when I look at the woman I draw. If you show this to a cat, I'm afraid you'll be in estrus on the spot. The boy retorted, no matter what, it's not normal. Cheng Ying didn't know how to explain it to him. Could it be possible to draw him a picture in front of him? This is completely unnecessary. At this moment, a white-haired figure fell from the sky and landed beside Cheng Ying. Teacher, what happened? I heard the gunshot just now. It's nothing big, but this kid scared away the goal of being a teacher. I will educate him about sustainable development. Cheng Ying waved his hand and said that there was no danger. Hey? You're still a teacher? You don't seem to be a few years older than him. You can even be a teacher. The boy is obviously a type of life and death. Seeing that Douluo is younger than the age of filming, he recognizes this again. Being a master makes him even less afraid. Hugh is rude. Douluo released his martial spirit, and the 2 yellow and 1 purple spirit rings also frightened the boy. Although it was only the first 3 spirit rings, there were still many people on Douluo continent at this time. With the white spirit ring, it can reach the full match, which also proves that the talent is powerful. The teacher is a famous great sage in Tiandu City. How dare you be so rude? Douluo's words made Cheng Ying extremely embarrassed. He quickly covered his mouth. How many times have I told you, don't call me that title? It's too shame. Cough cough, you misunderstood. I am actually a painter who specializes in drawing soul beasts to make money. Goodbye goodbye. This is also an important reason why Cheng Ying rarely goes out. Anyone who goes out every day is called a great sage and can't stand it. Is just the performance of the film, but it made the teenager suspicious. This kind of name makes people who want to pretend to be unfamiliar, but the one in front of him is afraid to avoid it. On the contrary, it is more likely to be genuine. And I have to say that the things that the man drew are too similar. If it is said that the great sage created any new painting techniques, it is really possible, but I don't know why this person hates this title so much. Wait, can you show me your other paintings again? The boy seemed to be very interested in painting, and he didn't know if it was because he had learned to paint women before. Cheng Ying didn't want to reveal his identity in front of people at all, and the idea of giving this kid a lesson was gone, and he randomly picked out a few portraits of the same kind of spirit beast, and prepared to directly give it to him and leave. As a result, as soon as Cheng Ying opened the shelf on the drawing board, a black shadow fell from the sky, and a bang drove a strong air current, blowing Cheng Ying's drawing paper all over the sky. Tang Chen, who was pinching an unlovable mandala snake with one hand, scratched his head embarrassedly. I'm causing trouble to the teacher again, I'll help you clean up. He knocked the snake fainted with one hand. Help Cheng Ying pick up the drawing paper on the floor. He also heard the gunshot, and then hurried over. He didn't expect it to be a waste of help, but the young man over there noticed the 2 yellow and purple spirit rings on Tang Chen's body. The soul sect is already considered to be relatively strong among the many soul masters. What's more, such a young soul sect with infinite potential is willing to call someone who is not too big of him a master. I am afraid that the guy who is called the master, he is really a great sage, otherwise he wouldn't be able to impress these 2 young geniuses. Of course, he thought he was one of the geniuses. Just at this moment, a painting just fell in front of him, and he subconsciously leaned over to pick it up, and immediately he was dumbfounded. This is one of the few color paintings. Compared to the black and white paintings, it is more realistic and three-dimensional, but this is not the most important thing. The most important thing is that this painting actually painted people. And it's a gorgeous young girl. The most important thing is, you reading www.uukanshu.com, this beautiful girl is extremely beautiful, with golden hair, green eyes, and a stubborn expression. The girl has a pair of eyes that far exceed normal human specifications. The head is much larger than the proportion of normal human beings, but the boy doesn't feel at all inconsistent. On the contrary, he feels that the proportion is unexpectedly cute. Even he himself doesn't understand why he feels this way. Realism, on the contrary, is more beautiful than real people, it is almost like magic. Especially the bunch of anti-gravity dull hair on top of the head is the finishing touch. In fact, this kind of thing has a simple, clear, and well-known name, that is, color map. What the boy picked up is a color map of a film painting. In fact, the standard is really average, because there is no mouse drawing board, it is drawn purely with a pen, not a gorgeous thick coat, and the color is even a little uneven. Generally speaking, there is still many flaws, that is, amateur level. In the past life, Cheng Ying is embarrassed to send to P station. But what this color map brings to the teenager is a shocking visual experience, far beyond the comparison of those black and white sketches. Master, I want to learn this. My name is Meng Shu, can the master teach me painting? Cheng Ying looked at the boy who suddenly rushed towards him, and quickly avoided, grabbed the painting in his hand, and saw that Saber's color map. His face was green, and the blue veins on his forehead suddenly jumped. He felt himself I'm all ruined. Would you like to kill someone? Cheng Ying thought darkly, and then suddenly realized something. Wait, what did this guy say before? It seems to be Meng Shu? Why does it sound familiar? To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you boy for the 210 book coins rewarded. Chapter 29, Shut up. You just greet her body. The name Meng Shu, Cheng Ying also thought about it for a while before reacting. Calculated according to his age, plus his dragon rod and martial spirit, it should really be Long Gong Meng Shu in the original work. Is one of the few soul masters who can use martial soul fusion skills in the original work. The so-called martial soul fusion technique means that the martial souls of 2 soul masters have a very high degree of compatibility, and they can complement each other. It is the weakest martial soul fusion skill, and can also achieve leapfrog challenges. Dong Gong and Snake Po are the pair of partners in the original book who can use the martial arts fusion technique, but in the original work, they are already old men and old ladies when they appear on the scene, and they do not show any romance in the martial arts fusion technique. But now Duke Long is still a teenage boy, presumably Snake Po and his age should be about the same. If you can get the two together, take them to the Binghua Lianjian to make up for some congenital shortcomings, it really disappears. It would be much worse than Dugubo and Tang Chen. Thinking of this, Cheng Ying also put away the thought of throwing this little boy out. It would be nice if he had the opportunity to be an apprentice, but this character. Sure enough, people will change. It seems that when you are 14 or 5 years old, it is really the most important stage in shaping your character. Meng Shu fell to the ground and got up again. He knelt before Cheng Ying and shouted in a hoarse voice, "Teacher! I want to learn to paint." This familiar scene made Cheng Ying suspect that he was in the midst of a movement, but he lowered his head and looked at the color map in his hand. His face suddenly darkened. "Shut up! You are greedy for her body." "No. I really want to be able to draw the attractive figure of a beautiful girl." Meng Shu looked righteous, and people who didn't know thought he was a defender of justice. "It's really the first time I've seen it. Perverts can be perverted like you are so high and graceful." Cheng Ying couldn't help but complain. "Teacher, when you say this, can you put away the color map in your hand? This will make your words a little more convincing." Douluo's expressionless suggestion made Cheng seeing a sword in his heart. Then quickly defended, "I am a tireless search for art. Don't look so superficial. You can still guarantee the integrity of the teacher." "Teacher, didn't your ethics cease to exist when you were chased by the master with her color map?" Tang Chen's ensuing fill-in made blood flow from the corners of Cheng Ying's mouth. "I teach you so many things, is it for you to talk about cross-talk? There are still newcomers, can you save some face for the teacher?" Cheng Ying found that outside of the classroom, he almost can't maintain a teacher. The majesty, and only when assessing the knowledge that two people have learned during this period of time, Cheng Ying can slightly make these two skin monkeys feel a little fear. "You really are like me. So, teach me to draw. I want to draw the cutest beautiful girl in the world." Cheng Ying shook her leg, but Meng Shu hugged tightly. "Who is going to help me drag this pervert away? It's disgusting to be held in the thigh by a man." However, Meng Shu didn't let go. Cheng Ying had to pretend to sigh, "Seeing that you are so sincere, and Douluo continent is in urgent need of spiritual civilization construction, I can't consider teaching you, but you promised to officially worship." "I am a teacher." With that said, Meng Shu suddenly hesitated. It's one thing to learn to paint, but it's another thing to formally become a teacher. Painting is just a secondary profession, and it's very casual in this respect. Is like Tang Chen's iron making, he is not taught by the film, he just probably knows how to make steel. Iron making really knows nothing. Douluo's biochemical experiment can actually be regarded as a kind of secondary profession, but he has put more experience on it, and this kind of people is actually not a minority. Painting is not even as important as ironing. Naturally, Meng Shu didn't hesitate. He rolled his eyes and asked, "Are you a great sage?" Cheng Ying's face turned black. "I'm Cheng Ying, don't care about my name is Great Sage, this bad name is all from Swi's bastard." Meng Shu was overjoyed when he heard that he would hesitate if he was to worship someone else as a teacher, but if he was a great sage, then it would be fine, although the opponent did not seem to have any fighting talents, and his personality was a bit unpretentious. But the reputation of others is there. Two geniuses who are stronger than themselves have worshipped him as their teachers. I am afraid that even in combat, this one is also desirable. Master, please be respected by the disciple. Familiar scenes, but this time compared to Douluo and their apprentices, it is more or less serious. Cheng Ying helped Meng Shu up, saying that I had long felt that there was something missing between Douluo and Tang Chen, and now I have accepted it. The new apprentice, he realized that there was a lack of a funny comparison in this small team, a character like a star. Otherwise, as a teacher, he won't be reduced to being complained by students. Since I have already a PPR and a teacher, I can't treat you badly as a teacher. I was actually going to give you a squirrel board, but I guess you will probably not survive the day the squirrel board is invented. I will give you this. A gadget I researched out. Since you like to paint, no matter what your purpose is, don't forget your original intention. Said that Cheng Ying took out a somewhat thick pen. There were 3 knobs of red, yellow, and blue on the pen, and each of them had 72 graduations. It was obvious that this thing was used for color adjustment. This is also because Cheng Ying accidentally discovered that the secretions of a soul beast will change color according to the influence of soul power. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is very suitable as a paint. This is how I came up with such a pen. I kept it for painting. Since I accepted such an apprentice from Sito, of course it was given to him. What is this? Meng Shu puzzled. Cheng Ying squatted down and took out the paper to explain the color adjustment to Meng Shu, which immediately surprised him. The three primary colors can actually call out any color he can see. This theory is simply unheard of. Cheng Ying did it tangibly, and he had to believe it, but Cheng Ying said that sunlight is actually colorful, and different pigments just reflect different colors of sunlight. This is completely unbelievable for Meng Shu. There is no color in the light, and the worst is white. How can it be colorful? If this is the case, wouldn't it be messy under the sun? Then he watched Cheng Ying take out the prism and split the sunlight into a rainbow in front of him. Seeing the rainbow falling on his hand, he seemed to hear the sound of the fragmentation of his three views. Tang Chen and the two looked at Meng Shu with pity. The world view was broken and so on. They were used to it, let alone classic physics and the periodic table. They also heard Cheng Ying talk about a man named Schrödinger abused. The story of the cat. If Meng Shu hears it now, I'm afraid it will explode directly on the spot. Fortunately, this is not a headshot, oh no, the world of the arcane gods, otherwise Cheng Ying might be called a cold-blooded headshot. To be continued. Thank you Muhammad Baishan for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Yezaijun for the reward of 500 starting coins. I'm so grateful, it's up to you to advance to the ranks. Chapter 30, Dawn End Number 039, Be afraid, there is a teacher. Meng Shu had doubts about the identity of the great sage Cheng Ying at first, but after the worldview was broken one after another, not only broken, but also thrown into the juicer and stirred, he finally no longer doubted it. Except for the famous great sage, I am afraid that no one can master so much incredible knowledge. Although he had been a little hasty in his apprenticeship, Cheng Ying was still very responsible. His new apprentice also came to hunt and kill the soul beasts, but by the way, he caught some century-old soul beasts and sold them to subsidize the family. That being the case, Cheng Ying also helped him search for the soul beast he needed. Compared with the beast spirit, it is much easier to attach the spirit ring to the weapon spirit. It does not need to be the same type as the spirit, as long as the attributes are just fit. Having said that, it was Douluo who found a suitable soul beast first. After 2 days, after drawing a large number of soul beast images, a suitable soul beast finally appeared within Cheng Ying's spiritual detection range, one with a cultivation level. 10,000 years of human face magic spider. Yes, it is 10,000 years. In fact, it looks like 8 or 9,000 years. However, the Ice Emperor showed up before Cheng Ying was about to hunt down and reminded him that this soul beast has been cultivated for 10,000 years. 4. Xiaobo, do you really think about it? Although it is not impossible that the 4th spirit ring is attached to the 10,000-year spirit ring, you have indeed surpassed ordinary spirit masters in your physique after eating 2 celestial grasses, but you think that the master's judgment, a piece of spirit bone must be fused before it can safely absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring. Cheng Ying warned for the last time. In his impression, Tang San's 4th spirit ring was 15,000 years old. At that time, Tang San ate 2 kinds of immortal grass and merged with an external spirit bone. And Douluo only ate 1/3 of the 2 kinds of fairy grass, and the others were completely incomparable with Tang San at that time. Fortunately, this human face demon spider has just broken through 10,000 years. The limit of the 4th spirit ring of a normal soul master is between 5,000 and 8,000. This is not too much beyond the limit. If the will is strong enough, Douluo it may not be absorbed. Teacher, I have already figured it out. It is the fourth spirit ring that suits me best. I have already lost my talent. If I don't fight for it, I will never have a chance. Douluo raised his small face and looked at it. Cheng Ying has firm eyes. Since this is your own choice, let's go. What the teacher can do is to support you with all his strength, no matter whether you succeed or not, the teacher is proud of you. Go, 10 o'clock direction, 200 meters away, get rid of him. Said Cheng Ying took the lead. Isn't the teacher not good at fighting? I even screamed when I saw spiders before. Meng Shu has also been acquainted with a few people these days, and has learned to complain. Shut up. Didn't you see that the teacher's legs are shaking? The teacher is using his actions to motivate the big brother. Tang Chen covered Meng Shu's mouth and whispered in his ear. So, I didn't expect the teacher to be so responsible. I had known that I would not complain about the teacher. He must be very sad. Let's go to the teacher to apologize later. Meng Shu said with a touch of emotion. Not far away. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. After 6 consecutive gunshots, Cheng Ying's screams were heard, help! Disciples, save me! I saw Cheng Ying galloping in front, a human-faced demon with 12 blood holes on his body. The spider chased after angrily. Ahem! Is it too late for me to take back what I just said? Meng Shu looked at this scene and said in embarrassment. It's too late, I didn't hear anything just now. Tang Chen was expressionless, summoned the clear sky hammer, and shouted, Master, don't panic, come here as a disciple. There was quite a bit of gaze that Brother Monkey saved the master. Feel. I have to say that the power of black ebony and white ivory is still reliable. 6 transparent holes have been opened, and the 12 human-faced demon spiders with openings have been seriously injured, otherwise they would not be so angry. Tang Chen easily caught up with the human-faced demon spider, swinging the hammer out like a baseball bat, and immediately like a home run, hammering out the human-faced demon spider, whose legs are more than 2 meters high. The 8 long metal blade-like legs of the human-faced demon spider were really nothing in front of the clear sky hammer, and 2 of them broke immediately after the collision. The human-faced demon spider that suffered a heavy blow was beaten blindfolded, 8 legs shrank in front of his chest, shrank himself into a ball, and rolled in front of Douluo. Such an opportunity, how could Douluo let it go? The little snakes that had been modified by his spirit power in various ways, drilled out of his sleeves under his remote control. Densely, I don't know where Douluo hid them. There are more than 50, one after another, they got in through the transparent holes in the human-faced demon spider. Each of the little snakes bites the flesh and blood of the human-faced demon spider under the control of Douluo. The poison has no effect on these little snakes, because they have had their brains removed, and they are all puppets under Douluo's control. The severe pain coming from inside made the human-faced demon spider that had shrunk into a ball let out a sharp scream. 8 long legs kicked wildly, like an 8-handed death sickle, swept a circle of death storm all over his body. The trees and even the boulders were all cut into pieces by him. Unfortunately, Douluo had already retreated far when he released the poisonous snake. The human-faced demon spider went crazy and chased him, but he just made a fist with his right hand blankly. Snake explosion technique. Boom! 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 Venomous snakes infused with a lot of high explosives burst into explosions. This is not the black powder of monosulfur, dinitrate, and charcoal, but the real high explosive. The power of the Yifeng oil bottle is comparable to the kind of grenade. More than 50 little snakes filled with this thing collectively exploded. After a loud bang, the entire human-faced demon spider rose in a circle, and the internal explosion caused the face demon spider to take a complete set of damage. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com. Even with the vitality of the 10,000-year spirit beast, the spirit ring began to condense on his head. If the opponent is a human, let this group of small snakes who drank high explosives climb on them, I am afraid they would have been broken into pieces. Douluo saw this scene and lost a sigh. The 10,000 years soul beast puts a lot of pressure on him. Although he was hit hard by his teacher and his younger brother, it is also a technical job to complete the repair. Just at the moment he was relieved, the human face magic spider suddenly returned to light, condensing all the soul power of the whole body, using only one long leg to launch a powerful attack that can only be used once in a lifetime. The spider leg that spins at high speed was thrown out by it with all its strength. At that distance and speed, Douluo had no room to evade, only being pierced by the spider leg. Just when he thought he was going to be at least seriously injured, a big hand steadily stood in front of his eyes, and the sound of a sharp knife pierced into the flesh and a familiar voice came at the same time. "Don't be afraid. There is a teacher." Cheng Ying tightly held the spider leg, blood dripped down his palm, but the sharp blade couldn't make any further progress. Although the teacher has no abilities, he is still very resistant to beatings. Cheng Ying smiled, and then fell to the ground, the purple-black toxin spreading all the way to the heart along his wound. "Teacher!" Almost at the same time, 3 exclaims sounded. It's just that none of them have a green figure faster. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Ye Zijun for the reward of 2000 starting coins. Thank you Zihu Zuink for rewarding 1000 starting coins. Thank you Tangman Lingmu for rewarding 100 book coins. Grateful. Chapter 31, Do Not Give Up. The teacher believes in you. The Ice Emperor appeared next to Cheng Ying at the moment he fell. The speed was comparable to teleportation, even the strongest Tang Chen didn't see what was happening. The Ice Emperor had already helped Cheng Ying up. Seeing Cheng Ying's fall, Bingdi's eyes were red, but seeing the toxin spreading to her forearm, she forced herself to calm down, and single-handed the ultimate ice, blocking Cheng Ying's arm and stopping the toxin. Continues to spread. At the same time, the medicinal effects of the 2 immortal grasses, Luo apricot jiaishu and octagonal black ice grass, were also stimulated. The blocked arm quickly faded from purple and black, and slowly returned to its original state. The Ice Emperor also cared about it. Chaos, with Cheng Ying's physique, even if he didn't eat the 2 kinds of fairy grass, it would be enough to sleep. If he wanted to poison him, it would take 100,000 years of poison. The Ice Emperor who saw this scene finally breathed a sigh of relief, and the expression that had been flattened as if he was about to cry also returned to calm. "Idiot! You are so stupid, you can't even deal with a small spider." Even though he said so on his lips, when he raised his head and looked at the human-faced demon spider's corpse, his eyes suddenly became cold. Raised his hand, the corpse more than 2 meters high was instantly frozen. Make a fist, and the huge ice cube is smashed from the top little by little, turning into the finest dust, and scattered with the wind. "Take care of your teacher, don't tell him I've been." As he said, Bingdi carefully supported Cheng Ying to lean against the tree, and then the figure flickered and disappeared. Seeing this scene, Douluo and Tang Chen are okay. Meng Shu, who is new to his teacher, simply stares out his eyes. Just now, is the teacher. Bingdi's methods, he simply couldn't understand. That big spider, just waved like that, and then it was gone. Meng Shu said while still drawing, almost writing the groove on his face. Yes, the strength of the master's mother is probably a bully against title Douluo. Tang Chen thought for a while and gave a more suitable strength comparison. He heard that Meng Shu had a cold forbidden. Then we complained about the teacher before. Meng Shu thought about the fate of the human-faced demon spider, and suddenly felt cold and whistling all over his body. Don't worry about this. The teacher has a very good temper and will never really be angry with us. As long as the teacher is not angry, the teacher and the mother are still very easy to get along with. Tang Chen recalled. Cheng Ying hugged him, just playing some newly invented word games with his teacher, and he really got along well. Are you sure you didn't lie to me? Meng Shu still has a psychological shadow of the dead human-faced demon spider. The teacher will be angry only when someone bullies the teacher. As students, it is impossible for us to really bully the teacher. Also, let alone this, keep quiet and look over there. Tang Chen made a silent gesture to Meng Shu, and then pointed to Douluo, and saw that he was slowly walking towards that round of black spirit ring. For thousands of years, it was not that no one had tried 10,000 Neon spirit ring, but these people died without exception. Douluo doesn't know if he can break this curse, but he wants to try, even if he risked his death by exploding, not for himself, just to prove to the teacher that his Douluo has never been weaker than anyone else. He can. Let the teacher be proud of him. As the disciple who has been with Cheng Ying for the longest time, he knows the teacher's patience and gentleness better than anyone. He doesn't believe that there is a better teacher than him, so he doesn't want to let the teacher down. So he chose to challenge the limit and sat cross-legged. The black spirit ring floated towards him, and when the spirit ring fell, he had no chance to repent. Just when everyone was holding their breath, Cheng Ying, who was still comatose, leaned against the tree and said like a dream, "Douluo, don't give up, you can. The teacher believes in you." No one knows what Cheng Ying dreamed of in a coma, but when he heard the dreamy Douluo, a rare smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he immediately sucked the spirit ring into his body without hesitation. The violent spirit power far beyond the limit of the normal 40th level spirit master raged wildly in his meridians, but he didn't say a word, even the smile on the corner of his mouth did not waver at all. Since the teacher believes in me, there is nothing I can't do. Regardless of physical fitness or the ability to resist toxins in the spirit ring, the two kinds of immortal grasses were given to Douluo. The only thing that could break him was also the most difficult part of the spirit ring to absorb, and only the confrontation of the will was left. Once you lose to the soul beast in this confrontation, it will be overwhelming. At this time, Douluo, because of Cheng Ying's unconscious dream, sent his will to an unprecedented height. He is extremely convinced that he can break through the limits of mankind, and in the confrontation of will, belief is true. Countless predecessors have even better physical conditions than him, but they still lose at this step. The blood of countless people tells them that the limit of the fourth spirit ring is 1,000 years. The slightest wavering is the ending of the body exploded and died. Only Douluo's will is not shaken at all. Compared to himself, he believes in the teacher more, so as long as the teacher says he can do it, he will definitely be able to do it. It was with this stubbornness that Douluo abruptly ignored the huge gap between him and the human face demon spider's mental power, and crushed the human face demon spider with a spirit that was twice as strong as his. There are too many frustrations in real battles. Even with the steadfastness of a saint, it doesn't necessarily change the ending, but battles of will can really appear to completely ignore the difference in strength, and the will to change reality. The two people who had been staring at Douluo, when they saw that the purple and black soul power almost swallowed Douluo, they thought he was going to fail, but the purple and black soul power was so abruptly stuck in Douluo. The neck position www.readaloud.com couldn't go further, so I stuck all night. In the end, the black spirit ring on his body shattered and disappeared, and even Tang Chen, who was unmatched by the younger generation, had a tingling scalp. This kind of firm will, Tang Chen asked himself when he was at level 40, I'm afraid he couldn't do it. Brother? Do you think I can also use the spirit ring of 10,000 years? Meng Shu couldn't help being a little enthusiastic when seeing Douluo successfully absorbed the spirit ring of 10,000 years human face demon spider. You. Tang Chen looked at Meng Shu, then shook his head, not to mention that weapon spirits do not strengthen their bodies. The upper limit of spirit ring is slightly lower than that of beast spirits. Planting fairy grass barely meets the standard that can be tried. Don't say that your physical fitness is not up to standard. Do you think you can carry the backlash of the spirit ring forever and stay unshakable all night? Meng Shu thought for a while. His third spirit ring was close to the limit of life. It only took less than a quarter of an hour to fight against the will. The spirit beast's mad dog-like will almost made him collapse. If this process is stretched to one all night, he couldn't help but shudder at the thought of this. The reason why a miracle is called a miracle is precisely because it is almost impossible to replicate. Also almost at dawn, Cheng Ying opened his eyes in a daze. After a brief period of confusion, he jumped up and the first sentence was, "How is Douluo?" Nothing happened. To be continued. Thank you Mingdan Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Muhammad Baishan for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you SYH10086111 for the reward of 200 starting coins. Thank you Autumn Wind and Drizzle for the reward of 200 starting coins. Many thanks. Chapter 32, Anchovy Coxcomb Snake. I'm fine. The indifferent voice trembled a little for some reason. Douluo stood in front of Cheng Ying. The Wanyan spirit ring increased his height by 2 centimeters, but he still had to look up at the teacher. Said, 2 yellow, 1 purple, and 1 black. 4 spirit rings were released from his body and hovered around him. That black touch looked so gorgeous at this time. Teacher, I succeeded. Douluo trembled, as if the pain of last night had not been dissipated from him. It's okay. Cheng Ying hugged Douluo, the dialogue of the donkey's lips that didn't match the horse's mouth, but there was no sense of disobedience. Compared to whether his disciple can become the first person on the mainland to break through the limits of the spirit circle, Cheng Ying is always more concerned about their safety. In the morning light, this scene where teachers and students embrace each other is like the most beautiful scene in the world. After a while, Cheng Ying let go of Douluo and quietly sucked his nose and said, "Come on, show the teacher your newly acquired spirit ability." Okay. There was no expression on Douluo's face, but the neat movements were obviously eager to try. Use it against the teacher. Cheng Ying reminded him that with his cultivation level, the 4-ringed spirit master would never hurt him unless he used the 81st hammer of the chaotic cloak hammer method. Douluo did not hesitate. Cheng Ying's cultivation base still had some concepts in his heart, and he was not worried that he would be injured. The pitch-black 4th spirit ring flickered, and immediately a spider web was thrown out by him. It turned out to be exactly the same as Tang San's 3rd spirit ability. Cheng Ying raised his hand to block it, but it was still enveloped by a huge spider web. The spider web is like a fishing net. It tightened immediately after hitting the shadow and enveloped him. It was impossible to avoid him when he replaced it with a spirit master whose cultivation base was similar to that of Douluo. Cheng Ying did not hide, letting the spider web tighten, and then tried to tear it. With his strength, the spider web could be torn apart easily, but there was no way to tear it off. The web will be pulled thinner, but it won't break, and it has good toughness. If you change to a 4-ringed spirit master and get hit, I'm afraid it's hard to move the web, let alone pulling it. Cheng Ying took a long time to remove the sticky spider web from her body. It is indeed a very strong control system spirit ability. Kick in. Unless it is a martial arts spirit like scissors, it can break this layer of spider web easily. The only regret is that there is no toxin. Cheng Ying looked at Douluo, and was a little sorry. The 2 immortal grasses prevented Douluo from producing any toxins, but if he did not eat the 2 immortal grasses, it would be impossible to merge this highly poisonous spirit ring. By the way, do you have a limit on the number of times you can use this spirit ability? Cheng Ying remembered that Tang San could only use it 3 times a day. No, but it consumes a lot of soul power, and it consumes nearly 20% of the soul power at a time. Although this soul ability is not perfect, Douluo still looks very happy, although it is difficult to see this from his face. It's a pity after all that there is no poison, but it is not impossible to solve it. When the teacher gets you a soul bone someday, this problem will be solved. Although soul bone is a bit troublesome for him, after all, this thing can be bought if he has money. No, but Cheng Ying still intends to give it a try. Douluo heard this and nodded, and did not doubt whether Cheng Ying could find the soul bone. Let's go. And Xiao Meng's spirit ring hasn't been dealt with yet. Cheng Ying once again released the spirit detection and began to search for the spirit beast for Meng Shu. Big Brother's soul abilities are amazing. Can you ask the teacher to find me such a powerful soul beast? Meng Shu asked Tang Chen in a low voice. This thing depends on luck, and you can't absorb the 10,000-year spirit ring. Tang Chen immediately gave Meng Shu a blow. Before he was lost, Cheng Ying's eyes lit up. Good luck. There really is a suitable one. Phoenix-tailed coxcomb. 6,000 years of cultivation. Chase. It flew away to the west. Meng Shu's eyes lit up when he heard the words, and there is no need to think about the 10,000 years soul beast, but he knew very well that there was nothing more suitable for him than this soul beast. Although the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is a snake, it has the ability to fly and is extremely fast. The dragon and the snake are close relatives, and they have a high degree of compatibility with his martial arts. Maybe they can gain the flying ability at the fourth ring. It's just that the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake flies extremely fast and is difficult to catch. Meng Shu felt that it would be difficult for a few people to have a chance to catch it. Then he was picked up by Cheng Ying and thrown on his back. Looking down, Tang Chen and Douluo were being carried one by Cheng Ying. Hold tight. As a teacher, I will tell you today, what is a catcher. As he said, Cheng Ying stepped on the ground, and the whole person swished out, and then started flying to the ground at extreme speed. The surrounding scenery was drawn into blurred lines at extreme speed, scaring Meng Shu to his death. Hugging Cheng Ying's neck. Cheng Ying's poor performance in the previous battles made Meng Shu obviously underestimate his cultivation level. Now looking at the flying speed, his cultivation level is simply terrifying. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb also sensed the chasers behind, and tried hard to join in the forest, making various turns and detours, trying to get rid of the shadow. It's a pity that although it is a soul beast that is good at flying, it can't stand the difference in cultivation level. Yuyuganshu.com was chased to within 10 meters of a shrimp-catching household with general mental pollution. It's up to you, Tang Chen. As Cheng Ying waved her hand, she threw Tang Chen out, just on top of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb. Tang Chen was not polite at all, and summoned the Haoshan hammer. Hammered the fiery red giant snake to the ground. Go. It's yours to get rid of his spirit ring. Cheng Ying also threw the Meng Shu on his back. He didn't mean to go there personally. It's just a 1,000-year spirit beast. If a few apprentices still can't deal with it, then he too no need to mix up. Meng Shu, who was thrown out, had also expected that the dragon rod in his hand swelled in the air. The dragon head suddenly became huge, and he opened his mouth to bite the tail of the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake. After landing, he threw the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake over the shoulder with a power that was completely incompatible with the Soul Master, and smashed it to the ground. Cheng Ying saw this scene and didn't care if he fell on the ground with Douluo. The phoenix that landed on the ground is not as good as a chicken. The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake that was dragged from the sky was beaten by Meng Shu with a dragon stick. Without reaching the north, it seemed that he could be killed alone without help. Tang Chen simply didn't make any more moves. His spirit beast could defeat it by himself, and when he absorbed the spirit ring, he would have a psychological advantage, and his safety would definitely be greatly increased. It was just that Meng Shu had just beaten the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake with a single breath, and an exclamation came from a distance, "No! Daddy!" The phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake was chased by them. Looking in the direction of the sound, a little girl with a blue vertical pupil was running over with a middle-aged spirit master who also had a vertical pupil. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Guan Bin for the reward of 100 book coins. Thank you Minjiu Qingfeng for rewarding 100 book coins. Chapter 33, Dawn End Number 039, T Stop Me. It End Number 039, SA Forced Pretense for the Teacher. The middle-aged man saw that Meng Shu was about to give the phoenix-tailed coxcomb the final blow, and immediately raised his cane. A tragic green light actually set Meng Shu in place. Meng Shu looked intently, and there were 7 spirit rings on his body, 2 yellow, 3 purple, and 2 black. Although it was not the best match, it was definitely not something that these 40-level little guys could deal with. The old man faces the sky. This phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake is our prey. The scar on its forehead is left by the snake stick in my hand. Please come back. Although the tone toward Chong Kong was polite, there was no room for maneuver when he said what he said. It was expected that the soul beast belonged to him. Senior's words are wrong. Since we captured this soul beast first, then he should belong to us. Is it possible that you still want to bully the small? Tang Chen retorted. Hee, what a kid with sharp teeth and sharp mouth. According to what you said, whoever kills this soul beast, who owns the soul ring, but with the old man, you think you have a chance to kill this phoenix-tailed coxcomb. Snake. Speaking of the coercion toward the Sky Soul Sage level, even Tang Chen with a strong physique couldn't help but see a little sweat on his forehead. Hey! It's clearly the soul beast that we have been chasing for half a month. If it wasn't for Dad who heard it, you thought you could catch it, and now you can't be ashamed of getting something for nothing, really shameless. The girl next to Chao Chong Kong was right. Tang Chen, who saw sweat on his forehead, stuck out his tongue, seemingly mocking. Teacher, please come out, madam. Tang Chen said to Cheng Ying Chuan. Bing Bing is very principled, saying that he wants me to test with you, and it will definitely not come out until the life and death crisis. Cheng Ying also spread the voice. Tang Chen. You are afraid that you don't know, how did the master slap the hapless human face spider to ashes? There is a ghost principle. Although he murmured in his heart, Tang Chen didn't dare to say it. The Bingdi specially ordered not to tell the teacher. If he secretly said it, it would definitely end badly. Teacher, you actually only need to report your name. Dugubo spoke in Cheng Ying's ears. No, the title of great sage is too shameful, otherwise you think why I live in a small building all day long and don't see people. The fewer people I know with this face, the better. Leave this guy to the teacher to deal with it. Can't deal with soul beasts, deal with humanoid opponents, still have a little confidence as a teacher. Cheng Ying gave voice to the 3 apprentices. What is it that gave you the courage to challenge the soul saint as a civilian who even I can't beat? Liang Jingru. Tang Chen didn't know who Liang Jingru was, but he still learned Cheng Ying's tone. Cheng Ying. The courage given by Liang Jingru to complain in another world, this experience is a bit sour and refreshing. Well, don't you think that the teacher is a bit abnormal today? It seems to be making excuses for a fight. I can't describe it well. It's the kind, you know it. Meng Shu, I don't think it's right. Pretend to be forced. Teacher is trying to pretend to be forced. Dugubo's complaints often hit the nail on the head, causing Cheng Ying to spit out a mouthful of blood. Yes, yes, yes. You are great. Being a teacher just wants to pretend to be forced. Don't stop me. You spit out every day for the teacher and fight the 5 scums. Today I will tell you to see what the teacher's combat effectiveness is. Cheng Ying said the words stopped transmitting, and they shouted directly. Oh? The result of the discussion. Although Chao Chong Kong couldn't hear the voice of the 3 people, he could still tell that they were discussing. The result has already come out, it is our victory or defeat to determine the ownership of this soul beast. As soon as Cheng Ying said, Meng Shu covered his face in grief. It's over, brother, do you think there is any other soul beast suitable for me besides it? Cheng Ying. Where are you guys from? Haha. Even your apprentice doesn't believe you, it's so fun. The girl who followed Chao Chong Kong was also amused by this scene, and she laughed. Cheng Ying took another look at her. The surname is Chao, and his father's spirit is a snake stick. In addition, this is my apprentice's future wife. This is a martial soul fusion skill partner, so you have to tie it back. However, everything has to wait until the fight is won. Boy, I'm very courageous. I must have some ability to dare to challenge, let me brighten my soul ring. Chao Chong Kong was not angry. When he wanted to come, the other party just refused to accept it, and wanted to vent. It was because they helped to catch the phoenix tail. For the sake of a coxcomb snake, it's okay to fight with these juniors. It's just Cheng Ying, but obviously doesn't think so, squinting his eyes and saying, I don't need to release the martial spirit to deal with you. Xiao Chen, your hammer should be strong enough. Use it as a teacher. Tang Chen heard this, did not say anything, summoned the Clear Sky Hammer and threw it to Cheng Ying. Clear Sky Hammer is not only available to the owner of martial spirit, other people can also be used as ordinary hammers, but they have to bear the weight of hundreds of caddies. Hey! Arrogant! Do you think that the old man with the Clear Sky Hammer will have any scruples? As long as you don't kill this kid, Clear Sky Sect cannot offend a soul sage for this little thing. No, you got it wrong, I used the Clear Sky Hammer, just because I need a strong enough weapon when I beat you, otherwise, it may be beaten directly when I beat you. Cheng Ying said nothing at all. A little bit of virtuous intention. www.readaloud.com opening is a poisonous tongue. You wanna die? Chao Chong Kong is also a soul sage. How could anyone dare to speak to him like this, and was provoked by Cheng Ying, suddenly furious, raised his cane and hit him. Cheng Ying was not polite, picking up the Clear Sky Hammer and smashing it against the snake stick. Although he had no fighting talent, his strength and spirit power were all there. If Douluo's battle was pure iron fists, is the kind of ula, big wood. There are not many that can beat Cheng Ying. Naturally, this collision did not take advantage of the sky. After the collision between the snake stick and the Clear Sky Hammer, if the martial spirit is not instantly cancelled and then resummoned, the impact will make it fly out. Hey! The brute force is not small, no wonder you dare to say that you don't use martial arts, but if you want to use brute force to deal with a soul sage, you think it's too simple. Said while waving the snake stick towards the sky, staggering the Clear Sky Hammer that Cheng Ying had pulled over, and hitting him directly. Facing such an attack, Cheng Ying didn't seem to have seen it, and continued to wave the Clear Sky Hammer in his hand, seeing the martial soul facing the sky as nothing. This kind of contempt cannot help making Chao Chong Kong angry. The snake stick in his hand unconsciously added a bit of strength, from a lesson to the younger generation, to the extent of crushing the younger generation to a serious injury. Tang Chen's pupils contracted when he saw this scene. Does the teacher want to be continued? Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Muhammad Bashan for the reward of 200 starting coins. Thank you Memory Delete for the rewarded 588 book coins. Thank you I'm Pippi Shrimp for a lollipop. What is a lollipop? Meow meow meow. Chapter 34, Stop it. Clear Sky Hammer is not used like this. Tang Chen had a bad feeling when he saw that Cheng Ying was not evasive. Although his teacher was not good at fighting, he had completely demonstrated the chaotic cloak hammer method to the teacher. I saw Cheng Ying's hammer, evading flexibly towards the sky, and fell on the open space, smashing a big hole, and the snake stick towards the sky fell on Cheng Ying's arm, leaving a red mark. That's right, Cheng Ying didn't even shake his hand, enough to hit the four-ringed soul sect for a month, leaving a red mark on him. The human face demon spider before, if it weren't for the ultimate blow of Hui Guang Fanzao, in fact, even Cheng Ying's skin could not be broken. This is why, the attack that was enough to penetrate Douluo could only cut his finger. Cheng Ying's defense power also shocked Chao Chong Kong, but according to Cheng Ying's age, he was only 20 years old at most, and no matter how high his cultivation base was, he was the fifth ring. There was nothing to worry about. I'm just a rough-skinned rash guy, I really think I'm invincible? I just didn't try my best. As he said, he mobilized all his strength and hit Cheng Ying's wrist, trying to hammer the clear sky hammer in his hand. Hit fly! Cheng Ying still ignored him, and continued to follow his actions, swinging the third hammer, and with a bang, again smashed a big hole, while the snake stick only left a small bruise on his wrist, and that's it. The bruises are also quickly disappearing. I'm going to see how many times your reckless man can resist. With a cold snort toward the sky, he easily avoided Cheng Ying's hammer, wandering around him dexterously, constantly adding new bruises to him. Every time Cheng Ying slammed a hammer, he was able to hit Cheng Ying at least 3 times, but even so, he couldn't stop Cheng Ying's movements, and even the bruises caused by the initial attack had completely healed by this time. By this time, Chao Chong Kong had already realized that something was wrong. Cheng Ying's power and defense were a bit too exaggerated. He couldn't figure out what martial spirit had this effect. Especially when he accidentally noticed that every pit that Cheng Ying hit with a hammer was bigger than the last time. This undoubtedly made Chao Chong Kong feel quite bad. He had never thought that this increase could be superimposed as many as 81 times, but he still felt tricky. The power of the hammer increases, and the speed will naturally increase. I am afraid that it will not be so easy to avoid at that time. Although he didn't know the terrible horror of the chaotic cloak hammer method, Chao Chong Kong still chose to stop Cheng Ying from continuing for the first time. He saw his 4th spirit ring flashing, and a tragic green light radiated towards Cheng Ying, which was the soul that had fixed Meng Shu before. Technique. Then, the tragic green light shattered, and his face turned white as if he had been punched in the sky. He too underestimated the strength of Cheng Ying. This trick can be temporarily controlled even by a spirit master with a higher spirit power than him. Less than a spirit ring, absolutely unable to break free in a second, but when it came to Cheng Ying, he couldn't even achieve an effect. This is also no way. After all, if it is simply compared to the total amount of soul power, he is well deserved to be the number 1 in the mainland. He does not accept any rebuttal. Douluo, the other people's control spirit abilities have almost no effect on him. Facing the sky and still not believing in evil, the 3rd, 4th, and 7th spirit rings light up at the same time, and the snake stick in his hand is obviously greatly increased, releasing a bright green light, which shines on Cheng Ying again. Is it still a fart? The green light shattered, and the back attack shot directly out of the sky. The junior in front of him was wicked, as if he couldn't be tough with him at all. And at this time, Cheng Ying also wielded the 36th hammer. The power of this hammer was already 8 times that of the first hammer. Cheng Ying's feet had already matched the chaotic cloak hammer technique. Retreated towards the sky to avoid, he drew an S-shaped chase in an arc shape. The speed was not fast, but every damage made him stare at the sky. Cheng Ying's full blow, the destructive power alone is much stronger than the current Tang Chen, now it is 8 times stronger, and a big hole with a diameter of 4 or 5 meters can be smashed with each blow. So that it seemed like the first kind of piercing attack towards the sky. I didn't dare to try it. I could only retreat while releasing a serpentine spirit power to carry out a long-range attack. No way, Cheng Ying's attack has changed from a single attack at the beginning to an AoE, and the range of entering the big pit will be affected. The typical damage range is farther than the range, and even Cheng Ying himself is also in the damage range. Facing such a frenzied opponent, he could only try to fly a kite towards the sky and drag him to death. But soon, he noticed that something was wrong. Cheng Ying's damage range was still increasing. At the 48th hammer, the explosion range went straight to 10 meters, and at the 64th hammer, it became an appalling 30 meters. By this time, Cheng Ying was not fighting, but was clearing the map. With one hammer, there was no grass growing within a radius of 30 meters. Every hammer would bring up a sonic cloud. Chao Chong Kong regretted agreeing to this battle. At this time, it was completely is running away desperately. Can't run without running. Although Cheng Ying can only move forward in an S shape, he must pause for every hammer, but when someone draws an arc, it is very subsonic. After the 64th hammer, the Shen method attached to the chaotic cloak hammer method is the fastest Shen method on the ground on the whole continent. Even flying towards the long sky cannot change the fact that the distance between the two is rapidly shortening. Yu reading www.yuuganju.com. When he waited for the 72nd hammer, he was affected by the explosion range of 50 meters in diameter for the first time, and was directly blown out. The last 9 hammers were obviously more severe than one hammer. At this time, Chao Chong Kong didn't want any spirit ring at all. Why is the spirit ring important to life? The one holding the clear sky hammer is a pervert. Even if titled Douluo is hammered from the front by that thing, a mouthful of old blood will spurt out. Finally reached the 80 hammer, Chao Chong Kong was already shattered and embarrassed. He looked at Cheng Ying and jumped up. A roaring black dragon fell from the sky around his body, his face turned green. Disregarding the pride of the soul sage immediately, the snake rod stomped on the ground, and the first soul ring that had never been used flashed, and suddenly there was a tunnel more than 10 meters deep on the ground, and he jumped into the sky without saying a word. Hold your head and squat defense. The black dragon roared as the hammer fell from the sky. At the moment it fell, Tang Chen, who was thousands of meters away, could feel the trembling of the earth. The only thing he was fortunate was that the clear sky hammer was strong enough, otherwise it must have been broken. There is only a large hole with a diameter of 100 meters in the place. There is no grass in the hole, and there is even lava flowing in the center of the hole. Cheng Ying is standing in the lava, looking at the scars on his body. There is only a pair of underwear facing the sky. Poker face. In fact, he was even more miserable. At the last blow, his underwear was burned by lava, but who made him turn out of clothes directly? Anyway, at least it seemed that he was still fluttering in white. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Nixu Ling Feng for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Rabbit Girl for the 200 book coins rewarded. Chapter 35, If You Lose, Be My Apprentice and number 039, S Girlfriend. Cheng Ying is dressed in soul-powered clothes, white clothes fluttering, and on the Haoshan hammer in his hand, magma drips like blood, and the temperament of an immortal is matched with such a violent aesthetic picture, which gives a strong sense of contrast. The several young people who had chased over were shocked by this scene. Even Chao Tianxiang's eyes towards Cheng Ying were filled with shock. This time the destructive power was much greater than that of Tang Chen. The crater-like center of the earth is transformed into a magma lake because of the huge kinetic energy. This scene is beyond their understanding of the Soul Master. Is title Douluo's full blow so strong? No one knows. That is, this is just the periphery of the Star Do Great Forest, otherwise such a big movement will definitely attract 100,000-year soul beast. Cheng Ying carried the hammer and came to Chao Chong Kong. The magma dragged a blood-red road on the ground. Chao Chong Kong, who fell on the ground, struggled to stand up, let alone resist, and could only close his eyes and wait for death. Cheng Ying is so strong that there is absolutely no reason to let him go. How could a little soul sage cause him any trouble? It's just the pain of death, but it hasn't come. She quietly opened her eyes, and saw Cheng Ying stretch out the hand that didn't hold the hammer to him. Get up. In my class schedule today, I didn't teach how to kill. Looked at the sky at a loss, but still instinctively held Cheng Ying's hand and stood up with his strength. Senior, you are. Chao Chong Kong knew that no matter how stupid he was, Cheng Ying was definitely not so young on the surface. I'm not a senior, just call me Cheng Ying. Cheng Ying pulled up towards the sky, and returned to the 3 apprentices, confirming that they were not affected by the aftermath of the explosion, and then relieved. What are you doing here? I don't understand anything. This is the teacher who won the battle. What should I do if I lost the battle? Don't you know if I drag the soul sage to absorb the spirit ring? Cheng Ying taught. As his disciple, how can he even take advantage of it? The 3 of them were speechless at the same time. Just now I felt that the teacher had a kind of strong demeanor. Now it seems that I really think too much. The teacher really does not seem to have the talent to be as strong. Why are you stunned? Why don't you absorb the spirit ring? Cheng Ying glared at Meng Shu, and they all ran over. It was a brain hole. If the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake pretended to be dead, wouldn't he let him run? Just when Meng Shu was about to absorb the spirit ring, a few people suddenly heard a choked voice, "Why? Why should the spirit ring go to that guy? It was clearly discovered by us first. In order to hunt it down, my father and I spent a whole week eating and sleeping. It was hard to traumatize it. You can catch it just by looking at it. For what reason you can it away? Are our efforts in vain? This is not fair." "Shut up." Although Chao Chongkong was embarrassed, he still stood in front of Chao Tianxiang for the first time. What nonsense! Since Master Cheng Ying caught the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake, naturally it belongs to an adult. Said that he slapped his daughter when he waved his hand. Cheng Ying's personality looks very good, but on the mainland, there are many strong people who laugh on the surface, and in fact, he is worried that the other party will personally teach his daughter. Just his hand was held by Cheng Ying volley. "This kid is right, there is no need to teach her, just a little naive in thinking." Said Cheng Ying turned her head and looked at Kao Shengxiang, "Do you think it is unfair?" Chao Tianxiang was a little scared, but she nodded stubbornly, looking towards Chong Kong and winking for fear that her daughter would annoy Cheng Ying. Cheng Ying certainly wouldn't be angry. Comparatively speaking, in the era he lived in, at least if the things on the bright side were fair, although there was no difference inside, he understood the girl's thoughts better. It's a pity that there are too many things in the world that are unfair. Your father lost to me. That's why you lose the fruits of your work for a week. The world of the Soul Master is so weak and strong. Remember how you feel today. The injustice you have suffered today can be imposed on others in the future. Everyone has the right to struggle and the right to override others. This is the biggest and only fairness for the Soul Master." Cheng Ying looked at the girl's stubborn eyes, the look made him look forward to her answer next time. "No. Even if I become as strong as you, I will not be like you, bullying and depriving others of their efforts." Maybe it was just a momentary anger, or due to her character, the girl finally said that Cheng Ying hoped she would say it. Answer. In other words, are you still dissatisfied? Cheng Ying likes her stubbornness very much. It's okay to accept a female disciple. Otherwise, no one will guide women to awaken in the future. And they want to truly realize their status as the times develop. But the rise will probably shed a lot more blood. I don't accept it. I still have to challenge. Chao Tianxiang said stubbornly despite his father's prevention. Cheng Ying came to be interested, and squatted down to look up at the girl. Why should I accept your challenge, or do you have a bet worthy of me and you? Kao Shengxiang heard the words and her tone stagnated. At this time, she never wanted to rely on her father's power. Otherwise, what is the difference between her and Cheng Ying? I still have myself. On an impulse, Chao Tianxiang regarded himself as a bet and placed it on the balance. Cheng Ying heard this, and revealed a tricky smile in the sad eyes towards the sky. Okay, then my bet is the soul ring of the soul beast. If you lose, you will be my apprentice's girlfriend. This is not. I know this is unfair, but it is you who want to bet, and it is me who decides whether to bet or not. Cheng Ying's expression was very awkward in Chao Tianxiang's eyes, but she still fought. Then I have to decide what to bet. You talk about it first, and then I decide to disagree. Cheng Ying looked at Chao Tianxiang's eyes. He didn't let go of the water, and bargained with her in a manner of facing the same opponent. Kao Shengxiang was very aggrieved, but Cheng Ying knew that if she did not change herself and merged into the cruel spirit master world, then the dilemma she would face would be 100 times more unsolvable than now. Cheng Ying wanted her to see the thorns of the road ahead. Make a decision again. Okay. Chao Tianxiang bit her lip, and after a moment of contemplation, she saw that she took out a longbow in the shape of a zigzag from her storage equipment. Seeing this longbow made of spirit beast material, Cheng Ying was just an eye. Bright, it's a recurve bow. As the name suggests, normal bows are bent like the moon, while recurve bows are just the opposite. The winding direction is opposite to the bending direction of the bow. Naturally, such bows can be shot farther with a shorter bow. A more powerful arrow, this guy in Cao Shengxiang's hands, is probably the sniper bow of this era. We are better than this, as long as you shoot farther and more accurately than me, even if you win. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 36, Shoots better than a sniper rifle. Cheng Ying heard that, she couldn't help feeling pity for this girl. The range and accuracy of the sniper longbow can indeed reach a terrifying level when the technology is mature. But you shoot with a bow and a sniper rifle. Isn't this seeking your own death? We are better than this. Everyone is not allowed to use spirit abilities. If you don't have a bow, I can borrow your bow. Chao Tianxiang said proudly. No need, we have our own shooting equipment. Mengshu, come here. Take care of your own business, you will be yours if you win the girl. Mengshu swallowed after hearing the words. Although Chao Tianxiang is not a role, but a girl who can cultivate to this level will definitely not lose her face, especially when she looked like she was crying before she saw him. My heart is crisp, it is almost like a teacher's painting. It's just that he is a little self-aware. He has never practiced archery, she must have practiced for a long time. Teacher, you must be better than me. Don't worry about so much, you see how calm your two seniors are. They are not just soul rings. What if they are given away? Do you think the soul ring is important or the girl is important? Cheng Ying whispered in his ear. But if I lose, I will lose money and money. Mengshu looked desperate. On the other hand, looking at Chong Kong, he was so relieved that he was shocked when his daughter just said that he was betting on himself, and even prepared to take her to escape directly, but he was relieved to see that the daughter was showing a bow and arrow. Although the soul master basically doesn't use weapons, the daughter likes bows very much, and she has practiced a pretty good archery technique. Even if she has a higher cultivation base than archery, he doesn't believe that anyone here is her daughter's opponent, let alone that kid who looks the least serious. At the same time, Cheng Ying took out a large gun that was almost 2 meters tall from the storage space. It stood taller than Mengshu. The cold metal gun body was painted with black spray paint to prevent corrosion. The straight barrel of the gun reflected all sunlight. It looks extremely cold. Through the wound, you can see the spiral rifling that makes your scalp numb. The design of the scope is full of sci-fi colors. The lens is polished by the best glass maker in Tiandu City, coupled with the scale for measuring distance, make people unclear. Zhu Li feels, purely manual mechanical loading, the locking mechanism is smooth and seamless, just like a work of art. This sniper rifle was named Phantom by Cheng Ying. It was brought out by him holding a clamp and a hydraulic tool, one by one. The accuracy is definitely not comparable to modern sniper rifles, and the structural design must be unreasonable, but Cheng Ying by lengthening the barrel and increasing the volume of the gun body, this error was reduced to an acceptable level. Within a kilometer, even a person with little sniper experience will never miss a humanoid target. Cheng Ying explained to Mengshu how to aim with a scope and how to estimate the distance to choose a crosshair. The principle is very simple. It is still 3 points in a line. It is nothing more than taking into account the acceleration of gravity when the distance is far. Mengshu took the gun and took the gun. Tang Chen looked a little envious. The teacher was so precious that they would not normally let them touch it. The joy of taking the enemy at the top of a kilometer away was something every boy couldn't refuse. Only Mengshu himself didn't know how powerful this thing was. What is that? Cao Shengxiang wondered. This is my bow, but it's a little different from your recurve bow. Cheng Ying said it will. This weapon can only be used as a plaything, it does not produce energy, and its powerful effect is limited. Although Chao Tianxiang was puzzled, she was still very confident in her archery. He pointed to a blood-red tree that was obviously different from the others and said, "I can shoot that tree over there. If you can prove that you can shoot more accurately or farther, even if you win." Said that he used 3 fingers to hook the bow and arrow, which was a very mature archery technique. His hands did not tremble at all, and he held his breath so as not to affect the aim of the chest rise and fall. 300 meters, even for the Soul Master's eyesight, is a severe test. The best way to be accurate is to shoot flat, and if you want to hit a target 300 meters away, you can imagine the arm strength needed. With such a strong bow, Cao Shengxiang can aim at a limited time. After about 1 breath, she released her hand, and the arrow was like a thunder, passing quickly in her sight, and finally shivered and nailed to the plant. On the red tree, the tail feathers trembled slightly. "It's your turn." Chao Tianxiang raised her small face with pride, and the soul masters below the soul sage, even if they use soul skills, few people can have such a long attack range. Cheng Ying was also a little admired for this result. With his bow and arrow, he achieved a similar effect as a sniper rifle. One can imagine the hard work, and he is a good seed with firm character. Meng Shu raised the gun under Cheng Ying's sign, but he didn't have much confidence. How could it be possible to hit such a distant target with just a small spot just by looking at it? It was just that when he was shooting in a kneeling position and his eyes were in front of the scope, the whole person trembled because of shock, and the distant target was actually in front of the scope in the scope. Seeing this magical scene, Meng Shu's confidence suddenly increased. He said that the teacher is indeed omnipotent, and he quickly followed Cheng Ying's guidance to estimate the distance, choose the front sight, and then aim. Because there is no need to draw a bow, even if the sniper rifle is more than 20 kilograms, Meng Shu still has a lot of time to aim. www.readaloud.com. The sight is just set on the arrow shaft shot by Cao Shengxiang, and then the trigger is pulled. Boom! The huge explosion of the bullets frightened him, and the gunfire flashed. Almost no one could see the bullet's trajectory. There was a transparent hole in the distant tree trunk. The arrow there. There is no doubt that Meng Shu hit, and it is more accurate than Cao Shengxiang. It is obviously much more difficult to hit the arrow shaft than the tree. Moreover, Meng Shu has not stopped yet. The tree of the same color is farther away. There are a few more. Meng Shu repeatedly aimed and fired, and every bullet left a transparent hole in the center of the trunk. The farthest one was even 800 meters away. Chao Tianxiang wanted to compete, but after seeing it, she also lost her confidence in the contest. The gap was too big and she had no chance of winning. The 800 meters had even surpassed the theoretical limit range of the recurve bow in her hand, and she still projected. It is impossible to win at all. Do you think I'm cheating? It's unfair to compare you with this weird weapon. Cheng Ying came to Chao Tianxiang and put one hand on her shoulder. She wanted to hide, but finally gritted her teeth. Hide. Will you lose your bet? You should know what your bet is. Actually, Chao Tianxiang regretted it after saying the bet, but now it's too late to regret, so she can only bite the bullet and say, I know, it's me. Cheng Ying nodded when he heard the words, and then showed a weird smile, raised his head and said to Chao Chongkong, you will be responsible for the promised conditions, your daughter, I will take it away first. Senior, you. He stopped talking towards the sky. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 37, Martial Soul Fusion Skill. It's not really selling oneself, what's to be tangled with, girlfriend is not a wife, really can't get along with each other after adulthood. For the physical and mental health of the disciples, even if they thought before the age of 16, I couldn't let them do anything excessively intimate. Cheng Ying waved her hand, motioning towards Chong Kong to say nothing. Cao Shengxiang breathed a sigh of relief. Douluo was not very clear about the distinction between his girlfriend and his wife. Before, he thought it was like a child bride. Now it seems that at most 2 years of youth were wasted. When the time comes, he will kick that wretched guy. As for liking each other, she never thought about this possibility. Looking at Chao Chong Kong, Cheng Ying still looked reluctant, and beckoned him to come with him. After a few people away, Cheng Ying whispered to him, "You think I have this kind of cultivation, and you might see your daughter. Are you interested? Then what are you?" Chao Chong Kong said, "You are not surprised, it may not be that your apprentice can't, that nasty stinky boy Harazi is about to flow out, don't think he can't see it. I am because the two of them are a match made in heaven. If I am not mistaken, their martial souls are very close together. As long as they work together, they can easily use martial soul fusion skills." Cheng Ying is serious. If he said, he was taken aback by the sky. Senior, take this seriously. If what Cheng Ying said is true, then even he should consider matching the two children, not only because the martial soul fusion skills are powerful, but also because the two souls are compatible with each other. Individuals and personalities must also fit in, and they are the most suitable candidates as a partner. Of course it is true. Cheng Ying is a person who has seen the plot, how could he guess wrong? I tell you, after using the martial soul fusion technique, there must be no way to abandon this powerful force. If you ask your daughter to find someone else to be her husband, then, you said that you can't hug with the martial soul fusion technique. It's not good for people to have a little color on the top of their heads. Towards the sky. Cheng Ying's explanation has nothing to say, it is reasonable, and cannot be refuted. Although Cheng Ying's analysis is a bit more grounded, it has to be said to be a very realistic issue. If two people can really use the martial spirit fusion technique, it is indeed a good thing. I hope that the seniors did not lie to me. If this is the case, I will ask you to take care of it. Cheng Ying nodded and said that it was okay. 10 years later, he will be a democracy fighter and a female pioneer. It seems that these two are high-risk occupations, and they are likely to be assassinated accidentally, but the apprentices are all talented. Abnormal spirit masters will definitely be very strong in the future, so there is no need to worry too much about these. When the two returned, Chao Chong Kong had changed his clothes, and his expression had eased a lot. He squatted down and said to his daughter, "In the future, I will study hard with my seniors. If you don't have a father, you should take care of yourself. Don't be self-willed. Listen to seniors. If there is a feeling of resistance, Dad will visit you when he has time." "Dad." Kaya Shengxiang pursed her lips, but only said one word. "It's okay, Dad doesn't want you anymore, don't worry, if they really dare to bully you, Dad, hey." He sighed towards Chong Kong and asked which father didn't want to be omnipotent in front of his daughter, but he could do nothing. "I will study hard with my seniors, Dad, don't worry." Chao Tianxiang leaned forward and kissed his father's forehead lightly, "Dad. Goodbye." The parting between father and daughter made Cheng Ying feel like a wicked person, but he did not regret it. Instead of letting Kaya Shengxiang become a member of Union Soul Master in the future, he was invaded by the cruel reality and turned into a market. To become an irrelevant villain later, it is better to give her the strength to move forward toward her dream. Even though the road ahead is difficult, at the end of life, she can still say aloud that she has no regrets in this life. After Meng Shu absorbed the spirit ring, the group of people walked away from the forest. On the way, Meng Shu's eyes never left Kaya Shengxiang, but he didn't even dare to even say a word. He did not have the consciousness of the other boyfriend at all. Perfect. Explained for us what is the mentality of a thief and courageous otaku. That's right, I'm talking about those of you who are good at turning pretty girls into buddies in front of the screen. Wake up. The girl is not so chaste. Funny. After spending a long time, Meng Shu mustered up the courage and whispered, Teacher, are we going to hunt down a soul beast for Tianxiang's sister?" Cheng Ying stopped, and said that your kid has finally gotten his way. Not to mention that he has already walked out of the Star-Do forest. Although he thinks this way, he doesn't say that, Zhao is your girlfriend, not me. My disciple, whether to hunt the soul beast for her is your decision and her freedom. Being a teacher will not help you. If you want to hunt and kill soul beasts for her, I will approve your vacation, and then take your brothers back to Tiandu City first. If you don't have time alone, how can you spark the spark of love? Cheng Ying is also working hard to create opportunities for them. Oh no. Exhausting? Bah. It's exhausting. This. Meng Shu hesitated for a moment. Seeing that the teacher was not joking this time, he gritted his teeth and nodded, I am willing to stay and hunt the soul beast for Tianxiang. Hearing this, Cao Shengxiang's expression moved slightly, and his gaze toward Meng Shu changed a little. At least he has the courage to be a man, which is better than many others. Well, after a month of vacation, after a month, regardless of whether the soul beast is hunted or not, you must return to Heaven Do City. Cheng Ying said with a stern face, and the two disciples knew about it after being with him for a period of time. Yu reading www.yuyuganshu The expression of .com is serious. Thank you, teacher. After saying that, Meng Shu watched Cheng Ying and his party go away, then looked at Cao Shengxiang, and after tangled for a while, he asked, what kind of soul beast do you want to hunt? It's up to you. Cao Shengxiang said faintly. She already had a general impression of Meng Shu along the way. Although her mouth was a little sloppy, and occasionally there were some sand sculptures, she was not a fascinating guy. She was even better than Tang. Chen and Dugubo still had to tweak, so Meng Shu figured it out, he would try his best to accompany her to hunt down the most suitable soul beast. On the other side, Cheng Ying who walked out of early suddenly stopped and shouted into the woods, Bing Bing! Come out! Take us to the fun! Then the Bingdi quietly walked out of the woods behind him, don't shout, I'm here. Cheng Ying. Ahem. Well, with your strength, bringing us together, shouldn't they be discovered? Cheng Ying was a little embarrassed and pretended to fail. It's just two little guys, it's very simple, you know you must not worry about them. The Bingdi smiled playfully, and the bubble like ice hockey enveloped the four and floated smoothly over the forest. The surface of the bubble is like an optical camouflage, showing the same color as the sky, and it is absolutely impossible to find from the ground. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Staring at Her World for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you for watching the original version. By the way, everyone who is a prostitute should not spray. Anyway, it's not on the shelves yet, and I don't want to subscribe after it's on the shelves. Just write a sentence in the comment area that the author is handsome. Chapter 38, One bowl of instant noodles can be changed to a girl this year. In the sky, Cheng Ying was surprised to see the Ice Emperor freely control the color of the ice surface. He was not envious. Although he is also an ice element, if he really fights with ice, he can shoot a few small ice cones at most, like the Ice Emperor couldn't do it at all. Hey! Great! This is the new trick I researched based on the optical camouflage you told me. Is it very practical? You didn't find me just now. Bingdi quickly praised my expression and let Cheng Ying I couldn't help but rubbed her little head. It's very powerful. If you want to use technology to realize this kind of thing, I don't know when you have to wait. Cheng Ying was a little helpless. The technology tree was too slow to light up. Many cutting-edge things have to use spirit power. Okay. He had already started the end of the world project very early, and the problem in this regard will not be long before it will be resolved. You said that if the teacher left us alone in the forest in the future, would he also sneak in the sky to peek? Tang Chen leaned into Dugubo's ear and whispered. Dugubo looked at him with a mentally retarded expression, almost writing on his face, discussing this kind of problem under the eyes of the teacher. you are afraid that you are not looking for death. Unexpectedly, Tang Chen's forehead has a big bag. Cheng Ying said that he must maintain the majesty of his teacher. On the ground, Meng Shu didn't know it. The teacher was always ready to rescue in mid-air. He was always on guard for spirit beasts attacking around him. He was more vigilant than when he hunted and killed spirit beasts in the forest alone. Every time the spirit beasts sneak attacked, they were driven away by him first, so that Chao Tianxiang didn't encounter any danger at all. Is just this kind of meticulous protection, but it makes her a little awkward. The feeling of being cared about is not bad, even if the other person is not handsome, not cute, does not understand the taste, will not please people, but at least it is not annoying. But she is similar to the status of a prisoner, but she feels, consciously or unconsciously, that Meng Shu's protection is like protecting the spoils, not the girlfriend. Don't be nervous, I am also a 40th level spirit master, and I don't need your protection. Chao Tianxiang was a little irritable, but he regretted it after he said it, but because of the young man's face, he did not take it back. I know. Meng Shu said in embarrassment. He didn't know why. Facing Kao Shengxiang, his all-inclusive pompous words couldn't rise. He didn't know it, but it was actually because he was worried about whether he was not. Reliable personality will cause the other side to hate. After a while, Chao Tianxiang looked at the soul beasts that Meng Shu deliberately missed. She was a bit speechless. She also felt the clumsy flattery, but there was no feeling of calling. In the sky, Cheng Ying sat in the ice bubble and pointed to the ground. Have you seen? Tell you as a teacher. Pao girl must not be like him. Blindly flattering can only make the goddess think you are a dick. You have to learn to act appropriately. To sum up, licking the dog will eventually lead to nothing. Cheng Ying was still talking about it, completely ignoring the pitying gaze in the eyes of the two disciples. Tang Chen said that he had already used his eyes very hard to signal the materialized grievances of his mother, but Cheng Ying was overwhelmed. Stop! Bing Bubu's soundproofing is very good. Meng Shu did not hear the teacher's screams in the sky. The sky was getting darker. After lighting a fire, he took out a piece of instant noodles and threw them in a tin teacup. These are said to be invented by the teacher. Smelling the scent of instant noodles, even Kao Shengxiang couldn't help but swallowed his saliva, but remembered the cold and dry food that was hunting down the phoenix-tailed coxcomb snake while eating and sleeping. The eyes looking at Meng Shu became cold again. Under the bonfire, the water in the tea jar quickly boiled. Meng Shu quickly brought the tea jar down and brought it to Kao Shengxiang regardless of the hotness. He folded 2 wicker branches, peeled off the bark and handed it over. This is how chopsticks can do. Convenient. Try it, this is the instant noodles invented by the teacher. The chefs in the pub can't make such delicious food, but the teacher said that this is junk food eaten by the poor in the future, and I don't know why. Kao Shengxiang cast a glance at Meng Shu. Although he felt a bit resentful for stealing his soul ring, he did not refuse. For modern people, instant noodles means nothing to eat. I believe most people are the first. When I ate it for the second time, I felt that it tasted pretty good. Kao Shengxiang is no exception. She stirs up the wave-like noodles and swallows it. The deep-fried aroma fills her lips and teeth. She can't help but squint her eyes. The first time she tastes this taste, she and Meng Shu has the same doubts. Why is such a delicious thing reduced to junk food in Cheng Ying's mouth? Thinking in her mind, the movements of her hands did not stop. For the soul master's appetite, the big bowl of instant noodles was just enough to eat, and when she reacted, there was only noodle soup left in the tea jar. Looking up, Meng Shu was gnawing on the cold dry food, looking at him with a smirk, as if she was so happy that she could eat it. The bonfire made Meng Shu's face red, and Kao Shengxiang felt inexplicably, this face doesn't seem to be so nasty anymore. Looking at the empty tea mug in his hand, his face blushed. I didn't mean it, The first time I ate instant noodles, I didn't hold back. It's okay, I'm used to eating dry food too. It looked like this when I hunted soul beasts by myself before. Meng Shu smiled. Are you alone? Where is your teacher? Chao Tianxiang was surprised and forgot his principle of not talking to Meng Shu as much as possible. At that time, I hadn't met the teacher, so I could only be alone. My dad was bitten to death by a mandala snake when I was very young. My mom raised me to 8 years old. Responsibility passed away. Fortunately, my talent is good. www.readaloud.com luck is also good. I didn't die when I hunted the first spirit ring, and I barely made a living by relying on 1 gold soul coin a month in the spirit hall. At first, I was a little panicked when I entered the forest alone, but then I got used to it. As long as I was a little bit fierce, no soul beast would dare to provoke you. The most dangerous time was when I met my 3rd spirit ring, a dragon scale tiger. I almost died when I killed him. I couldn't stand the pain when I absorbed the spirit ring, so I bit my arm, and while biting me, I thought, if it could be like in the novel, a woman would bite me her arm. But I have only one person, so I can only bite my arm. After that, I exchanged the corpse of the soul beast for a few gold coins, and found a depressed painter, and wanted to draw a fantasy female hero as a talisman, so that I would not be alone in the future. It's a pity that the painter is too good, and he doesn't have the level of the teacher's legs. You. Meng Shu, who opened the chatterbox, didn't notice. Chao Tianxiang didn't know when, she had already come to him, quietly rolled up his sleeves, and when she saw the shocking scar on his arm, she couldn't help but feel distressed and touched it subconsciously. As soon as Meng Shu stopped, the two of them immediately reacted, their faces flushed immediately, avoiding each other's sight, but for a while they didn't know what to say. In the sky, Cheng Ying opened a gas tank like iron gall, and with a bang, the popcorn spurted out like a fountain. Come, eat together. In the dark, popcorn and dog food are even better. Saying that a bowl of instant noodles can make a girl a story these days, then I can open the harem? To be continued. Thank you Mingdan Tang for rewarding 100 starting coins loyally. 2 days of miserable writing, the data depends on you, not so ugly. Chapter 39, Wuhan Fusion. Cheng Ying is obviously the type who remembers eating or not. Bingdi grabbed his ears and said with no anger, just you still open the harem? So stupid, I can look at you, so I don't want to mislead people here. Don't pinch. Don't pinch. I'll spit. If you dare to say you haven't thought of opening the harem or something. Otherwise, you will return the concept map of the Snow Emperor that I drew to me. For Xue Di, Cheng Ying is still a bit pimple. Although she is a woman, the Bing Di in the original book really likes Xue Di. Lily is infinitely good, but it's a bit of a thing if you buckle it on your head. I'm not. Mentioned the Snow Emperor, the Ice Emperor's voice became quieter. I just used to be lonely for a long time, that's it. I think it's okay for girls to be together, and then. Don't mention it. This is Black History. Swadey must still be laughing at me. I have been getting along with Cheng Ying for a long time, and the Bingdi probably understands that the previous feelings for the Swadey are just the mutual comfort of lonely people and the sympathy of the top powers. Even human beings living in cities often cannot distinguish between family and love, let alone the Ice Emperor who lives alone on the ice field. Cheng Ying is actually very clear. In the original book, the Snow Emperor didn't mean that. It was just a unilateral misunderstanding of the Bing Emperor. But in many cases, men were so careful that even the vinegar of girls could not be mistaken. Tang Chen and Dugubo expressionlessly ate the popcorn sprinkled on the ground. They were eating dog food and they really had a different taste. They couldn't help but let them sprinkle some salt and sugar on the popcorn. Tang Chen is a salty party, and Dugubo is a sweet party. By the way, the corn is grown by Cheng Ying's manner. This thing Douluo has been around for a long time, but because it is not easy to digest, it has not become the staple food. I came out for popcorn. The two apprentices said that eating 2 portions of dog food at a time is really double happiness. The two below are obviously not good stubble. The sour smell of love can be smelled through optical camouflage. Meng Shu is not very good at telling stories, but he can live to this day. He is very legendary, and he is naturally thrilling to tell. Fight to the death with the soul beast, the thrill of escaping from the dead. Catch the soul beast cub and reap the joy of fruit. The profiteers make things difficult, and are helpless. The strength is earth-shaking, and the joy of returning home to slap her face. Every soul master who walks on her own step by step has a wonderful past like a novel. Chao Tianxiang's eyes are full of brilliance, and she also understands how ridiculous the fairness she emphasized before. At the age of 8, Meng Shu began to run around for survival, and fate with soul beasts. In contrast, she had a powerful father since she was a child to pave the way for her, and every soul ring must strive for perfection. This is a huge gap. But she habitually chose to turn a blind eye. Looking back, is it fair? Have you never felt that fate is too unfair to you? Chao Tianxiang kept listening, and waited until Meng Shu's mouth was dry before handing over the water bag and asking, by the way. Destiny? Before I met the teacher, I didn't have the mind to think about this kind of thing. At that time, it took a lot of hard work to live. Saying this, Meng Shu's face gradually returned to an improper look. But after meeting the teacher, it's different. It's just a matter of time. There is a teacher who helped hunt the soul beast, but I won, overwhelmed. Noting Kao Shengxiang's unnatural look, Meng Shu also realized that his own time and movement seemed to be based on the bad luck of the girl in front of him. It's okay, I also want to start a little bit. It may not be a bad thing to lose to you. If I don't lose this time, I may never know a lot of things. I am willing to bet and lose. I will try to be your girlfriend, but I don't understand why your teacher made such a strange bet. At that time, Chao Tianxiang was impulsive, and only said that she was a bet, but she didn't expect Cheng Ying to make her cash it in this way. Facing the calm Kao Shengxiang, Meng Shu was a little at a loss. I don't know why, but the teacher should have his own meaning in doing this. Just when Meng Shu was frantically thinking about how to transfer this embarrassing topic, he suddenly felt that his palm was held by a slender little hand. I. The strange feeling on the palm of his hand made Meng Shu's mouth dumbfounded. What are you? Shouldn't your boyfriend and girlfriend be like this? Don't like it. Kao Shengxiang flushed red and would withdraw her hand, but she was held by Meng Shu. I don't mean that, I mean soul power. Our soul power has flowed to the other side. How can, It turned out to be true. Chao Tianxiang subconsciously wanted to refute, but after careful perception, she realized that the spirit power of the two can really blend with each other. This is simply a scene of breaking through common sense. Changing to another spirit master, let alone the spirit power blending autonomously, the spirit power of others is injected into the body, and if you don't crazily destroy the meridians, you are already burning high incense. How harmonious like them. Actually, since they stopped repelling each other, the spirit power has the conditions for blending, but there has been no physical contact before, this has not been reflected. The two people who can merge with martial souls will be attracted to each other, just like meeting the right person. No matter what the opposite person says, their favorability will increase over time. What's more, what Cheng Ying didn't say is that Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, he actually restored the plot of the original story easily. Although the original story didn't say it clearly, it hinted that Kao Shengxiang was the wife Meng Shu won through a bet. Even if they didn't interfere with the movie, the two would soon get married. I probably understand what your master meant, but he is really amazing, and he can even see this. Chao Tianxiang did not retract the hand that was held, allowing the spirit power of the two to pass through the palm of each other, flowing in his body. What do you mean? Meng Shu was born in a wild, and had no concept of martial and soul fusion skills. On the contrary, he had to ask Kao Shengxiang, who had received professional education. Your teacher may have seen through the high degree of harmony between our martial arts, and this request, based on the current degree of fusion of our soul power, I am afraid that as long as we have a slight understanding of each other, we can use the martial arts fusion. Meng Shu didn't understand most of Kao Shengxiang's explanations, but he understood the martial soul fusion skills. A partner who can use this soul skill might not be able to produce a pair in more than 10 years, but as long as it appears, it must be a pair of rising stars. It is conceivable that the martial arts fusion skill is what a soul master dreams of. You mean, we are likely to be martial soul fusion partners? That's right. Chao Tianxiang finally encountered a good thing after a lot of unlucky things. She rarely smiled, but she didn't see the pair of cold snake pupils behind. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Idlet for the reward of 200 starting coins. Thank you Book Friend 2019111413212664 100 starting coins for rewards. Thank you I am Zio by CT for the reward of 500 starting coins. Chapter 40, Blood Sea Demon Jiao. Because of the fusion of martial souls, the two of them were less vigilant about the outside world. A pair of cold snake pupils locked the two people by the campfire through the dense grass. The colorful snake body is perfectly hidden in the grass. The bifurcated snake letter can capture the position of the prey even in the dark. The pink venomous horn on the forehead is bright and dripping, and it is full of venom. Well prepared to kill with one blow. Facing the unconscious prey, the mandala snake approached quietly, 5 meters, this is his best attack distance. The snake body is coiled into an S shape, and the energy is stored like a spring. The ejection strikes, the target is directed at Kao Shengxiang's slender neck. Be careful. Although the vigilance dropped drastically, the instinct of being born and dying in the Star Do forest for many years allowed Meng Shu to spot this sneaky mandala snake first. Before he could escape, Meng Shu directly took the Chao Tian incense into his arms, and the tempered instinct of the beast made him subconsciously summon the dragon stick to stand behind the Chao Tian incense. The deadly snake kiss was blocked by the volley and bit on the dragon rod. Even if it didn't hit the prey, the venom was still secreted frantically. You! Chao Tianxiang exclaimed. Before she could blush, she saw Meng Shu reflexively smashing a thick-thigh colorful giant python to the ground, and then raised the dragon stick with both hands and confronted the giant python. It's a mandala snake, 5,000 years. It's just right. Chao Tianxiang saw the giant python, not surprised but rejoiced, summoned the snake stick, and confronted Meng Shu side by side. Don't be eager to be happy, the prerequisite for you to absorb its spirit ring is that we can survive. Meng Shu looked solemn, and the soul beast corresponding to the upper limit of the spirit master's absorption of the spirit ring is generally stronger than the soul master itself. This is also an important reason why spirit masters rarely obtain spirit rings on their own. When they encounter a suitable spirit beast, they are not opponents alone. Meng Shu's words are like a basin of cold water, pouring out the incense to wake up. She is no longer the little princess who can rely on her father's strength. She inadvertently glanced at Meng Shu's dragon stick, and saw the position where she had just been bitten. It is purple and black, and 2 small dots with the same pinhole are rapidly expanding. The spirit of martial arts is like the organ of the spirit master. Even the spirit of weapon is not immune to toxins. Meng Shu can feel that the toxins are rapidly depriving him of control of the spirit of martial arts. Your martial soul. Chao Tianxiang was a little retreat. If the two of them are in perfect condition, they might be able to challenge the 5,000-year-old mandala snake. Now with the poisoned debuff, the winning rate is very slim. Just Meng Shu didn't speak, his hand holding the dragon rod trembled slightly, his eyes fixed on the dragon-shaped scar on the snake's head. Chao Tianxiang also noticed what was wrong with Meng Shu. Following his line of sight, he couldn't help but shrink his pupils, and the dragon-shaped scar was exactly the same as the pattern on Meng Shu's martial soul. It reminded him that his father was bitten to death by a mandala snake. "You go first, this is my battle. Today, he and I must die." At this moment, Meng Shu seemed to be a different person, although he could ridicule his eaten father without changing his face. Which child does not want to have fatherly love, and which child does not want to have a hero-like father? Killing the father's hatred is not shared. The Star-Do forest is so big. If you escape this time, I am afraid that I will never have the chance to catch this mandala snake in my life, and Meng Shu will not leave. Incomparable strength does not mean that the opponent cannot be killed. He has to kill the murderer who ate his father by himself, regardless of the cost. Aren't you going to help? The Bingdi lay on the bottom of the bubble, with his two calves swinging behind him. No need, disturbing the romance between young people is not what the teacher should do. Cheng Ying said, raising the phantom, and in the scope, the sight pointed directly at the mandala snake's forehead, ready to pull the trigger. Facing the mandala snake, Meng Shu was ready for a deadly battle. The 4 spirit rings on his body were constantly moving, confronting the mandala snake, like a cowboy in a duel in a Western movie. The victory was only in one thought. Chao Tianxiang watched this scene, her lips tightly pressed. She could leave it, as long as Meng Shu died, the bet would have no meaning, and she would be free. I don't know why, she just couldn't take steps. She had only known each other for a day, but it seemed like she was destined, so she couldn't sit back and watch Meng Shu die. Quietly, she came to the left side of Meng Shu, her slender hand firmly held Meng Shu's sweaty palm. This time, you are no longer alone. Soul power is flowing in the bodies of the two of them. If the fusion of martial souls also has a synchronization rate, at this moment, the synchronization rate of the two has skyrocketed from less than 50% to 80%. Meng Shu held that slender little hand without refusal nor hypocritical, as if it should have been. There is no separation of life and death, only the tacit understanding that seems to have cooperated countless times. Fight, that's how it should be. There was no words or eye contact. The two moved almost at the same time. They held hands and rushed out to face the ejected snake head. The snake rods in their hands were crossed, and the snake kiss was stuck in the cross shape, so that the fangs could not touch the two. Human spirit. Sync rate is 90%. After the mandala snake attacked, the first spirit ring of the two flickered at the same time, and the two sticks softened at the same time after the mandala snake attacked. The mandala snake fell out. The action of falling over the shoulders just made the two face each other, making a circle like a dance. The dangerous poisonous snake seemed to be just a prop for their dance. After being sealed with fangs, the two can only be beaten repeatedly. With the tacit cooperation and connection, the tacit understanding between the two people is getting higher and higher. It seems that as long as you hold your hands together, you can know each other's thoughts. Sync rate 98%, 99%, 100%. Almost at the same time, the two of them gave up their combo attacks on the mandala snake, and their spirit powers were completely integrated, conforming to the feeling that the spirit of martial arts brought to the two of them. They actually embraced each other grandiosely on the battlefield. Together. As if they melted into liquid and melted together, the dragon rod and the snake rod were also spirally coiled, like a double helix of DNA. The gene fragments of the dragon and the snake were arranged and combined, and finally turned into the powerful ancestors in the ancient times. The martial spirit of the double helix turns into a huge green dragon, accompanied by the dragon, and a cloud of blood like the sea. The scarlet vertical pupil exudes the majesty of the king. Even if it is only a juvenile body, it is by no means a mandala. Luo Shi can be provocative. The dragon swimming in the sea of blood let out a proud roar. Within a few miles, the soul beasts carrying the blood of the dragon snake bowed their heads, feeling the majesty of the dragon, and the two people simultaneously popped out a name: Blood Sea Magic Dragon. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Aladdin's Lamp and Lamp God for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you 100 Years of Fetters 100 starting coins for rewards. Thank you Peng Cheng Wan Li for the rewarded 588 book coins. Chapter 41, The Might of the Demon Flood. The king-like Blood Sea Demon Dragon, the vertical pupil looked at the mandala snake contemptuously. If you change to a beast of the fellow practitioner, you might even dare to fight to the death, but as a snake, it can't even think of resistance. Stand up! The snake's body trembled and retreated, and the raised snake head was also crawling on the ground, not daring to look at the scarlet vertical pupil. Ho 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 ho! The Blood Sea Demon Hawk roared and soared down in the blood cloud. The four sharp claws were like goshawks catching small snakes, and easily buckled the 7 inches of the mandala snake. Until death came, the poor little snake did not dare to resist, letting the Blood Sea Demon flood crush its heart, and the purple spirit ring floated out. The proud dragon soars around in the sea of blood, and finally looks reluctantly at the two hugging each other, and the vertical pupils reveal a humane nostalgia. He enjoys the feeling of being alive, but the spirit power of the two can no longer continue to support them, so they can only reluctantly revert to the spirits of the two, expecting them to use the martial spirit fusion technique again. Taken back the martial soul, the two people hugging each other sit on the ground at the same time. Their soul power is consumed enormously. The Blood Sea Demon flood obviously has its own will, otherwise it wouldn't be so powerful. It took a long time for the panting two to notice that their hands were still holding together, but no one said anything, so they acquiesced in the fact of holding hands. Each found a reason for themselves in their hearts, holding hands just to restore soul power faster. After a while, the two of them had almost recovered their spirit power, then blushed and let go. Chao Tianxiang came to the spirit ring and sat cross-legged, thinking for a while, and did not say thank you. While protecting her, Meng Shu used a knife to chop off the snake head of the mandala. He was going to take this thing back and burn it in front of his father's grave. In the sky, Cheng Ying retracted the phantom in his hands into the storage equipment, and said with an expression that he had guessed a long time ago, "I knew early on, how could the mandala snake be their opponent?" Dugubo and Tang Chen are speechless. Could you please take back the rockets you carried behind your back and say this again? Your posture that you are fully armed to fight a large-scale war is totally unconvincing. It is said that the rockets behind Cheng Ying are actually quite dangerous. The explosive thief made by Dugubo is unstable, and it may explode even if it knocks on it, but Cheng Ying's blood is so thick that he dared to carry this thing on his back. I'm ready to go home. There are already 6 people. You hurry up and accept 3 more apprentices, and we can play werewolf at home in the future. Bingdi said excitedly. Even if you can't play werewolf kill, the number of people now can join a table of mahjong. Before Dugubo always squatted in the laboratory, it took a long time for her to play once. Cheng Ying. He actually regretted it. After he came up with playing cards before, he was so stupid as to give it away for free. Given the lack of entertainment on the Douluo continent, these convenient and fast board games will definitely be all the rage. After the killing games, Hearthstone, 3 Kingdoms, etc., must find a way to charge. As for the 3 Kingdoms killing does not conform to the world view, is it not easy to change to Douluo killing? Outside the Stardow forest, Meng Shu flew out at high speed riding a dragon stick, just like riding a broomstick in Hogwarts, with Kao Shengxiang sitting on his side in front of him. This is Meng Shu's 4th spirit ability, speed. Very fast, it's easy to hit the tree if you don't master it well. Of course, if you master it well, you will definitely be a gold medal chaser to play Quidditch. Good luck! I embraced the beauty so easily. Cheng Ying, who was waiting outside the forest, blew a whistle and attracted the attention of the two. Chao Tianxiang blushed and wanted to jump out of Meng Shu's arms. Before, I wanted to experience the feeling of flying at extreme speed so much that Meng Shu was allowed to hold it. Now I was hit by Cheng Ying and suddenly wanted to find a seam to get in. It's just that Meng Shu didn't mean to let her go. He rode the broom and circled Cheng Ying, and then stopped. Why do you say I'm lucky? Can't it be that I am very charming? As soon as I shot. Leaving the Star Do Great Forest, Meng Shu returned to his funny nature. Hehe, it's better to save yourself by subduing the female prisoners as soon as you shoot. You don't want to look in the mirror yourself. Cheng Ying threw a small round mirror as he said. Meng Shu subconsciously took the mirror and took a look. Click. The mirror is cracked. Meng Shu. For Cheng Ying, the cost of a mirror is average, and it doesn't hurt to make a joke at all, but this scene stuns Cao Shengxiang. Although the Soul Master is rich, the mirror is also a rare thing, not to mention the crystal clear silver mirror that Cheng Ying made, it is not comparable to other grey mirrors. Even if it was split, she could see her eyes sparkling, and she reached out and snatched it from Meng Shu. I blame you, you are so ugly, the mirror is broken. Meng Shu hid the cracked mirror in his pocket like a baby Cao Shengxiang, his expression was a little stiff, and whispered in her ear, ahem, this kind of thing is actually worthless. The teacher just told me a few days ago. This is made by sand. If you want to ask the teacher directly, it is said that the teacher has a full-length mirror on how tall a person is. Meng Shu felt that it would be better to explain it clearly to Chao Tianxiang, otherwise she might be embarrassed again after a while. www.readaloud.com. After all, he had asked these stupid questions before. Let's go. The car is waiting in front. Cheng Ying didn't intend to pretend to be forceful, and didn't notice Cao Shengxiang's small movements. During this period of time, he was actually using it to remodel the car. A car with 5 passengers is no longer big enough. Fortunately, a clockwork-powered car is more convenient to transform. It's like building blocks. If you change to a longer drive shaft and 2 rows of seats, it immediately becomes 3 rows. 6 people sat down easily. Cheng Ying and Bingdi were naturally the driver and co-pilot, and Meng Shu and Cao Shengxiang were the last row, which made Tang Chen sitting in the second row very stressed. After all, everyone else is surrounded by female tickets. Next to him is Douluo. His complexion is a little purple. The clockwork wagon is full of horsepower, raising a cloud of smoke and dust, and it disappears on the horizon not long after. For Cheng Ying, this trip to the stars is really rewarding. Get a dukelong and a snake woman. When he gathers 7 disciples, he will open a Shrek Academy and take the way of others, so that they have nowhere to go. The car drove all the way into Tiandu City, and the car without livestock attracted a lot of people's onlookers, but when I saw the Earth logo on the car and the word technology below, I was no longer surprised. Only the things of the great sage will be printed with that word ball, and the things of the great sage, there is no need to be surprised no matter how magical it is. Cao Shengxiang had been to Tiandu City when she was a child. Compared with that time, the whole city was prosperous several times. Even the roads became clean. From a distance, she saw a green curtain and scaffolding. The towering buildings stand out from the crowd. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 42, Tower of Chapteral. The green curtain and steel scaffolding are incompatible with the style of this era, but they are so shocking. Even if the building is less than half completed and less than 50 meters high, it still stands out in Tiandu City. The giant tower crane outside the building is even more dazzling. The slender figure and slender boom make people worry that he will be blown down by a gust of wind. But 1 month later, the tower crane grows taller day by day, but it is still as stable as before. Every day, there are people watching how the tower crane grows by itself. Every time a part of the crane is lifted by the boom, and then installed by itself in a series of dazzling operations, the residents of Tiandu City cannot help but marvel at it. The design is clever. As for the source of power, that's not even a problem. Without electricity and electric motors, wouldn't there be soul masters and soul beasts? The essence of the tower crane lies in the lever principle and the application of the pulley block. This is a different world, let alone a soul master. Ordinary people with a lot of strength can push the winch. 1,000-year-old buffalo that has been tamed and docile is pulling the winch around the clock. The power is so great that Cheng Ying is worried that the steam train he is preparing to develop cannot compete with the bull train. Kaya Shengxiang looked at the hot construction site, her eyes were full of exclamation, her mouth opened into an O shape, and she subconsciously asked, "Who is the mansion of the building in front? It can be built that high. That is the teacher's new home. It has not been built yet. It is at least twice as high as it is now." Tang Chen kindly explained to the two of them. Although he was also surprised, after receiving a certain level of basic education, doesn't feel incredible. Teacher's residence. Even Meng Shu showed a slumbering look. He guessed that the teacher must be rich, but this is too exaggerated. He almost thought that the teacher was going to build a tower to the sky. In fact, there are many people who have this idea. In Tiandu City, many people call this building under construction the Tongtian Tower. There is no better name than this. In fact, it cannot be said that it is the residence of the teacher. We are just a few people, that is, occupying certain floors in this building, and other places are open for lease. Cheng Ying wondered if it was early. Douluo set up a place similar to Wanda, which could be used as the headquarters in the future. It is both grand and full of historical heritage. With the development of commerce, this thing will definitely exist in the future. The market is like this. If you don't occupy it, people will naturally occupy it. The business strategy is sorted out. The car stopped at the gate of the construction site. A group of engineers wearing blue overalls and yellow helmets were hiding underneath and making a noise. One by one, they pointed their pencils on the drawings. Obviously, while constructing this building, they are also madly summing up experiences and absorbing nutrients. Seeing a car parked at the door, everyone immediately stopped. This kind of weird thing, absolutely only their boss can get it, and regardless of the argument, they all salute the Cheng Ying who got off the car. I have seen a great sage. They did this out of real respect, and when they really started their hands, they realized how important what Cheng Ying taught them before. The experience they used to be proud of began to fail after 30 meters. Now every time they raise the height of 1 meter, they have to go through countless discussions and sum up new and valuable experience, which has given them all this commitment. Shadow is naturally respect from the heart. You don't need to be so cautious, you are all craftsmen of a big country, and your status should be improved. It's not good to always be used as a tool. When this building is completed, who dares to look down on you? Cheng Ying also admires this group of people. In every era, there are such a group of guys who are good at delving into it. He just couldn't understand the discussion of these people just now. These are all thanks to you. We dare not take credit. A grey-haired old man stood up and bowed. Cheng Ying remembered his name was Lu Kong, and he didn't know that he would sacrifice his life to create a Buddha's Tang after decades. Is there any relationship between Lian's height? It's boring to go with courtesy and courtesy. Let's talk about whether there are any difficulties or not. I will try my best to help you solve them. As a modern person, Cheng Ying has a weak hierarchical concept. Lu Kong was also familiar with Cheng Ying's temperament, so he stopped being polite and went straight to the subject. There are many problems in the construction process, but the big problem is one. The tower crane can rise up to 30 meters. We don't have enough soul beast bones to build. The bolts and nuts of the tower crane are strong enough, and the strength of the joints is insufficient. 80 meters is the limit. The opinion we discussed was that after 80 meters, the tower crane should be transferred into the building and lifted together with the building structure, but this will cause the internal space of the building to shrink. I don't know if it's possible. I said, you are solely responsible, and it doesn't matter if you scale it down. It was originally used to practice your hands. Even if it collapses in the middle of the construction, it will be worth it as long as you are alive. Cheng Ying waved his hand, indicating that you are free to wave. Lao Tzu stood by when something went wrong. These words made the engineers look at each other, and then they were overjoyed. They are all masters and have their own ideas. The most annoying thing on weekdays is the employer's gesticulation. Install a sculpture here, an ancestral hall there, and one that covers an area of less than 2 acres. The house could not wait to watch it every day, for fear that they would steal the bricks. In contrast, Cheng Ying's promise was more satisfying than giving them $1 million each. I can come up with tens of millions of gold soul coins just to let the people practice their hands. In this day of Dushan, Yu reading www.yuyuganshu.com, except Brother Cheng, I am afraid that no one will be so generous. A familiar voice came from behind. Cheng Ying turned his head and saw Shui Ye fanning his folding fan and standing behind him. He was probably the prince who liked microservices private visits the most, and he didn't know how he became the emperor in the end. Thousands of dollars are indeed painful for me. But for the accumulation of technology, it is worth it. Cheng Ying smiled, His Royal Highness secretly left the palace again. You have wronged me. This time I came out to investigate the design of Brother Cheng's underground drainage system. If the budget is within the acceptable range of the father, the construction will start next year. After all, no one wants to step on the filth on the side of the road. It's embarrassing that every time my father goes out of the palace, he has to pave the ground with loess. The ancient emperors needed clean water to spread the loess on the streets, not just for style. Walking on the avenues of this era, the emperor might suddenly step on thunder if he didn't do that. The sanitary conditions are so painful. Oh! By the way, I heard from the emperor father that he had done his elder brother's contribution to the disaster relief before, and the emperor father is preparing to enshrine you, and is now going through the process. Shui Ye seemed to have thought of this suddenly. Cheng Ying was taken aback when he heard the words Du Wei, Roland, and the figures of the Lord's predecessors came to mind one by one, blurted out and said, Is there a fief? To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Yonkin's Grace for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Muhammad Bashan for rewarding 400 starting coins. Thank you Book Friends 160502234340488 100 starting coins for rewards. Thank you Book Friends 2019010118123780 for the reward of 500 starting coins. Thank you WFTE for the reward of 500 starting coins. Grateful. Chapter 43, The End of the World. Shui Ye. Cheng Ying's question made him a little embarrassed. The question was too direct. There was no aristocratic subtlety at all. Fortunately, Shui's self-cultivation was good and he did not show an embarrassing expression. There should be fiefs, but it may not be the same as you think. Shui didn't intend to hide it. Generally, titles come with fiefs, but whether they can get them depends on their own ability. Let's talk about it. It is always safer to have a legal site. Cheng Ying said that no matter how desolate the fief is, he will not panic. He can always make the site rich. This is the case. Although Brother Cheng has a high achievement and countless living people, the hereditary title is not so easy to take. If you are lucky, you should be able to get a viscount. But unless the Duke, the Empire will not cut flesh and land in its own territory, and your viscountry will most likely be in the disputed territory between the Empire and the border kingdoms. Cheng Ying blinked when he heard the words, and then suddenly, the greatest significance of enfeoffment was to rule territories that could not be directly governed by it. Cutting flesh in places directly under the Empire would run counter to the purpose of enfeoffment. When Zhou Tianzi entrusted the princes, that was what it meant. It was never that this place was shot down and you were called to govern, but it was a circle on the map to indicate that such and such princes, this place was shot down to yours. Understandable, that is to say, the territory has to find a way to grab it. Cheng Ying pondered, the empire should provide some help, otherwise, why didn't he grab the territory by himself? That's it, so most nobles can't get their own fiefs. They can borrow troops from the empire to attack the fiefs, but the empire seldom lends out the Soul Master Legion, bringing a group of ordinary people into the territory. If Brother Cheng needs it, I can borrow 100 subordinates from you. Although the cultivation level is not high, it is better than nothing. Shui Ye explained kindly. Are you going to fight? Bingdi suddenly jumped out, his face finally showing my power, and then he was hugged ruthlessly by Cheng Ying, pinched his face and couldn't speak, he could only make a vague woo. Lulu. It is true that the Ice Emperor can indeed lay down fiefdoms, let alone lay down fiefdoms. Those few jumping kingdoms will not have a big problem for them to collectively destroy the country, but powerful heroes can't awaken a class, only let them realize themselves. The power of it will do. Thank your highness for your kindness, but I already have a complete plan in this regard. Your highness's guard should stay by my side to protect myself. Cheng Ying knows that this is not the eldest son, as for how to become the eldest son. The emperor on the top is afraid that it is indispensable to kill the brother and enjoy the throne. The cooperation between the two parties has always been very happy, but don't fan people because of his butterfly wings. It's not that easy to find such a good partner. Since Brother Cheng has made a plan, it must be foolproof. The commemoration ceremony will be held on the day when the moon is fullest after the harvest every year. Brother Cheng, you should wait until next year. Don't shirk this time. I will say nothing at that time. Bring Brother Cheng to get better in the imperial city. That's it. Cheng Ying and Shui Ye high-five. On the bus heading outside the city, Chao Tianxiang looked back at the distant tower with mixed feelings. He thought she was already very good among soul masters, but compared with Cheng Ying, she was really just a child. Your teacher should know that you can't live in a mansion in the city? Why do you want to go to the city? Some of the girls who were hit wilted asked. This teacher has said. The teacher said that the lion will patrol the territory daily and mark the territory with urine. The teacher must also be patrolling the territory. This is the nature of male creatures. Meng Shu thought of the animal habits that Cheng Ying taught. Comes out an answer that is closest to reality. They just looked up and saw that both Dugubo and Tang Chen looked at him with mentally retarded eyes. In the rearview mirror, Cheng Ying's eyes were locked on him, and his squinting was suspicious. He who was holding the steering wheel didn't even look at him. Road. Student Meng Shu is really good at inferences. Since you are so smart, you have to teach students in accordance with your aptitude. This 5-year college entrance examination 3-year simulation is good, don't care if it will be, I will see you finish it before tomorrow morning. Snapped. A blue pamphlet was hit on Meng Shu's face, and the gold 3-dimensional word art was written on the cover. 5 years of college entrance examination and 3 years of simulation. Tang Chen showed a look of death on his face. This exercise book is the most difficult of all the teacher's exercise books. According to the teacher, it is close to the difficulty of the college entrance examination, and I don't know what kind of gods the college entrance examination is for. Probably it is really the fairy qualification selection exam. Dugubo voted for Swiba's contempt. He already knew most of the high school knowledge. Swiba said that it is not impossible to finish this exercise book in one night. Meng Shu looked dazed. Although he hadn't experienced the fear of being dominated by homework, he was instinctively cold. After returning to the manor outside Tiandu City, Cheng Ying settled down with the new students, and then took Bingdi's small hand and walked towards the river. Next fall, he will prepare to take over the fief, so his end of the world plan will be as soon as possible. It is executed, and a fire must be filled in the conventional technology tree to burn raging on the land of Douluo. What is the secret? Is there anything fun? The Ice Emperor let Cheng Ying hold hands, following him like a real little Lolita. It's not a toy this time. Xiaobing, do you want to know what the end of the world is like? Cheng Ying asked mysteriously. The end of the world? Bingdi blinked his eyes. Yes, what do you think the end of the world should look like? Cheng Ying hardly told a few people about geography. www.readaloud.com. After all, the map of the earth is abandoned here, and he can really say nothing. Many. As for the fact that the earth is round, he did not dare to say that, as a fantasy world, before completing the circumnavigation of the world, Cheng Ying really did not dare to assert that the ghosts knew whether they were on a flat continent. Bingdi heard the words, thought about it, and his eyes lit up. I guess the end of the world must be a sea of fire. The sun rises from the magma and then spirals upwards, repeating every day. Hey? Why? Cheng Ying was said to be stunned. He didn't want to understand how the Ice Emperor came to this conclusion. Because I found in the far north that flying from my territory to any direction will get hotter and hotter. In this case, my territory is likely to be the center of the world. In this case, the closer I get to the end of the world, it will definitely get hotter, and because I can see the sun spirally setting slowly on the territory, I guess the sun has fallen into the end of the world, burning there into a piece of magma. How about it? Is my reasoning strong? Bingdi looked at me super powerful, quickly praise my expression. Cheng Ying laughed at this. The Ice Emperor had been at the North Pole for countless years. It was reasonable to come to such a somewhat outrageous conclusion. At least it proved that she had thought about it. This is better than 99% of the people on the mainland. Perhaps it is so. Cheng Ying rubbed Bingdi's little head so much, rather than guessing, why don't we go and see for ourselves? To be continued. Thank you book friends 160502234340488 100 starting coins for rewards. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you It's a Dead End to Look Back for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 44, End of the World Project. Go and see with your own eyes. Bingdi blinked his eyes, shook his head and said, if you can't fly that far in the sea, flying 10,000 miles at a time is the limit. If I don't have a foothold on the sea, I can do it. We'll be successfully attacked by the Sea Soul Beast. Ocean is the first half of the home game for the Ice Emperor, but compared to the Sea Soul Beast, she suffers a bit after all. If she keeps flying, the huge consumption will give some 100,000-year Sea Soul Beast a chance to take advantage. It doesn't have to be flying. You know, sometimes we have to take some dumb methods. With that, Cheng Ying had already taken the Ice Emperor to the river. Here is his hydraulic factory, hydraulic spinning wheel, hydraulic forging hammer, hydraulic machine tool, hydraulic mill. Before the birth of the steam engine, almost all mechanical power plants could be replaced by water. Only this time, what Cheng Ying wanted to show Bingdi was not these, but the dock not far away. In the huge wooden dock with a height of more than 20 meters, huge logs of tens of meters were constantly coming in and out. Thanks to the Stardow forest, you can easily buy a giant tree with a diameter of more than 3 meters at a cost. Although the wood used for shipbuilding is not necessarily the bigger the better, the wood used as the backbone and mast is naturally the bigger the better. The two entered the dock, and they saw them face to face. In the semi-underground dock, a huge wooden battleship stood in it. Even though most of the hull was underground, the two could only look up at the bow. The bow of the ship more than 15 meters above the ground makes people feel insignificant. The 139-meter-long hull makes this giant even in the sea a behemoth. There are 40 naval guns lined with side strings, all of which are heavy guns with a caliber of more than 90 millimeters. One side string salvo is enough to blast the unguarded soul sage into meat sauce. It's so big. The Ice Emperor opened her mouth into an O shape. She had seen the largest soul beast before, and the Titan Snow Demon King was only 100 meters tall. It was already the largest soul beast on land. The Ice Emperor had no idea at all. Human beings can make such a huge creation. Yet, it's really big. With it as a foothold, do you feel a little confident about going to the end of the world? Cheng Ying held the Ice Emperor, jumped onto the deck, and pointed to the 3 huge grooves on the deck and said, "Soon later, the last mast will be installed here." At that time, the battleship was 50 meters high, even if only the part on the surface of the water was considered. At that time, we sat on the bow together, riding the sea breeze, heading in the direction where the sun sets, to see if the world really has an end. When Cheng Ying said this, she held the Ice Emperor and sat on the huge collision angle of the bow. In front of her was the open door of the dock, and outside the door was the sparkling river. The Bingdi didn't really understand the meaning of romance, but when he imagined such a picture, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. The scene before him seemed to become an endless sea and a red sun falling into the sea. The 2 set sail and ran without hesitation to the end of the world. In the next week, Cheng Ying and the shipbuilders were soaked in the dock, while Meng Shu was too lazy to give it to Douluo for education. As for the good painting, Cheng Ying said that you should paint eggs first. What? Draw 2 identical eggs and then come to me. Cheng Ying said that he was definitely not lazy, but he used Da Vinci's method of education. Cheng Ying soaked in the dock is mainly discussing the placement of steam engines with these shipbuilders. The steam engine designed by Cheng Ying is a typical silly, big and clumsy. After all, he only knows the principle. It is already material science to be able to achieve this level. The result is out. Such a heavy thing, if installed at the stern, will definitely affect the balance. If installed beside the ship, the transmission will be a big trouble. Ship engineers said that it must be placed in the middle, otherwise the ship will definitely overturn. But if the steam engine is placed in the middle, then the propeller must be replaced with a low-force paddle wheel. Cheng Ying feels ugly when he thinks of the 2 large wheels beside the sailboat, but due to reality, the first ship can be designed like this. He can only swear secretly that he must find a way to transform a better steam engine as soon as possible, so that the ship's engineers can install the paddle wheel that has been prepared for a long time. Not to mention, it is worthy of a group of shipbuilders. Although it looks a bit ugly at first glance, there is a steampunk style after careful taste, especially on the rear side, 2 small paddle wheels with assisted steering and underwater auxiliary wings. Let this wooden warship have an inner taste in an instant. The last step is to dismantle the dock and install the masts and sails made of huge logs. This giant sail battleship can be launched into the water. The wood has been soaked in tung oil for nearly a year, so there is no need to worry about its aging and falling apart in the sea. In addition to the eye-catching paddle wheel, Cheng Ying is quite satisfied with this 100-meter-long ship. For this ship, he has been preparing for this ship from a year ago, not to mention teaching ship engineers the cullet and keel structure. Even the design ideas of the Galen ship. It is said that a total of 80 heavy artillery on both sides of the side string has cost a lot of effort. Some people may say that guns can be made. But shouldn't guns be simpler? Obviously, this is a wonderful misunderstanding. The barrel can be shot or drilled, but the barrel is to be cast. The most primitive clay and beeswax cast cannons are often caused by the moisture in the clay. Honeycomb-shaped bubbles appeared in the tube, resulting in insufficient gun body strength. The blast of a musket is a blind eye. If a heavy artillery blows up. In short, there are too many tears. If Cheng Ying didn't set the fire on himself that day, the person who fired the fire would definitely be dead, and there would be no whole body. Later, Cheng Ying dug up a bunch of craftsmen who could cast bells and pots, and told them the idea of iron embryo forging cannons, and Tang Chen personally helped to create high-strength and high-temperature resistant enchanted iron embryos. Only then did these 80 doors be made intermittently. Heavy artillery. After engraving the rifle, launching a solid iron ball of 18 kilograms, the accuracy is limited, but the volley within a kilometer is still a bit accurate. If it is used to attack the city, a round of the volley can teach most city walls to behave. This is also a gift that Cheng Ying prepared for the sea soul beast. It is certainly not enough to deal with the 100,000-year soul beast, but it is more than enough to teach the 10,000-year soul beast to be a human. I don't even know how to die. Here, Cheng Ying has everything ready, just blow up the river bank to get the boat out, but the manor side suffers from Meng Shu. As a hapless kid who only wants to learn to paint, he needs it every day. Just forget about painting eggs. On weekdays, I still have to learn mathematics, physics, and chemistry under the poison of Douluo. It is called basic common sense. Meng Shu wants to tear the book now, pointing to the one-dimensional quadratic equation above and cursing, "What do you care about this stuff? It's called basic knowledge, and it's hard to say whether there are two hands in the whole mainland who will understand this stuff." Cheng Ying would nod if he could hear that. Yes, it is really basic knowledge. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Peng Cheng Wan Li for the reward of 100 book coins. Thank you Idlet for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Muhammad Bashan for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 45, Set Sail. Cheng Ying said that it is definitely for his benefit to let Douluo educate Meng Shu. Now this year, he can solve the quadratic equation of 1 yuan, and he can be regarded as a parabola. That is a high-level talent. The kind of high-level talent who can be a commander by throwing them at the artillery battalion. Of course, the only artillery battalion is in Cheng Ying's hands, and all artillerymen together are only 240. What? The teacher said that there are extracurricular activities today? Isn't that there will be no homework? Meng Shu cheered when he heard Douluo tell them to go out. Tang Chen also breathed a sigh of relief. After all, he hadn't finished the basic course set by Cheng Ying. He would rather play for a whole day than face the scalp-numbing exercise book. But he knows the teacher better, but he vaguely feels that things are not that simple. On the way to the river, Chao Tianxiang looked at Meng Shu, who was happily like a runaway husky, with a look of incomprehension. Isn't it right to be happy to be able to learn such advanced knowledge? I envy you that it's too late to have such an erudite teacher. Why do you seem so resistant? When Meng Shu attends classes every day, Chao Tianxiang will consciously avoid it. After all, in this era, it is very private to teach things between master and apprentice. But from Meng Shu's few words, he could also hear the magic of the knowledge, and he couldn't help but yearn for an erudite teacher like Cheng Ying. As for the frustration that Cheng Ying gave her when betting before, she has long forgotten about it. That's the basic knowledge you didn't learn. I am now full of V equals at 2 and 4 ACB2. Open my mouth is hydrogen lithium sodium potassium rubidium cesium francium, and closed my mouth is 24 pairs of chromosomes. I'm about to explode. The brain is trembling. The teacher said that people think with their brains instead of their hearts. I believe it, because of the headache. Meng Shu had a ghostly expression on his face, looking at Shengxiang at a loss. She found that she didn't understand what Meng Shu was talking about. The knowledge taught by Cheng Ying was almost as obscure as a product of another world. If you want to learn, you can go to the teacher. I don't think the teacher will refuse to accept you as an apprentice. Maybe the teacher is waiting for you to apprentice. Tang Chen looked at Chao Tianxiang's tangled expression and kindly reminded him. It's actually very simple, it's just that the guy is too stupid. Douluo rarely spoke, and taught Meng Shu to make him realize that Tang Chen was so smart. Shengxiang. Too much information makes her totally unable to judge. Cheng Ying is very knowledgeable, which is no doubt, but this knowledge seems terrifying. It is hard to make up your mind on Meng Shu's face with mental pollution. Are you hesitating to apprentice? At this moment, Cheng Ying's voice suddenly came from behind, shocking Shengxiang. Indeed, Meng Shu said that what you teach is difficult and difficult to learn. Douluo said it is very simple. I don't know if I have the ability to become your disciple. Cheng Ying heard the words, touched his nose, and felt that it would be too negligible not to tell a story at this time. In this way, let me tell you a story for the teacher. Cheng Ying took advantage of the situation and told the story of the pony crossing the river. Although the story is naive, the truth is very clear. Do you mean? Chao Tianxiang probably understood Cheng Ying's meaning somewhat. Don't be easily shaken by the words of others. Different people may have very different views on the same thing. If you don't try it yourself, you will never know whether you can walk through the river in front of you. I can give you a chance to try, follow Meng Shu, learn from the most basic for a period of time before making a decision. Speaking of this, Cheng Ying turned to look at the other three little ones who didn't care. Is a fairy tale after all. 14 or 5-year-old boys are no longer interested in fairy tales, and the three little ones didn't take it seriously. Ahem, my story is not only for Kaohsiungxiang, but also for you. Now let's talk about it. What does the end of the world look like in your eyes? The three little ones looked at each other, each of them had their own guesses, but Lenovo Cheng Ying just told the story and couldn't help but give birth to an incredible guess. Tang Chen was the first to break the silence. Teacher, you don't want to take us to see the end of the world in person. That's right. Our trip is to go to the end of the world. Bingdi's head suddenly emerged from behind Cheng Ying, shocking the three little ones. This trip we will go all the way west, down the river, and continue to move forward in the sea until we can no longer move forward. This is a quality development class I will give you. From then on, I believe you will always remember what is in all things, experience first. The three little ones looked at each other speechlessly. They really couldn't imagine that there was anything in this world that would be crazier than going to the end of the world. After this time, they would never forget in their lives. Practice is the only criterion for testing truth. Reason. Let's go. Let's take a look at our car on this voyage. Said Cheng Ying took the lead over the mound, and pointed to the giant ship on the riverside that has not yet been launched. We are going to take him across the ocean and create a voyage for mankind. New record. 3 small pieces plus Kaohsiungxiang climbed over the mound, and saw the huge ship 139 meters long, as well as 240 gunners and more than 500 sailors lined up on the riverside. www.readaloud.com. All are shocked and speechless. I remembered what Cheng Ying had said to them before, and couldn't help being proud, subconsciously ignoring the fact that all the crew members were ordinary people except for them. Cheng Ying also selected the crew carefully. Compared with the voyage around the world in the Great Voyage era, his trip to sea is actually more like Zheng He's voyage to the west, which is purely an action to burn money to gain momentum. These crew members are the basic navy of the future. They not only need to be physically strong, but also focus on the cultivation of cultural and ideological awareness. Not to mention poems and fuss, common words must be recognized. Fortunately, Cheng Ying has the Pinyin assassin at hand. After a year of training and night school training at all costs, these 800-odd people are already a bit full-time soldiers. Although they are still vulnerable to the Soul Master Legion, this is a question of mentality. In terms of combat effectiveness, they rely on the big ship to beat out the same amount of Soul Master Legion shit. As for the mentality, after completing the voyage around the world, the mentality of this group of people will definitely change drastically. The kind of pride that Lao Tzu is not a Soul Master, but Lao Tzu goes around the earth, will reduce their fear of the Soul Master. The lowest, by then, they will be the strongest blade to smash the undefeated myth of the Soul Master. All boarding. Ready to set off. Cheng Ying stood at the bow and ordered the sailors in line below. The end of the world plan. Officially launched. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Staring at Her World for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Golden Shadow 0011 for the reward of 500 starting coins. Thank you It's Little Leaf for the 1864 book coins rewarded. I am grateful. Chapter 46, the cannon ship is a man and number 039, S romance. Cheng Ying gave an order, and the sailors lined up on the shore successively boarded the ship. The materials needed to go to sea have already been loaded on the ship. As long as they are launched and set sail, everyone can set sail. The direction of the wind is good. Ready to fire. The first officer spit on his palm and shouted to the craftsmen on the ground. S loud voice gave the craftsmen who were guarding the river embankment a burst of energy. They took out the fire from the bamboo tube and blew it up. After lighting the fire rope, they ran away amidst the sizzling burning sound. There is only a dam between the dock and the river. Under the dam at this time, there are several tons of powerful explosives, all of which are special explosives modified by Douluo's spirit power. A detonator with the thickness of a thumb can be exploded in the mine. A big hole, I have seen the power of explosives, and it is a ghost if I don't run fast. In the bang, the dam collapsed, and the river water was rushing towards the dock with explosive fragments, hitting the bottom of the ship and making a loud bang, and more river water filled the large pit in the dock slowly, and the ship's body because of the change in force, a squeaking wood rubbing sound is emitted. The oversized hull makes the frequency of the rubbing sound very low, just like a deep roar from a giant beast. The turbulent current hit the ship, splashing waves, and on the shore, all the engineers, craftsmen, and even porters who participated in the construction of this battleship, all clenched their fists with excitement. When this 100-meter-long miracle ship raised its sails and moved slowly and firmly, everyone cheered presumptuously, cheering for the great warship they built. This battleship has a name given to it by everyone present, the World's End. On the mast, the names of everyone involved in the construction of this ship are inscribed. They firmly believe that even if they have not boarded the ship, this warship will take their wishes and sail to the end of the world. On the end of the world, a loud whistle sounded. The loud noise can be heard even in Tiandu City. The huge chimney above the ship emits steam, and on both sides of the hull, huge paddle wheels like a Ferris wheel slowly rotate, pushing the battleship down the current. This scene pushed the atmosphere of the scene to its climax, and the rotating paddle wheel now had a more shocking effect than the underwater propeller, making this warship seem to be really alive. People chased the end of the world on the shore, chasing and cheering until they could no longer catch up to the warship down the river with the strength of their legs. Then they leaned on their knees, panted heavily, and waved goodbye to the warship that was going away. In Tiandu City, the snowy knight hearing the sound of the siren boarded the city wall and looked at the giant ship in the river. It couldn't help being shocked. Any man who saw this scene would find it difficult to suppress the surging mood. The cannon ship is the romance of men. I don't want to be an admiral. Cough cough. In short, looking at the end of the world, Shui Ye had a thought in his mind, give me one too. Cheng Ying sat on the bow of the boat holding the Ice Emperor and taught the three little ones and Kai Shengxiang a lesson in the sunset. Is not about shipbuilding, nor about sailing, nor about the power of ordinary people. The personal experience of these things is far more effective than what he said. What he has to do is to tell a few people what the significance of their adventure is. Xiaobing, help me gather 3 large, medium, and small ice balls. The big ball is transparent, and the remaining 2 are opaque. When the Bing Emperor heard this, with one hand, the water vapor in the air quickly condensed into what Cheng Ying said. The two had colluded yesterday. Under the curiosity of the Bing Emperor, he asked Cheng Ying's heliocentric hypothesis long ago. Although surprised, I found that there were no loopholes. At this time, I naturally knew how to place the 3 balls. The big ball is in the most center, and there is a group of soul power in it. Under the superb skills of the Ice Emperor, it emits a strong light. Anyway, Cheng Ying has not learned this trick of lighting. I know, is it just to not embarrass the teacher? The middle ball revolves around the big ball, and it also rotates at an angle of inclination. Finally, the small ball revolves around the middle ball and always faces the middle ball on the same side. Next, Cheng Ying talked about the heliocentricity to a few students from the beginning, including the sun rising in the east and setting in the west, the moon being cloudy and clear, and the cycle of the seasons throughout the year, and so on. A series of arguments, everything in the end fell on one point. There is a ball under our feet. Even with so much foreshadowing in front, when Cheng Ying said that there was a ball under her feet, the four of them still showed shocked expressions. Tang Chen's expressions were stiff and said, "So, we are not going to the end of the world, but to the world. Sailing. Nor say that. After all, the teacher is also an inference. If we don't look at it with our own eyes, no one knows if it's true. But if we do come back after a circle, then we have a ball under our feet. There is no doubt about it." Cheng Ying's words shocked the four of them. It turned out that they could achieve this level because of a conjecture. Don't use this expression, this world is far from being as simple as Douluo continent. Have you ever thought about what is there outside of that day? If we have a ball under our feet, then we are at best only the dust on the surface of the sphere. What does it look like outside the ball? What about on other planets? So, don't take the disputes on the mainland so important, the journey to be a teacher will always only be the sea of stars. Cheng Ying said here. The afterglow of the setting sun happened to be completely extinguished, and the stars in the night sky were extremely bright, causing the four little ones looking up at the starry sky to have endless fantasy. Subconsciously ignored Cheng Ying, who frantically pulled his hair and scolded him for having committed a second-degree illness. God is indeed his major goal, but it is shameful to shout out in front of the students. Under the night sky, the giant ship Star and Night, even if the sails are taken in, the huge paddle wheel will provide strong power for the end of the world. Now coal is still a fuel for heating in winter, and it is not very expensive. Cheng Ying simply fights the sky. I bought all the coal mines near the city. At this time, the coal in the storage space is definitely enough for the big guys on the ship to burn for a year. When you say this, you have to say, storage rings, storage belts, storage bracelets, these are simply the strongest black in the Douluo continent. Technology. If Cheng Ying hadn't received a basket of storage equipment, the ship's voyage around the world would be pure death. But it's different with the storage soul guide, coal, food. Don't worry about everything, it doesn't take up space, it doesn't even have quality, it's nothing more suitable for sailing than this thing. Even, in order to prevent the crew from getting scurvy, Cheng Ying's storage equipment still has more than 10 tons of soybeans, waiting to add vitamins to this group of bean sprouts. It can be said that if their treatment is known to Magellan's gang, they are afraid that they will faint in the toilet. It's a pity that the storage soul guide technology on the Douluo continent has been lost. Just stay with tape because there is a place, it must not be lost. Thinking of the important transit point for circumnavigation, Cheng Ying couldn't help narrowing his eyes. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you billions of stars can't amount to you for the 200 book coins rewarded. Thank you He Yaoquan for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 47, I and number 039, M.A. Pirate I and number 039, am panicking now. The end of the world is all the way down the river, extremely fast, not much more than the previous life of the Ko Fa Badi Mujiangling. By the way, the river at your feet is the unlucky river named Dujiang by Cheng Ying. Its origin is unknown to Yunqian in the east of Tiandu City, which is the plateau where Hao Shenzong lives in seclusion. It flows from east to west and flows into the sea. It is the largest river in the Tiandu Empire, but because the river in the original works has no drama, it has always been unknown. But he did nurture countless cities near the basin, and Tiandu City is one of them. Outstanding! After 3 days, the end of the world finally arrived at the mouth of the Dujiang River. The slightly turbid river water merged into the blue sea, looking down from the bow of the ship like a dream. Is a common estuary delta near the mouth of the sea. A large amount of sediment is deposited in the upper reaches due to the decrease in flow rate, forming a fertile alluvial plain. It is a high-quality fertile land that can maintain high yield without composting and intensive farming. In the dense rice field, the tenant farmer bent over to work, straightened up, wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at the still water in the distance, then was stunned, rubbed his eyes and thought it was an illusion, but when he looked carefully, it was incredible. The existence of has become clearer, and he froze in place for a while. Don't be stunned, it would have been late to get up today. If you can't finish this piece of land, the evil servant of the old soul master's house will probably be scolded again. The tenant farmer behind him shouted towards the stunned person. It can be seen that the man is still stunned and curious. He looked up and was also stunned. The huge ship with sails of more than 100 meters and more than 10 feet is slowly passing by the river. It is like a moving palace-like ship building. People think it's a descending from the earth. The same scene has happened many times along the way. Above the river, there has never been such a huge ship. The bow alone is 15 meters above the water. It may not be very intuitive to say that, but just think about it, just the bow of the ship is 5 stories high, and you will understand how shocking the people on the riverside will look. It is precisely because of this that the world's end has a smooth journey along the way, and the pirates and bandits dare not approach at all. With their small windsurfing boards of more than 10 meters, they can't even touch the sides of the boats and get too close. It may be crushed by a huge ship accidentally. But it's different when you get to the sea. Sea-going ships are generally bigger than river ships. Otherwise, it's hard to withstand the wind and waves of the sea. Xiao Shang is such a pirate king. Of course, saying that he is a pirate king is a bit of praise. The enemy had to hide in the sea when he was hunted down. The Douluo continent's navigation industry did not rise after 10,000 years. He was entrenched in the sea, collecting protection fees from nearby fishing boats, relying on the Soul King class repair base to dominate this sea area, and he had more than 20 ships under him. It's not bad, at least the enemy dare not provoke him in the ocean. Yesterday he heard from the younger brother that a big boat came from the river and suggested that he avoid it. At that time, without saying a word, he kicked the younger brother into the sea and fed the fish. Like this kind of poor-minded younger brother, Xiao Shang's the strategy is always to be dealt with in time, so as not to spread the brain damage. Xiao Shang, the pirate king, when has he been afraid of naval battles? He is the king in the sea. The 30-meter-long flagship under his feet was grabbed from a caravan escorted by the Soul Emperor. At that time, the Soul Emperor was in front of his fleet, and he dared not put a fart and ran away. What a big ship, he didn't pay attention to it at all. How big can the bigger ship be? The bigger the better, it happens to be the flagship. All the men on the ship are killed and all the goods are packed and taken away. As for women, hey, he and his younger brothers have not been driving for a long time, even the noble lady, in the sea zhong is also called daily refusal, and the ground is not working. The next day, Xiao Shang took his more than 20 boats in an arcade and blocked the Dejiang estuary. He didn't worry that the big boat would run away, because only the water here was deep enough for the boat to enter the sea, as long as he didn't want to run aground. This is one point that cannot be avoided. Xiao Shang, who was basking in the sun at noon, was irritated. Even if the sea breeze blows, it is still difficult to counteract the scorching sun, and waiting is always anxious. Just when he was getting a little impatient, the watchman at the top of the mast suddenly shouted, "The ship is coming." Okay. It's big. Xiao Shang didn't pay attention to the lookout hand's exclamation. He cursed the unseen guy in his heart, and shouted in his throat, "Little ones, go ahead with full sails." Speaking of his flagship, he took the lead, stiff sails to eat the wind, chopped the waves against the current, and the speed was not inferior to that along the river. More than 20 ships of all kinds also rushed up, all preparing to block the large ships on the opposite side. Died in the last shallow water before entering the sea. Seeing this scene, the watchman hurriedly jumped off the mast, trying to stop Xiao Shang, "Majesty, the ship on the opposite side." "What? Do you want to go to the sea to feed fish? Xiao Shang felt that he might need to change a watcher, and his brain seemed to be a little broken. But the ship on the opposite side is really big. Watching hands trembled and quibbled, and he was dead, and he was also desperate. Ha! Then you can let me down. As he said, Xiao Shang kicked the watchers and kicked him into the water. No matter how big the ship is, it's not going to be a battle. On the water, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is the soul sage. I am not afraid. Fuck. Xiao Shang still wants to brag for a while. But looking back, his eyes almost didn't come out. Cheng Ying and their world's end number is headed against the wind, but it goes down the current. After lowering the sail, it is pushed by the paddle wheel. The speed is fast, and the two sides are walking towards each other. When Xiao Shang looked up, he saw a huge monster roaring towards it. He crushed over. The whole person was a little stupid. He wanted to get the little brother who was feeding the fish out of the water. He grabbed his neck and asked, "Is this the big boat you are talking about? Do you call this thing a boat?" In Xiao Shang's view, it is clear that a floating island is rolling towards him. Don't look at his ship, which is more than 30 meters long. The length of the world's end is only about 4 times his length. He still has more than 20 ships under him. One smaller sea boat is not countable. The ship is not only length, but also width and height, which means it has to be calculated by volume, that is, 4 times into a cubic, 64 times the volume. All the boats under his hand, including all the boats on the other side, did not sink. At this time, he still wanted to grab the boat. Let alone the battle, his boat went up, a few meters away from the ship's side, and he hadn't waited for it, just let the big ship on the opposite side crush it to pieces. On the sea, even if the soul master is thrown into the sea, it depends on God's meaning to survive. Retreat! Quick! Retreat! Xiao Shang shouted hoarsely, his martial soul released, and a giant squid was transformed into a giant squid, which squirted ink out of his boat and fled frantically. At the same time, Cheng Ying, who was explaining the principle of sextant at the bow, finally noticed the fleet at his feet, with an interesting expression on his face, "Pirate." To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 48, Artillery. The gunner prepares. The bow gun is aimed at the largest ship, so it's time to practice hand skills, and battle will be indispensable in the subsequent journey. Cheng Ying put down the sextant and ordered the gunner. The end of the world is too big, so in addition to the 80 heavy guns on the side strings, 4 main guns with the largest calibers were placed in the bow and stern. The gun body is made of enchanted metal materials forged by Tang Chen, and the barrels can be obtained by boring a little bit with a boring machine. Each of them costs 10,000 gold, and the pure copper cannon can't be so expensive, but the power is obvious to all. It adopts breech loading, integrated design of primer and shells, and the loading speed is extremely fast. It is only a hydraulic recoil machine from the artillery of World War I. However, this thing is used to reduce recoil and affect calibration. It is also useful in naval battles. Limited. This situation often occurs with the participation of soul masters and the experience of carrying shadows. Some powerful weapons like handicrafts that are far beyond the era but cannot be mass-produced can be forcibly manufactured. This is somewhat like the soul in the second part. The guide can only be manufactured by the soul master's dedication, and the scope of application is also very small. This kind of thing cannot be a force to change the times, but it is enough to let people see the bright future of this road. Following Cheng Ying's order, more than a dozen skilled gunners took out the adult calf-thick conical shells, filled them into the barrel, closed the locking mechanism, adjusted the angle, and aimed at the pirate flagship that was fleeing fast according to the scale. It's just right, haven't you been curious about the power of these artillery? Take this opportunity to take a look. With that, Cheng Ying had already taken his disciples onto the ship tower and looked down clearly. The next moment, I saw the flame spray from the gun barrel, and then there was a loud rumbling. The roaring gunfire scared away the seagulls parked on the side of the ship. In a flash, the invisible shells caused the distant water to explode several feet high. 4 shells, 3 fell into the water, 1 hit the side string of Xiao Shang's flagship, the sawdust splashed, and the hard wooden shipboard was not an opponent of shells at all, and a large hole was opened on both sides of the pirate ship in an instant. Xiao Shang, who madly ordered the sailors to paddle, was stupid. The power of the shot just now was also the power of the Soul King's blow. It was definitely a big pit on the ground. His ship uses a superficial keel structure and has no watertight cabin. This gun suddenly caused his hull to leak wildly, which made him curse, "Asshole, what the is it? You pigs, go and get on the boat. Stop it. Don't talk nonsense with me. If you can't stop it, just block it. If the ship sinks, we'll all die." He was sure that the attacker was definitely not the Soul King. No Soul King could attack a target this far, neither would the Soul Emperor. Unless it was a special Soul Sage of Wuhan, he could do it. This time he undoubtedly kicked the iron plate. And it seems to be Edmund Alloy. Just when he was considering whether to abandon the ship and escape, 4 more shells came. Although they were all missed, 2 of them fell into the sea, simply wiping his ship. With the opposite attack frequency, I am afraid it will not be long. Can turn his boat into a hornet's nest. He has no hope of escaping. The fire spirit on the bow of the ship on the opposite side is simply a monster, and only jumps into the ship to have a ray of life. His spirit is a deep-sea squid, which is different from other beast spirits to strengthen itself. His martial soul is out of the body. This is also an important reason why he can cross the sea. This thing can easily overturn enemy warships in the sea, and now it is his only hope to escape the artillery attack. Immediately he no longer hesitated and jumped into the sea. The big squid stretched out a tentacle, wrapped around his body, sprayed a lot of ink, and rushed towards the bottom of the water. As long as he escapes to the deep sea, relying on his ability to breathe under the water with his skin, even if the Soul Sage comes, it is not easy to catch him. But people's luck is sometimes like this. The deep-sea squid is such an obvious target. How could the artillery in the bow of the ship not notice that the artillery shells naturally took care of the past? In contrast, the squid is smaller than the ship and should be more hard to hit. The shell can be shot out, and the landing point within a certain range is a random number. It deserves Xiao Shang's bad luck. At the beginning of the dive, a shell hit the big squid's eye straight. The kinetic energy brought by the terrifying speed directly exploded Xiao Shang's martial arts, and the backlash transmitted to his body caused him to spit out a wow of blood. Although Wuhan is not dead, it is seriously injured. After all, Wuhan is an important organ of the human body. Xiao Shang's desire to survive makes him want to continue diving underwater and escape, but the severely injured body makes him look like alone floating on the water like a dead fish. These people are good at geometry. They can shoot that squid from such a distance. I don't know if it is a martial soul or a soul beast. It would be a pity if it was a soul beast. Cheng Ying stroked her mouth, as if I miss the iron squid from the past life. Different people think of different things when they see this scene. Tang Chen thinks of the terrifying power of this weapon, and it can be operated by ordinary people, which will definitely benefit many ordinary people in the future. Chao Tianxiang thought of the phantom that Cheng Ying took out that day. It is said that there are 3 sniper rifles in the teacher's place, namely Aurora, Furnace, and Glacier, but they are not as far away as this cannon. Meng Shu's brain is blank www.readaloud.com because he subconsciously calculated the parabola, and hasn't calculated it yet. Tugubo vomited expressionlessly. The artillery's geometry is indeed good, much better than Meng Shu. Meng Shu. It's really not my scumbag. I have only studied for half a month. Drive the boat over and see if the people are dead or not, I'm useful. Cheng Ying told the sailors on the boat. In fact, most of the time, he doesn't care how the boat is sailing, he just determines the course and gives professional matters. For professional people. But the current chief mate is okay in the river, and when he gets to the sea, he is a little stretched. This pirate can pull up a pirate group of more than 20 ships. He must be more professional in sailing than the current chief mate. If he is not dead, let the helm of the opponent can also be considered. There is a sextant to determine the latitude and a compass to determine the direction. The course will not deviate. By the way, because Cheng Ying does not have a sufficiently accurate clock to determine the time of noon, when the sextant is used, it is the North Star at night. Polaris is not any other constellation on the Earth. Any autobiographical planet has its Polaris, which is the one that does not move in the night sky. The latitude can be determined by measuring the angle between it and the horizontal or vertical direction. If he can roughly determine his position in the sea, Cheng Ying is not afraid of the other party's chaos, let alone becoming a pirate. I am afraid that he will not have much spine. Thinking of this, Cheng Ying's ship has arrived at Shaoshang, who is floating like a dead fish. With his eyes facing each other beside him, the scene was extremely embarrassing. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you He Yaoquan for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Zhu Lia for the reward of 2100 starting currency. I am grateful. Chapter 49, Sea Soul Beast. Xiao Shang knew that he was definitely not going to die the moment he met Cheng Ying, but in many cases, being alive is not necessarily a good thing. He is not a good thing in the first place. Naturally, he knows that there are ways to make life worse than death. Xiao Shang, who was caught as a dead fish at the end of the world, looked at the huge square-like deck, opened his mouth, did not say a word, and gave him another chance to come back, even if he had 100 ships under him. Come to provoke this monster. Cheng Ying led the Bingdi, jumped off the ship, and landed in front of him, looking down at him condescendingly, without saying a word. At this time, not speaking is more deterrent, because Cheng Ying feels that once she speaks, she will not be majestic, and the disciples behind are also deeply convinced, whispering to stand behind the teacher, making Cheng Ying look even less imposing. But even if he is not majestic, for the current Xiao Shang, he is a big man who can decide his life and death. He hurriedly lay on the ground and begged for mercy, "My lord, please." Such a wise martial artist, as long as he spares his life, the little one will surely take the lead and die for the grown ups. Of course, what he said was definitely not Taishan, but Cheng Ying probably heard it, and he couldn't help but toss, "It's all you loyalty. It's just yours. Someday I'll be captured. I'll definitely take mine as soon as possible. All the information is provided." Bingdi nodded in agreement and said, "Yes, he smells so heavy that he is not a good person at first sight. And it's stinking, let's kill it. Forgive me. The little one is absolutely loyal. As long as the adult gives an order, the little one can summon all the more than 20 boats back. From now on, those are the private property of the adults." Xiao Shang looked at the big man opposite and didn't trust him. "Hasten to lure them to profit. Are you talking about your 20-odd fishing boats?" Cheng Ying stomped the deck under her feet and smiled and said, "Do you think I need your broken boats?" This. Xiao Shang looked at the deck in front of him, and realized that his subordinates didn't care at all. I also know the nests of other pirates nearby. I can take the adults to confiscate their belongings." Cheng Ying's face remained unchanged with a smile. "Do you think I will be interested in your sour barrels of wine or the women who have been boarded by a group of people? In your boats, I'm afraid they will all be together. Not 100 gold soul coins." Hearing this, Xiao Shang looked desperate. He could not think of any reason Cheng Ying had let him go. He might only have the last chance to speak. He gritted his teeth and said, "My lord, I still have a chart. The many fierce beasts in the sea are marked on it, which I obtained from an adventurer." Cheng Ying heard that. Instead of being surprised, he frowned. The sea chart is a good thing for him, but looking at the appearance of Xiao Shang without any long objects, where the picture is hidden, it's a bit. As expected by Cheng Ying, Xiao Shang managed to roll over, then reached into his crotch with one hand and touched it a few times before he took out a crumpled parchment with a peculiar smell. Cheng Ying. I know this is the result. Looking at the strange smell of parchment, Cheng Ying quickly pulled the Ice Emperor back, and the corners of her mouth twitched and pointed at Xiao Shang and said, "Open it yourself, don't bring it over. It's such a big smell, the ghost knows you have it. Did not rush to this thing." Cheng Ying's worries are not unreasonable. Pirates lack channels for venting at sea, so it's normal. Hearing this, Xiao Shang was not surprised but rejoiced. The big man was obviously interested in the chart. He quickly opened the chart, and explained, "This is just a big octopus in the deep sea. The cultivation base is unknown. A single tentacle can do it. Shatter my flagship. This is just the evil demon Orca King, acting in groups, extremely dangerous, and the most powerful, the deep sea demon Whale King. Everyone he saw is dead, and he can only pass through the blind eye." Xiao Shang is still there for endless talk. Cheng Ying has already remembered the chart in his mind. His huge mental power is nowhere to be used, but the passive effects are still the same. It is natural to remember that it is standard, compared to the high-definition digital camera is not much worse. The most painful thing is that Cheng Ying remembers the few hairs stuck on it. "Okay, now that the picture has been handed in, you are no longer useful, come here, drag it down." Cheng Ying told the sailor. "My lord, no. No one can understand this chart except me. It's useless if you take it." Xiao Shang was still screaming. Cheng Ying stopped looking at him, turned to Bingdi and said, "I'm going to trouble you again, get some fresh water to shake this guy up, otherwise I really dare not let him stay on the boat." Ice Emperor also nodded in agreement. Compared with Cheng Ying's sailors, the pirates were a bit unacceptable. Immediately after seeing the Ice Emperor volley a little bit, the water vapor in the air quickly liquefied and solidified, forming a huge ice crystal and falling on the deck. Soon a sailor pushed the ice away, and the water used for drinking and cleaning was all in the boat. That's how it came. It is also the Ice Emperor who opened the buff with unlimited water resources. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is so confident that the sailors should wash their faces, take a bath, and similar things, just as Soul Master with ice attributes can do it easily. Bingdi is nothing more than easier. While asking people to clean the stench Xiao Shang, Cheng Ying also found a pen and paper in the cabin and drew a new chart. There were no scales or latitudes and longitudes. There were only symbols with unknown meaning. Fortunately, the soul beasts. The image is still barely recognizable whether it is a fish or a shrimp. "Xiaobing, see if there are any soul beasts you know in this picture. We have to find a way to standardize the chart. Even some ordinary soul beasts of 100,000 years old. Find a way to get around." Cheng Ying handed the map to Bingdi. The Ice Emperor lay on the map, and his little hand clicked on the soul beasts on the sea one by one. "This octopus is too ugly. I have never seen it." "What is it?" "I have never seen it. The demon whale king of the deep sea has heard of it, and I have never seen it, et." "Yes, I know this one. Sea Princess. His territory is in the ice sea near me." Cheng Ying heard the words and found the mermaid logo representing the Sea Princess. According to the description of the Ice Emperor, draw the latitude and longitude lines on the map. Although the Ice Emperor has only heard one or two, the map is not standard, but after several adjustments by Cheng Ying after that, I finally barely able to see it. So many sea spirit beasts should be less than 100,000 years old, right? Shall we deliberately pass through a few spirit beasts and then grab them to taste the taste? Ice Emperor swallowed, his face eager to try. Cheng Ying. Are you a soul beast? Is there no psychological burden for other spirit beasts at all? To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Happy Into the World for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 50, 2 Battalion Commander. Your Italian cannon. Cheng Ying retorted the Bingdi's suggestion sternly, as soul beasts, how can we violate our conscience and harm our compatriots? Even if I starve to death, I jump off the boat. I will never encroach on my compatriots because of my appetite. Bingdi heard the words and felt wronged. He said in his heart that it is not a 100,000-year soul beast. What is the relationship between the sea soul beast and the soul beast on land? Watching Bingdi pouting his mouth, a pair of index fingers clicked on his chest, like a child who made a mistake. Cheng Ying's expression became stiff, and he organized the language for a while. Cough cough, but natural selection of things, survival of the fittest. Survival of the fittest among species is the ultimate principle of heaven and earth. As a soul beast, we must abide by this principle. We hunt sea soul beasts, not for appetite. It is to maintain ecological balance and do our duty as predators in the biosphere. So we can taste the sea spirit beast. I know Xiaoying is the best. Just now, the Bingdi, who had a grieved expression on his face, jumped into Cheng Ying's arms, pointed out the window, and yelled, "Goal! Iron squid! Let's go!" On the upper floor of the boat, Cheng Ying set up a blackboard with several food chains drawn on it, and explained to the 4 children below, plants photosynthesize, absorb carbon dioxide and water, and synthesize organic matter. They are producers, and herbivores are carnivores are consumers. Producers and consumers form the food chain again. Their bodies are decomposed by bacteria and fungi and decomposers and then turned into nourishment for the producers. Many food chains form a food web, which is finally linked into a biosphere, which can be said to affect the whole body. Therefore, excessive hunting of wolves on the grassland will not be beneficial to the sheep, but will cause the sheep to overproduce and degrade the grassland. Therefore, we can know that every creature has its role and obligation in the biosphere. Once it disappears, it will lead to disaster. The consequences of sex. Therefore, we do not destroy the ecological balance to hunt the sea soul beasts properly, but to fulfill our obligations in the biosphere. Cheng Ying gave a serious explanation. Among the 4 people below, Chao Tianxiang took notes seriously. By the way, she also chose to apprentice. Cheng Ying reluctantly sent the phantom away. Now the best gun in her hand is the Aurora. Snort! What's so good about the phantom? Not only the slow rate of fire, but also 9 charges. I don't like it at all as a teacher. Damn it! My heart hurts. Tang Chen and Dugubo both twitched their mouths, and said to their hearts, "Teacher, you just want to eat a sea soul beast, do you find so many reasons for yourself?" Saying so much is not because of gluttonous people's body. Only Meng Shu looked dumbfounded. Isn't it just eating soul beasts? Is there any problem? Why is the teacher looking for a reason like a big thing? Tang Chen heard the words, touched his chin, and said that Meng Shu was really the most stunned. He hasn't found that the teacher is not a human, but he said, "This question, you will gradually understand later." Compared with Cheng Ying, he was still thinking about giving lectures to his disciples. Xiao Shang, who was brushed clean, followed Cheng Ying with a mother-like expression. Cheng Ying did not kill him, but asked him to follow him as a servant and be responsible for serving tea. Hand water. Originally, Xiao Shang was relieved, and his life was saved. Following this very powerful adult, he must be more promising than being a pirate leader. But as soon as he brought the tea to Cheng Ying, he heard him talk to him. The deputy took the chart and said that he was going to the territory of the big octopus in the deep sea. He slapped the teacup with a bang. As soon as Cheng Ying finished sending out some of the disciples, Xiao Shang came to persuade him and said, "My lord, you have to think twice. That's a deep sea big octopus. A single tentacles weighs more than 30 meters long. Even if your warship is huge, it would be unwise to fight it in the sea. Xiao Shang had seen the big octopus in the deep sea with his own eyes. At that time, if he hadn't abandoned a dozen of his younger brother's boats and threw them to the big octopus for destruction, he would never come back, which is why he had never left the offshore waters. Now Cheng Ying went straight to the territory of the deep sea big octopus. If it weren't for the fear of being killed by Cheng Ying, he would definitely point to Cheng Ying's nose and tell him that to provoke the deep sea big octopus with one boat would be a dead end. However, Cheng Ying didn't think so. Even if he lost, he didn't panic. Anyway, there was an ice emperor who had lost his mind. The machine fell into the air. 1,000 miles of ice was on the surface of the sea. The octopus that was 100,000 years old was also frozen. String-heavy artillery will teach it to make a fish. It's a bit inaccurate to say that it's a fish. Octopus is a mollusk, but it's close relatives with conch. In fact, this thing first had a shell, and later with the evolution, a layer of foreskin grew out of the shell to enclose the shell over time. The shell is gone, and it becomes what we thought was bone when we ate squid. It's just an octopus. It scares you. Isn't your martial soul and him close relatives? Cheng Ying came to the warehouse, preparing to find a large enough iron plate, which will surely be available for a while. I'm really not joking with you. Let's retreat before entering his territory now. Otherwise, it will be too late. He will drag all the ships entering the territory into the sea, even if your big ship is much larger than him. But it can control the waves, no matter how big the boat is. Xiao Shang was crying anxiously. Neither the chief mate nor Cheng Ying can listen to him at all. www.readaloud.com. It's too late when I see the big octopus. Cheng Ying heard the words, glanced at the nautical clock on the ship, looked at the sun, and then at the compass, then shook his head and said, even if you say that, it is too late. We have entered its territory. This nautical clock can travel 5 minutes a day, but it is adjusted a little every day, so it can be used barely to calculate the longitude. This is what it means to watch the sun just now. In daily life, we can use clocks to determine north and south. The hour hand is aligned with the sun. The bisector of the hour hand and 12 o'clock is the south, but not at sea. Because the time zone has changed, the north and south measured by this method are inaccurate. But it can use this inaccurate angle of deviation between north and south and the compass to determine the longitude. This is also the reason why sailing requires precision clocks. Cheng Ying's 2-meter-high clock is definitely not accurate. He used it to determine a rough position. Xiao Shang, a pirate leader, could not understand Cheng Ying's operation of this wave of immortals. Their sailing was entirely based on experience. The experience filled in with human lives. For Cheng Ying's method of determining the location, naturally he was skeptical, thinking it was just a prevarication by Cheng Ying. His words. I was anxious and wanted to persuade him again, but before he could speak, the sound of surging waves came from the sea, and the sound was like a low roar. Not long after, a soldier came. Captain. 5 kilometers away, a giant octopus was found. Is it allowed to fire? Cheng Ying was overjoyed when he heard the words, and blurted out, 2nd Battalion Commander. What's your Italian cannon? Pull me up. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Sword of No Regret for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Muhammad Bashan for rewarding 300 starting coins. Chapter 51, Please call me the Old Dominator. Ahem, no, wait for me to take a look first. Cheng Ying wiped her saliva and said that she was too excited just now. If you want to shoot, you have to check the taste of the other side. Oh no, it's to see the strength of the other side. Xiao Shang heard the low roar of the ocean waves outside, his legs were soft, he was seriously injured and weak, and almost sat on the ground. The sound of his arms and legs slapped on the water was like the groan of the old dominator, and he almost died in it. Xiao Sheng in his mouth can't afford to resist at all. What are you doing in a daze? Go on the deck. The octopus was hitting the water so far away. It was obviously afraid of us, otherwise it would have attacked from underwater long ago. Cheng Ying kicked Xiao Sheng's and kicked. After leaving him alone, he got on the deck first. He took out his binoculars and looked into the distance. On the surface of the sea, a huge, pitch-black octopus stared at his eyes the size of a water tank. His 8 arms and legs beat the water rhythmically, making a terrifying low sound, which seemed to be the number 1 at the end of the world is warned not to approach. The big octopus has lived for tens of thousands of years, and naturally knows the boat, but the problem is that the size of this one is obviously abnormal. This model of the ocean is comparable to the demon whale king of the deep sea. You know, the blue whale in the normal world is more than 30 meters at most and more than 200 tons. This is already the largest animal that has ever lived on the earth. In contrast, the displacement of Cheng Ying's stuff is close to 10,000 tons. It is not an exaggeration to say that only the devil whale king of the deep sea can be comparable in size. In the ocean, big often means strong, otherwise such a big lump of meat would have been eaten long ago. This is also an important reason why the deep-sea big octopus that has destroyed countless ships did not attack immediately. In his memory, even if he sinks something called a ship, the food he can get is pitiful, compared to catching crabs on the bottom of the sea. It's not worth it. The end of the world is too big. He didn't want to provoke him, but just warned him to leave. However, where Cheng Ying would leave, the big octopus did not attack, which just shows that he is guilty. Seeing this scene, Cheng Ying immediately ordered, "Go ahead, the gunner is ready to fill." After entering the range, the bow gun fired freely, and the side string listened to me. Order. No one has commanded a sea artillery battle, so Cheng Ying can only follow the theory he has seen in his previous life. The big octopus is a symmetrical monster. There is no use for grabbing the T-head, as long as the side string is aimed at it. Ns. Cheng Ying gave an order, and the sailor immediately pulled the sail. The first mate took the helm, activated the paddle wheel, and rode the wind and waves to kill the big octopus. The big octopus is not happy now. From his perspective, the other party is shameless. In his concept, the human ship is a kind of creature similar to sea shellfish, relying on a hard shell to protect itself. It is a kind of creature that he included in the category of prey. He was determined to let this unpalatable prey die, but the other party did not know whether he was alive or dead. This can't be blamed on him being so spicy. His 8 arms and legs set off a huge wave, and Thulhu twisted like crazy, facing the end of the world at high speed. Come! Xiao Sheng, who had just climbed onto the deck, saw this scene and knelt on the deck with a thump. It's over. It's all over. We're all dead. Snapped. Cheng Ying kicked him on his and suffocated the words behind him. Shut your mouth, and dare to disturb the military's mind, military law will deal with it. Any monsters are paper tigers in front of the people's army. Ahem. Speaking of this, Cheng Ying shut up subconsciously. His current navy is still not a people's army, at least they still don't know why they are fighting. At the same time, the gunner at the bow was also busy loading and aiming. Zhang Do was the gunner in charge of aiming. He was the first batch of landless tenant farmers to join Cheng Ying farm. He couldn't survive, so he ran with his brother. Great sage! I thought it was just a change of a more enlightened soul master. At first, it was similar to what he thought, but every night when he left work, there were always people who came to tell them stories. They were all very exciting stories, such as the one that rose to the ground. He likes the story very much. It's just that they heard something like princes and generals. I would rather have a kind, but they couldn't help feeling terrible. Although they yearned for that kind of pride, they felt that their ideas were wrong and they shouldn't resist, or they didn't dare to resist. Later, someone told them that labor creates wealth, and they led them to sing, "If you don't grow crops, you don't want to harvest 300 fortunes. Although they still feel wrong, some people gradually think that soul masters do not plant or produce. But it is unreasonable to be able to live a prosperous life. Later, the storytellers gathered these people who thought that the soul master was unreasonable, and changed from listening to stories to attending classes every night. They learned a lot of things, such as mathematics, cropping, writing, organization, productivity and production. Relation. And he and his elder brother are both selected people. Not long ago, his elder brother was dispatched to the disaster area. He joined the artillery force earlier because of his excellent mathematics. Although he has only received 1 year of basic education, he knows very well that his future opponent will be a powerful soul master, a terrifying soul beast, and he also knows that the weapon in his hand is sufficient to blast the soul master who originally beat him. The meat sauce was enough to blast the soul beast that almost ate him into pieces in the forest. But the shadow of the soul master and the soul beast on the hearts of ordinary people for thousands of years www.readaloud.com still makes his hand holding the winch full of sweat at the moment, and the terrible soul beast in front of him is still that kind of connection. A 10,000-year soul beast that a soul master can easily slaughter. In the face of the overwhelming beast, it is impossible to say that Zhang Dou is not afraid, but countless practice has made him turn aiming and firing into instincts. He quickly calculated the distance between the two in his mind, the trigonometric function the watch has long been memorized by heart. With sweaty hands, he can still turn the winch skillfully. It was not until he adjusted the muzzle to the calculated position that he realized that his back was full of sweat, and even for a moment he forgot to retreat to make way for his companions. Fortunately, a small mistake did not affect the normal operation of the artillery group. As the company commander of their company fired loudly, the 4 guns with adjusted angles made loud noises at the same time. Zhang Dou instinctively opened his mouth to avoid being shocked. Gain and deafness. Gazing at the red dot thousands of meters away, many live fire drills allowed him to distinguish his shells. Of the 4 shells, 2 fell into the sea, 1 hit an octopus's arm and foot, and the gun group was lucky enough to be stuck on the huge eyes of an octopus tank. A long distance away, he could also see the splashing blood and ink. The octopus's eyes were shot out forcibly, and the shells stuck in his body, causing huge damage. The developed nerves made this severe pain almost unbearable. 8 arms and legs twisted and danced, and the sea caused a huge wave of more than 10 meters because of his anger. 1 arm and 1 leg set off a meniscus-like sea-water blade, sweeping towards the end of the world, but at a distance of 2 kilometers, the kinetic energy was consumed during the flight long ago, and the water waves hit the ship's side, just stirring up waves. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 52, The Sea Soul Beast on the Tip of the Tongue Top. Zhang Dou and his artillery team were too excited. The new shells began to be loaded, the big octopus was swimming fast, and the end of the world was also riding the wind and waves. The relative positions of the two changed all the time. During the loading process of his companions, Zhang Dou quickly calculated the angle of a shot. Both hands quickly adjusted the winch, aligned to the calculated scale, and the whole set of movements flowed smoothly, as if they had been rehearsed hundreds of times. For some reason, after firing the first shot, the sweat on his palms disappeared. It seems that the 10,000 years soul beast is the same thing, it will splash with flesh and blood even if it suffers a cannonball, and a volley of heavy artillery can kill him. It seems that it is nothing great. The moment he decided to become a soldier, the moment he took up arms and determined to resist, he was not humbled. The moment he realized his power, the soul master who was once aloof was no longer invincible. Everyone in the 4 artillery groups at the bow of the ship has a mood similar to Zhang Dou. Perhaps they are still far from the soul of the army that belongs to them, but at least the first step has been taken. The second round of the salvo unfolded in an orderly manner. I saw that my own power made the gunner more calm and more stable when aiming. The 4 shells actually made 3 hits. Although they did not hit the eyes again, they still hit the big octopus with blood splashing. Suffered another bitter blow, and the big octopus was extremely angry. If he chooses to dive underwater at this time, the end of the world really has nothing to do with him, but he gave up the last chance to escape. I saw that he actually swam quickly toward the side string at the end of the world on his own. When he wanted to come, the most threatening thing was the 4 artillery in the bow of the ship. The sharp attack made him unbearable, but the artillery was on the front, so he couldn't even attack from the side. So he swam to the side quickly, and sure enough, only the 2 guns on the side of the 4 guns fixed to the bow completed the steering. Because of the hasty adjustment, the 2 guns fell through, which made it extremely proud. I realized my superiority in IQ. It can dominate the sea area because of his more developed brain than other fishes, but Cheng Ying on the boat showed an expression of mental retardation. He was still thinking of a way to align the big octopus at the side string, but he didn't expect the octopus with a pit of brain to swim over by himself. This wave of life-death operations really made his scalp numb. Such a good opportunity, of course Cheng Ying would not let it go, and immediately ordered loudly, "Right string gunner aim at the target. Fire!" The big octopus hadn't swam very far, and suddenly noticed that the world's first right string, 40 black hole muzzles protruding from the porthole, immediately had a bad feeling. The next moment, his premonition came true. In the loud noise, the end of the huge world shuddered, and all 40 18 gin shells were shot out. Although it is a mass-produced front-mounted rifled gun, and it fires spherical shells, the power of the heavy projectiles of 18 kilograms is still considerable. The big octopus was simply delivered to the door by himself. The position could not be more suitable for side string salvos. The too comfortable shooting position made it difficult for 40 guns to shoot crookedly. Only 2 shells deviated, grazing the big octopus and fell into the sea. All the others fell on him. In an instant, the big octopus was smashed into pieces, and its huge kinetic energy drove its corpse to fly out of the sea. In midair, its arms and legs that had lost the control of its brain were still twitching unconsciously, seemingly wanting cover your vitals. It's a pity that his proud brain was mixed with a few shells, and his arms and legs could only twitch unconsciously, and eventually died unwillingly. It can be said that it has died very wrongly. If it dives underwater, uses its own water control ability, entangles with the world's end, and uses its arms and feet to attack the exposed huge paddle wheel, the world's end will at most flee due to its huge size. But it happened to be like a second stunner, and it launched a decisive charge against the artillery fire. If it doesn't die, who will die? The 38 solid shells were all eaten. Even titled Douluo had to vomit a few mouthfuls of blood. It is a soul beast less than 100,000 years old, even if it can leave a relatively complete corpse, even if it has an extraordinary talent. Just now, Xiao Shang, who was still sitting on the ground and yelling, felt like a fool. He was lying on the side of the ship, watching the dead big octopus corpses that attracted the attention of several sharks. The shock in his heart was hard to calm down. At the same time, he couldn't help but feel fortunate. Fortunately, his flagship didn't have a side string to the end of the world before, otherwise he was afraid that he would be taken away by a wave without the chance of jumping off the ship. Thinking of this, Xiao Shang immediately ran over to Neil and licked, "My lord. What kind of martial arts is what you call a cannon? It has such terrifying power." As he thought about it, the artillery must be a very powerful weapon spirit. The adult next to him must be the chief or young master of the artillery clan, and those on the ship must be his clan. Such a powerful spirit has no inferior potential to the clear sky hammer and the 7 treasure glazed glass tower. If it is not hidden from the world, it may be another great weapon. When it spreads out, it is probably not weaker than these 2 sects. Don't hug your thighs when you wait. Cheng Ying kicked the licking dog away from his thigh. "Idiot, artillery is not a martial arts soul, but a weapon. Which one of your eyes sees them with spirit rings? Walk, don't pretend to eat me, cough cough, study the marine ecological environment of Douluo Star." Speaking, he jumped into the lifeboat personally, and rowed with a few excited sailors to the corpse of the big octopus, and tied the cable to the octopus's arms and legs. The winch connected to the cable slowly rotates under the strong power of the steam engine. Because of the explosion of materials science, the first-generation steam engine is completely different from the problem of insufficient power in history. The steam engine of Chang'e is very airtight and the power is scary, but in order to ensure the airtightness, Chang'e had to add a lot of magical parts, and more magical parts need more power. The vicious circle gave birth to this behemoth that only the end of the world could hold, but being big also has big benefits, at least they don't need to prepare ballasts. When the huge big octopus was easily dragged onto the deck, almost the entire deck was piled up, facing his first real trophy. All the sailors and gunners cheered around the big octopus. Chang'e carried out an oversized steel plate from the warehouse and threw it on the ground, and threw 2 cast iron biogas tanks from the storage equipment, and shouted to the cheering crew, "Improve food for the whole ship today." As I said, I set up the iron plate and lit a simple biogas stove to heat the iron plate. The sound of vegetable oil boiling on the iron plate was as sweet as the prelude to a gourmet symphony. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you billions of stars can't amount to you for the reward of 100 book coins. Thank you Muhammad Bashan for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 53, The Sea Soul Beast on the Tip of the Tongue Part 2. Whether we want to or not, life always urges us to move forward. People prepare themselves, set off, trek, settle down, wherever they go, there will be a fire. Chang'e said with a gentle voice in a recitation-like tone, from the migration of individual lives to the exchange and transportation of food materials, from the evolution of cooking methods to the circulation of life's destiny, the hurry of people and food has never been stopped. On the deck at the end of the world, the aroma is overflowing, the iron plate has been roasted hot, and vegetable oil is crackling on the iron plate. Even if you come to the teacher for a literary and artistic study, you can't cover up the fact that you are in the same category. Tang Chen couldn't help but vomit. Chang'e. Ahem. Excellent ingredients, often only the simplest cooking is required. The octopus living on the seabed under high pressure has firm and elastic meat. When it rises to the surface and expands, it reduces its toughness and makes the meat rich in collagen. It's more tender and delicious. Chang'e ignored Tang Chen's complaints, cut off an arm and foot, and spread the circular cross-section pizza on the iron plate. God rewards hard work. Only the most diligent fisherman can catch the octopus in the deep sea, and bring the gift of nature to people's dining table. Chang'e is such a fisherman, and today is also a fruitful day. The burning flame of biogas licked the iron plate. The delicious meat came into contact with the hot iron plate, and there was a crackling sound. The boiling oil touched the fat, blooming a seductive coke fragrance. Seasoning, an indispensable raw material in cooking, is the crystallization of mankind's diligent pursuit of food for thousands of years. Every seasoning contains people's simple pursuit of deliciousness. When the seasoning comes into contact with the excellent ingredients, what will burst out will be far more delicious than the ingredients themselves. Salt is also a gift from the sea. The sun evaporates the water in the salt pans, leaving behind red compacted salt blocks. After a new purification process, a more pure salt water is obtained. A skilled salter will throw a lotus seed. Determine if the brine is saturated. Each white crystal contains hard sweat, which is spilled on the stove, transformed into an indispensable taste for people, and will flow again in the sweat of no one in the future. Sauce, an ancient condiment, simple wisdom allows people to ferment soybeans, and indulge in the delicious fragrance of sodium glutamate. At this time, it's the delicacy that originated from the ocean. Complement each other. As he kept turning over the ingredients, the original faint aroma became stronger and stronger. He knew that it was time to start the pot. With a crisp cracking sound, the scent of octopus completely bloomed from the cracked skin. After hard work and patience in cooking, the delicacy finally exchanged for it is also exceptionally sweet. Cut the golden skin, pick up a piece, and savor the fragrance with your heart. The hard work finally got its due. The crispy skin is rich in fat but not greasy. The elasticity of collagen is guaranteed. The taste is smooth, one bite, full of fluid, explosive aroma blooms on the taste buds, giving people a different experience. Is wrapped in crispy skin, is more tender meat, deep sea octopus after training, muscle fiber is developed, nutrient-rich, rich in protein and amino acids, it is an extremely rare tonic. The muscle tissue that has been carefully cooked loses its original toughness and melts in the mouth. The rich umami is endless, and I can't help but want to take a bite. Looked at Cheng Ying's contented expression with eager eyes, the Bingdi's face was full of expectant expressions. How is it? How is it? Can I eat it? Cheng Ying didn't speak, she just picked up a piece of the most tender octopus meat, handed it to Bingdi's mouth, and intimately fed it into her mouth. Immediately, the unprecedented taste experience made Bingdi squinted intoxicated. Ice Emperor is not a soul beast who has not eaten a high cultivation base, but the problem is that he was a soul beast at that time, and naturally he was drinking blood, and how can he taste it? In the laughter, Cheng Ying shared the delicious abyss squid with his family and crew, driving his 100-meter-long small fishing boat, and continued to move towards new delicacies. The sea soul beasts on the tip of the tongue in this issue are all over here. I hope that the friends in front of the screen will not forget the original intention of pursuing food and develop more and more delicious dishes. See you next time. Cheng Ying said. The non-existent screen said the concluding remark, and it was also the prelude to the carnival tonight. Over the sea, you can smell the tangy aroma from far away, the amiable mist rises, and it is vaguely visible that a certain large-scale seafood product has been processed and can be brought to the table at any time. I have eaten deep-sea big octopus meat, grilled and eaten, eat one plate to one plate, the taste is not good, that's what happened. This awesome can blow for a lifetime. The deep-sea big octopus is feared by all seafarers, but all those who are discussing life on the sea are all disgusted by it. But today, it was baked and served to the table. Until now, Xiao Shang still feels a little unreal. Xiao Shang inserted the meat on the plate into his mouth, gritted his teeth and chewed. Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com is not a big grudge. After all, the big octopus in the deep sea is dead, and no matter how big the grudge is, it is gone. Hard work, because it is too chewy. In fact, he still has a dreamlike illusion now that the extremely powerful deep-sea big octopus is in his mouth, which makes him choke a few more mouthfuls. In contrast, Cheng Ying's crew is much better. They have never seen a big octopus in the deep sea, so they don't know how powerful he is, and they don't have any psychological burden to eat now. As for the spirit ring or something, there is only a waste. No one on the scene happens to be able to absorb the spirit ring that is at least 50,000 years old. The huge octopus can never be eaten in a day or two, even if they have nearly 1,000 people. Is also like this. Bingdi said that freezing would seriously affect the taste, so everyone tried to eat as wide as possible. Only Cheng Ying and Dugubo, who were full, climbed onto the corpse of the big octopus, preparing to perform an autopsy while it was still fresh. Didn't have a scalpel of the right size. Cheng Ying asked the Ice Emperor for an ice skate. After Cheng Ying explained the principle of hot ice to the Ice Emperor, she was already able to make ice at room temperature. The sharp blade cut open the epidermis of the big octopus, and the most precious brain has been shattered by shells. The two of them dissected and recorded the situation inside the big octopus. Until the blade cut on a hard object and couldn't go deep, Cheng Ying stopped, and at the same time a look of doubt appeared on his face. Because he cut through the muscle tissue, he actually saw a snail shell with a right helix inside. This is not something that should appear in the octopus. Even the most incompletely degraded squid with a snail shell should not have such a thing in the body. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 54, magical girl and tentacle monster. Although not studying paleontology in the previous life of Cheng Ying, it is also known that creatures such as octopus belong to the cephalopod and evolved from the mollusk lying on the seabed in ancient times. When evolved to the emergence of humans, with the exception of squids, most cephalopods did not have obvious shells in their bodies, and they were more like ancient creatures. However, Cheng Ying was relieved soon. This situation is not impossible. Since there are soul beasts on the Douluo continent, some ancient creatures that may have been extinct, because some individuals have too high cultivation bases, they have escaped the previous species. Extinction is not impossible. It just made Cheng Ying a little curious that since spirit power and spirit beasts have existed since ancient times, before the human race appeared, what were spirit rings and spirit bones used for? Or is it the spirit ring soul bone that only existed after humans appeared? This question is very intriguing, and Cheng Ying thinks the answer must be very interesting. However, in contrast, crossing the ocean below your feet is the really important thing. Even with the adequate supplies he carries, it is certainly not enough for voyages around the world. It must be supplied in the middle of the journey, but I hope that a civilized continent will not be touched. Arrive. The end of the world rides the wind and waves on the sea. According to the chart provided by Xiao Shang, he specializes in finding the land of the sea soul beast. The main reason is that he is addicted to eating. And Cheng Ying found that since his crew can eat enough, many people actually start to eat. Have soul power. Although because of old age, I never hoped to reach level 10 in my life, but it also shows from the side that most of the disciples of the Soul Master family are Soul Masters, to a large extent because they can eat enough. Ordinary people eat chaff and throat vegetables, each one is stunted, and the chance of developing a Soul Master is high. I am afraid that if you can eat enough since childhood, even if you can't cultivate, most people have 1 or 2 levels of soul power. There are obviously more soul masters in the second part, and title Douluo runs all over the place, probably because of the increase in the population base and the increase in national productivity. Ordinary people eat better than before. In this regard, Cheng Ying expressed his understanding that the people take food as the heaven, and the world has the greatest food. When his territory is sealed, he will exploit the whole continent by the scissors of the primary industry and raise a group of ordinary people with 1 or 2 levels of spirit power. And the emerging spirit master class. Whether sociology is pseudoscientific or not is not well received, but a few apprentices have this course. Douluo's sociology is not very clear, so he talked about it in light of the history of the previous life. From the matriarchal clan of the ancient times, to the selection of sages in order to impoverish the people, from the sages and the people to cultivate and eat together, to the public world to the family world, the historical evolution is analyzed from the perspective of the most fruitful interests. Just talked about when the Emperor Zhou entrusted the princes and armed colonization and assimilation of the barbarians, the watchman on the mast reported that he had discovered a 50,000-year-old deep-sea squid. Cheng Ying heard this, knowing that it was time to open the meat again, could not help but shine. These days they ate a lot of unlucky marine creatures, most of them were octopus and squid. Once they encountered strange shrimp and ancient creatures and scared Cheng Ying Yaishao, and later encountered many ancient creatures. It is not strange to see it. The gunner has killed so many sea soul beasts these days, and the fear of the soul beast has completely disappeared. Even if the soul beast is blocked in front of them for 100,000 years, he will not dare to fire the cannon, although it must be defeated. Is very satisfied with this Cheng Ying. Of course, he is satisfied entirely because these ordinary people are one step closer to awakening, not because they hunted a lot of seafood for themselves and satisfied their appetite. Ask me why. Fuck him. Is the meat for so many days eaten for nothing? Cheng Ying yelled and jumped on the bow, raising the binoculars to observe how the seafood meat quality reported by the watcher. The telescope in his hand is not inferior to that of the observation hand. In addition, his eyesight is beyond ordinary people. Looking at it from a distance, the huge squid will be clear. Compared with the octopus, the squid has 10 arms and legs, which are closer to the mouth parts. The 2 arms and legs are very long and the most powerful. At this time, they are floating on the water, not because of a warning to the end of the world, but as if they are in harmony. What to fight? Cheng Ying adjusted the focus of the telescope, and then saw the existence of fighting with Ji, a girl in blue, with 4 spirit rings all in purple, holding a 3-pointed spear in one hand, standing on the surface of the sea, manipulating the flow of water. Fight against that squid. Fuck. Horse monkey shaka versus tentacle monster. This rare scene made Cheng Ying forget for a while to take back his gaze, staring at the battle scene for a while, looking like he was expecting something. And the battle balance slowly tilted in the direction he expected. Although the girl had 4 purple spirit rings, the 50,000-year spirit beast was far stronger than the 4-ring spirit master after all. The water flow is like a heavy hammer under the control of the trident, but the water jet from the mouth parts of the squid is more turbulent. Although the body can be supported on the sea by the sea, the squid is born in the sea. Even if the girl's body is as ethereal as an immortal, she is still besieged by 10 arms and legs. Soul power was consumed during the battle, and it was inevitable that the consciousness could not be fully concentrated. Without checking, the slender calf was entangled by the thick and powerful arms and legs, and the girl was pulled down with a fierce pull and lifted into the air. It's strange to say that after leaving the www.readaloud.com, the girl who was able to fight the squid in strength just now seemed to have lost the source of her power. She became as weak as an ordinary girl, and only the one who controlled the water flow was left. Ability. Hey? It's the same setting as Achilles. You have to touch the sea to gain power. This setting is perfect. Cheng Ying said, this setting is too suitable for the magical girl versus tentacle monster. If the horse monkey shaka whine if you don't lose your power, how can you be entangled in the tentacles? It's just that the next plot seems to be different from what Cheng Ying thought. The style of painting suddenly changed from to a horror movie. The squid entangled the girl's ankle and opened the 8 teeth that make people unable to complain. Big mouth, the girl is about to be thrown in. The girl panicked and controlled the water flow to counterattack. This made the squid fail to do her best in a short time, but the situation was extremely critical. As more tentacles swept over, the girl became stretched. The sucker on the calf has been sucked into the flesh, and it is impossible to get rid of it by his own strength. Cheng Ying knew that the script could not develop according to his expectations, and immediately prepared to let the gunner fire. It can be imagined that the size of the squid is obviously smaller. Number 1. This kind of target may not be dead if you take a shot, but the girl is dead if you take a shot, and then think of the trident in the girl's hand. Cheng Ying, without a word, bent over and picked up the feet of Tang Chen, who came to see the excitement. The neck was curled up like a windmill, and it was swished away. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Thank you Peng Cheng Wan Li for the reward of 100 book coins. Thank you Yi Meng Kong Hung for the reward of 100 book coins. Thank you Meet Sansei on the Sansei Stone 100 starting coins for rewards. Thank you Spacetime Spacer for the reward of 500 starting coins. Chapter 55, Poser, Oh no. My name is Polan. Tang Chen came to know that the teacher was extremely unreliable in trivial matters, but he didn't expect to be so unreliable. Tang Chen, who was thrown into the air and couldn't fly, could only constantly adjust his posture and prepare to fall in a stable posture. In the sea, try not to sink as much as possible. Generally speaking, when a soul master is in the 3rd or 4th ring, he can achieve the initial light water float. Although it also depends on the ability of the martial soul, it can basically be done at level 40. Although Tang Chen's martial arts spirit is extremely unsuitable for floating on water, a few hundred caddies of clear sky hammer is like an anchor, and it desperately drops him down. But fortunately, his spirit power was strong enough. After he stepped on a spray fiercely on the water, he jumped up with brute force, and then looked around. He was enveloped by a piece of tentacles. Cheng Ying's brute force is still quite strong, the circles that were squeezed in place are no longer inferior to the catapult, and he threw Tang Chen directly in front of the squid, just matching the squid's super big eyes with a large basin after special vision. In contrast, the scene was extremely embarrassing for a while. But soon Tang Chen also saw the girl who was held upside down by the squid tentacles. The girl's face was slightly different from that of the people on the mainland. Her skin was fairer, her nose was slightly higher, her pupils appeared as thrilling sapphire blue, and her lips were slightly thinner. More red and tender, the various differences not only did not appear to be inconsistent, but gave her more exotic charm. At this time, the girl was lifted, the big blue wavy hair was hanging down, and the non-anti-gravity skirt of the lower body was also hanging down messy. Although there was no display that shouldn't be exposed, a pair of slender and white thighs seemed even more seductive. People's eyes with the girl made Tang Chen's heartbeat miss a beat. The girl's weak posture and stubborn eyes made her charm increase by 30%. Suddenly, Tang Chen almost fell into the sea. He still stomped on the surface of the sea to stabilize his figure. Tang Chen, who was still scolding the teacher for being unreliable before, gave the teacher a big thumbs up in his heart. "It's so awesome. NS. Please give me a dozen teachers of this kind." In the face of this situation, Tang Chen made a decisive decision and chose heroes to save the beauty. Such a beautiful girl is rare on the mainland. Now she is placed on the sea. Don't deceive, cough cough, not saving it is simply a violent thing. Immediately he shook the clear sky hammer and slammed it on the big squid's mouth parts. With a loud noise, 8 teeth were smashed out of 4. The squid ate pain and screamed, and the ink was mixed in the mouth parts. The water sprayed on Tang Chen's face at high speed. The super high-speed water flow was like a train coming head-on. Even if Tang Chen blocked the clear sky hammer, he was still blasted away fiercely. The ink made his cool white clothes full of ink spots, quite embarrassed. Tang Chen, who had fallen back to the sea again, also ate his digging and gaining wisdom. He no longer chose to be tough, but slowly pushed forward, and used the chaotic cloak hammer method on the water surface to restrain the 2 most powerful arms and legs of the big squid at a distance. Because each hammer was stronger than the previous one, he quickly gained an overwhelming advantage, but as he attacked with one hammer, the problem also came. The sea was not the ground, so Tang Chen could not be given enough leverage. When the 6th hammer hit, he had already stomped through the sea with 1 foot in the air. Although only 1 foot stepped into the sea, it almost made him lose his balance, and the clear sky hammer flew out. Just when he was about to fall into the sea, the water surface under his feet suddenly hardened, like the ground, which immediately made him regain his balance, violently followed the force, and swung the 7th hammer, causing the 2 arms and legs to roll back. Looked up and saw that although the girl was hanging upside down, she still held the trident. Seeing Tang Chen's view, she immediately shouted, "Why are you stunned? Just fight, believe me. You have land under your feet." Tang Chen heard the words and did not doubt, immediately as if fighting on the ground. Before he stepped on, the clear sky hammer in his hand couldn't help adding 3 points. As the girl said, the water before his steps provided the reaction force just enough to make him step on. Immediately Tang Chen turned from defense to offense, slamming several hammers continuously, defeating the big squid steadily, and replaced it with land. The big squid was a bulky tentacle monster to Tang Chen, and he was beaten by his chaotic cloak. Definitely. Even if the big squid tried to entangle Tang Chen, making him stop, but the chaotic cloak hitting method reached the 18th hammer, the speed was already up. Tang Chen moved around the big squid S-shaped snakeskin flexibly, so that the squid even had 9 tentacles. It can be used, and he can't be caught. Instead, he is often smashed by the clear sky hammer on the skin of his tentacles. The cooperation between the girl and Tang Chen was perfect. The 2 of them knew each other's thoughts tacitly. The girl hardened the sea in advance, and Tang Chen's steps were like stepping on a dancing blanket, and the hardened ones were hit without falling. Sea surface. The two of them tacitly completed the accumulation of 48 hammers before the chaotic cloak hammering method. When they reached this point, both of them knew that they could not continue. Although the hammering method behind was faster, the radius of the S-shaped walking position was too large, absolutely will be caught halfway by the big squid. So Tang Chen appeared in front of a 2-point triple jump like hardened sea surface. As he charged towards the body of the big squid, his feet also stepped heavily on the hardened sea surface, carrying a clear sky hammer with terrifying power. It slammed down www.readaloud.com. The big squid instinctively felt the danger, and threw the girl into the sky, with 10 tentacles tangled in front of the eyes into a tough defense. However, there is no use for eggs. The clear sky hammer is a blunt weapon attack. This defense has little effect. The terrifying impact spreads on the sea surface, and a huge wave is set off within a range of nearly 100 meters in diameter. Even if it was blocked by the tentacles, one of the big squid's eyes exploded in place, and the brain was turned into a paste by the powerful concussion force and died on the spot. Tang Chen, who buried the big squid, immediately retracted the clear sky hammer, stepped on the surface of the water, and took the fallen girl in his arms. With a princess-like posture, she landed smoothly on the surface of the water. The two looked at each other and looked at each other with affectionate smiles. Seeing that the hero had saved the beauty, they would be in love for a lifetime, but a whistle interrupted the two who were looking at each other affectionately. The shadow lay on the ship's side, and said in a terrible way, "Come on. Ah! Drag the big squid up. Drink squid soup tonight. Hey! The next two, hug and hug, if the sea's the mung bean right, please kiss. If you don't kiss, you can get on the boat." Tang Chen. If it weren't for the teacher, you're making trouble, I would have kissed it a long time ago. Tang Chen hugged the girl reluctantly and jumped onto the boat. Only then did she reluctantly put the person down. The first time she saw such a big boat, the girl looked left and right curiously, and then she saw Cheng Cheng. Ying stared at her with scrutiny eyes. "Little sister. What's your name?" Cheng Ying's tone was very similar to the wretched uncle who abducted Lori. I'm boss, oh no, Pollen." The girl is obviously not very skilled in lying, and the pseudonym is obviously also made up. To be continued. Thank you Ming Tang Tang for the reward of 100 starting coins. Chapter 56, Running away from home means running away from home. The girl's lie deceived Tang Chen, but she could not deceive Cheng Ying, who knew the plot. She took a trident and appeared in Zihai, and she was also a girl the same age as Tang Chen, especially the 4 blind purple spirit rings. Needless to say, in all likelihood, it is Posy. The girl's pronunciation has been exposed, but she said that she was Pollen, and Cheng Ying did not pierce it. After all, she could not explain her source of intelligence. Tang Chen was obviously because of his sister, who had suffered a mental attack. He didn't realize that it was wrong. By the way, he asked with concern, "How did you live in the sea, Pollen? Do you live on a nearby island?" As Pollen's eyes rolled, she put on a pitiful and weeping expression and said, I came here by the storm. My fleet was sunk by the storm. Mom, Dad, and the ship's crew, no one is missing. I also drifted here on the debris of the shipwreck. Thank you for your help just now." After hearing the girl's tragic experience, Tang Chen planned to comfort the girl with his own chest, and then he was lifted by Cheng Ying on the back of the neck and threw it out, probably because of fate or something. There was little resistance, and his IQ plummeted. Cheng Ying said to let him calm down. "Ahem. Well, since you came here drifting all the way, you still remember where the shipwreck driftwood is. I'll wait to get it up and maybe know the information about your fleet." Cheng Ying could see clearly, in the nearby water. There was not even a piece of wood. Pollen was obviously lying. I was bitten by the squid when I was fighting it just now. Polan hesitated. Cheng Ying didn't say anything. She climbed up to the squid's corpse and was about to pry open its mouth to see. Polan hurriedly grabbed him. It was bitten and rolled into the sea before, but it was not eaten by it. Oh! That's it. It's a pity. I think I have dealt with them at sea, and I can go to the rescue. Cheng Ying sighed, pretending to be compassionate, and then dropped into the water bag from the waist and threw it to Polan. Inside it's clean water, don't worry about drinking it. Polan held the water bag, hesitated for a moment, his eyes stopped obviously at the mouth of the bottle, then he lifted the water bag, poured a sip and plugged the bottle stopper. Cheng Ying took over the water bag and pretended not to care. Are you not thirsty at all after drifting for so long? Polan's expression became stiff, and he quickly hooked his finger, and summoned a water column from the sea. I can separate the fresh water in the sea, so there is no shortage of water. Oh, this is a convenient ability. Unlike us, you have to melt the ice before you can use it. So, your clothes are so clean and there is no saltiness at all because you have cleaned them with fresh water. Cheng Ying said casually. Polan's scalp was numb again. Hurriedly nodded like a chicken pecking at the rice. Yes, yes, that's it. In his heart, Cheng Ying's elders have been taken out and scolded. Doesn't this captain know Lian Xiangziu at all? Suspicion is as big as a fox. Hey! Really, running away from home means running away from home. What's the point of making up a story? When Cheng Ying turned her head and left, she whispered as if she were talking to herself, but it happened to be heard by Bolan. Cheng Ying with his back to her caught it mentally. At this moment, Polan's expression changed obviously, which means that he just casually guessed that it was true in all likelihood. The plot is very interesting. Wuhan is the baby Bo-Sixi of the sea god, and he leaves Sea God Island under the pseudonym Polan. Why on earth? Cheng Ying thinks that there must be a story in this, the rebellious saint, or the sea god's lowly development plan. Cheng Ying is a layman, so the conclusions drawn by speculation are also vulgar, but vulgar is okay. He was in charge of why Bolan ran out of Sea God Island. He was on his boat when he came. Now there are 2 of the 3 ultimate Douluos in the future. Whatever you say, you have to accept this as a disciple. Seeing Cheng Ying leaving, Bolan was relieved. It seemed that the captain did not intend to pursue her origins. She didn't want to go back and stayed on a small broken island for a lifetime. This kind of thing was simply unbearable. It's just that Cheng Ying left without making any arrangements for her, which made her sit on the wax a little. The crew seemed to have not seen her. She gave way. Although the number 1 end of the world was big, she didn't know where to go for a while. Cheng Ying was of course deliberate, and the best way to keep people behind is of course to let Tang Chen soak her up. 2 people can be said to be talented women, just now they have a life-saving grace. If you want to make a pair, you will lack the time to be alone. Although Tang Chen was brutally attacked by the goddess Jiangji, just as the research results of bored people from the back view, when a man is dating a woman, the blood flow will flow toward the brain and lower body, that is to say, the man is trying to trick the woman at this time. Go to bed. Tang Chen is a man with a set of protagonist templates. Although picking up girls is not a long-term item, but after a few words, he also turned Polan into his room and stayed temporarily. Although he was sleeping on the floor, Yu reading www.yuyugonshu.com sister sleeping on the bed, but so many stories are inexplicably ran from the floor to the bed. Seeing Bolan entered Tang Chen's room, Cheng Ying was relieved. Was originally a pair in the original book. Now I put a fire on them, and I didn't believe that the cooked duck could fly. As expected, when Tang Chen came to attend the class the next day, Polan was brought by him. Teacher. Polan said she wanted to hear from you how to sail so far. Tang Chen said with a little embarrassment. On the contrary, Polan said generously, you must be a captain full of wisdom if you can lead such a big ship across the ocean. I think you must know how to not get lost in the sea. In the past, in the sea, people could only rely on experience to follow the ocean current, wander past islands, and record their locations. Often, they couldn't tell where they were when they traveled hundreds of miles away. But you can move freely outside of the ocean currents. You must have your own secrets. If you take the liberty to ask, I hope you don't get angry. Cheng Ying looked at Pollen's manner, neither overbearing nor overbearing, and the corners of her mouth curled up. Since you have already boarded my ship, why do you still want to learn this? Wouldn't it be good to follow the end of the world? Hearing this, Pollen showed a touch of sorrow and stubbornness on his face. My relatives disappeared with the shipwreck. I want to look for them, even if I cross the oceans. I don't want to hesitate, so I want to learn navigation. Cheng Ying heard this, and couldn't help but pick up his brows. He didn't see him for a day. He was good at lying, but he wanted something. As long as he didn't have no desires, he would definitely not be able to escape. To be continued. Because some people feel that it affects the reading experience, the thank you for the reward will be moved to the author's words in the future. Chapter 57, Sea Goddess. Although Cheng Ying has been tempted, knowledge is still a precious thing in this era, and he has to behave a little reserved. What can you do when you go to sea alone? Sailing is not something that can be done by one person. I didn't see that I brought these 800 sailors to start this huge ship. If you really want to find your loved ones, you might as well ask me for help. You search for a few laps at sea. But Pollen didn't really lose her parents at first, and it was difficult to refute her feelings that were not in place for a while. Teacher, don't you often say that teaching people how to fish is worse than teaching people how to fish? How can you replace Pollen sailing? How can you compare to the skills that taught her to sail? Cheng Ying looked at Tang Chen, who stood up to help, and couldn't help it. Hold your forehead with one hand. Where is your heart telling you? You have to think about it clearly. Knowledge is priceless and it is impossible to pass it to you. Of course, if you formally apprentice it is another matter, otherwise I can only teach you some superficial things. Cheng Ying, I feel that in this way, I should be able to take in another apprentice. Unexpectedly, Pollen hesitated, and said after a long while, sorry, I'm afraid I can't worship you as a teacher. You already have a master. Cheng Ying was puzzled, and she didn't look like she had a master. No, it's just because of some reasons that it's not convenient to be a teacher. I can treat you like a teacher, but I'm afraid I can't be a teacher. Seeing that Pollen's tangled expression does not seem to be fake, Cheng Ying's brows were raised. In all respects, Pollen has no reason to refuse to be a teacher, unless, because her identity is not suitable, it is reminiscent of the original work that she has been on the Sea God Island for nearly 100 years, just to wait for the inheritor of the gods, and finally pay. You have to sacrifice yourself to complete the inheritance of the Sea God. I am afraid that his identity is very special. Well, if you really don't want to be a teacher, just forget it. For the sake of your sincerity, I will teach you something that I can tell you. Cheng Ying remembered that Bo Sixi was talking to Tang Chen and Qian Daoliu in the original work. As I said, I will only be with the one who has become a god. I am afraid that it is not simply to reject Qian Daoliu. It is very likely that the necessary condition for marrying this girl is to become a god. Baran was also relieved when she heard this. She was naturally Bo Sixi. As a soul master who was born with the spirit of the sea god, she was bound to the gods when she was born, and the soul masters on the Sea God Island all got gods. The of the sea appointed her as a saint, a spirit master who specializes in serving the of the sea. This is undoubtedly the supreme glory for a race that has believed in the sea god for generations, and since the saint who serves the sea god is naturally not allowed to be married, let alone the teacher, otherwise, wouldn't the teacher be on the same level as the sea god? Naturally, Bossy, who has become a saint, has gained a respected position on Poseidon Island. She is like the uncrowned king of Poseidon Island. The only restriction is that he cannot leave the place of Poseidon's heritage. Unfortunately, Poseidon is on the sea god island. Very few people yearn for freedom and want to open their eyes to the world. They have an adventurous spirit. This is the most precious kind of wool on a deserted island isolated from the world. It happened to the most inappropriate person. She ran away countless times, but she was either swept back by the sea or captured by the sea soul beast. Every time she was swallowed by the sea soul beast and spit out, it was a nightmare experience, as if it was the sea punishing her. The fleeing in general. This time I thought I was going to be arrested again, but I didn't want to encounter the world's end passing by. When I caught her back, the sea soul beast was killed directly. With such a huge ship, it is simply the best opportunity to escape from Sea God Island. But she knew very well that the power of the deity is not something humans can resist. Although the giant ship is strong, it is unrealistic to take her away under the obstruction of the deity. The result of forcibly taking her away can only be burial in the sea. She doesn't want to involve innocent people for her own reasons. She just wants to learn as much knowledge about traveling across the ocean as possible before being caught back. In the future, she won't be rushed back by the ocean currents because she doesn't discern the direction. Naturally, she could not worship Chang'e as a teacher, because that would only harm him. No one knows what the character of the sea is. If she is particularly careful, she will definitely not allow her saint to have a teacher. Is just a fan of the authorities, she has never thought about why she has escaped so many times and nothing happened. In fact, Chang'e almost guessed the truth, so he also planned to teach Posey's navigation knowledge as much as possible. He believes that even if she can't abduct her, she will run from Poseidon Island on her own. Come out. Then Douluo realized what the sea tactics are, what is the duck-filling education, with the few people on Poseidon Island, wanting to make a qualified sailing clock is a foolish dream. If you only know the latitude on the sea, it is just floating around, and there is no clock to determine the longitude, then you can only rely on the stars in the sky. If you are on the Earth, you can see Jupiter or Jupiter's moons. If you are in Douluo www.readaloud.com, then you have to observe the star map again. Chang'e hasn't measured the data in this regard, so she had to teach Posey how to confirm the time by observing the stars, and then let her sum it up by herself. And the problem here is more complicated. Let's learn the law of universal gravitation. Calculate the rotation of stars, then learn the conic section. Like proficient use of sextant to observe stars, the most basic analytic geometry should be learned. Not to mention the more complicated things, such as conic section and analytic geometry. It is terrifying for people who have no foundation at all. Chang'e actually wants to say that if you want to calculate accurately, you have to learn calculus, but I think about it. I still didn't teach it. To be more real, he might have to talk about using imaginary numbers to solve cubic equations in one unknown. That is a few years of learning. And Douluo is also painful and happy these days. Although Chang'e's words are difficult and difficult to understand, they are nicknamed the knowledge of immortals by several other students, but they have indeed benefited her a lot. Especially after knowing that this thing under her feet is a ball in all likelihood, she has strengthened her determination to go out and take a look. The ground under her feet is so vast that there is a full circle of 80,000 miles away, let alone talk about the ethereal sky. She may not have the opportunity to step outside in her life, but it would be a shame if the earth under her feet missed it again. The diameter of the planet under my feet is 40,000 kilometers. This was measured by the shadow of the sun using the length of the sun. It can be said to be a coincidence, or it can be said to be inevitable. Otherwise, parameters such as gravitational acceleration will definitely change. On this day, after Chang'e told Posey how to find the tangent of an ellipse by analytical method, she looked at the dark clouds rolling in the distance and couldn't help but squinted her eyes. What should come is always here. To be continued. Chapter 58, After the Storm, Yu clarified. The storm struck from the skyline, and the dark clouds were like ink, as if to swallow the sea and the sky, the strong wind brought a heavy smell and the sound of rolling thunder. Lightning flashed across the sky, illuminating the ship for a short time. Storm, one of the most terrifying existence in the sea. The tragic experiences of countless predecessors have told the sailors on board that all they can do after encountering a storm is to pray like gods, praying that they can survive the storm. But this time it was a little different, because their captain was standing at the bow, facing the rolling storm without fear. Maybe. Besides praying, we have other ways. The sailors looked at the shadow of the bow, and thoughts like this in their hearts. They had never seen the terrible sea, but they had seen the miracle of the captain. Perhaps the storm like the disaster that day could also be put to rest under his leadership. Some people don't know the horror of the storm, but some people know very well that Xiao Shang is shrinking under the mast at this time, looking for ropes to try to tie himself to it. Although the world's number one end is big, it is still not worth mentioning in the face of real natural disasters. Bo Sixi looked at the shadow of the bow, unconsciously pursed her lips, and finally couldn't help but said, Actually, your name is Bo Sixi. Cheng Ying said casually, Actually you are the saint of Sea God Island? Actually you ran out by stealth? Are you trying to say this? You all know. Posey said incredulously. I'm not that stupid boy from Tangchen, do you really think you fooled me? Ask you a question, do you like what I teach you? Cheng Ying stared at Posey's pupils. Nature I like it. Although it is profound and difficult to understand, as you said, science is not deceiving. The conclusions drawn by reasoning and deduction are always closer to the truth than intuition. Why would I not like this theory? Bo Sixi said from the heart. Then do you like Tang Chen? I'm serious. I won't tell him what your answer is. Cheng Ying's second question caught Bo Sixi a little off guard, but still blushed. Yes. I like it a little bit, but... Posey wanted to say something but Cheng Ying interrupted him. Nothing is too good, call me a teacher. Cheng Ying commanded in an unquestionable tone. Old, teacher. Posey didn't understand what it meant, and subconsciously spoke out. After all, Cheng Ying's words were always right, which made people subconsciously convinced. Only by calling the exit did he realize that it was wrong. Well, starting from today, you will be my fifth disciple, Bo Sixi, don't let me down on your expectations. I like you as a disciple very much, so never forget your dream, the world is so big, don't go out. Wouldn't it be a waste of this life to open your eyes? Said that Cheng Ying took out a very finely polished sextant and stuffed it into Posey's arms. You know the sextant, and the teacher hopes that you will never get lost in the future journey. You shouldn't be like this. Posey held the sextant with a complicated expression. Cheng Ying shook her head, there is nothing wrong with it. You are a good boy, a child who desires freedom. You shouldn't be tied to a square inch. Go to the cabin. This is an order. Cheng Ying ordered in an unquestionable tone. Bo Sixi finally raised his head to look at Cheng Ying, then turned his head and ran to the cabin quickly. Looking at the girl's back, Cheng Ying couldn't help but sigh. In the future, every soul master who has achieved something must have his personality charm. The higher the achievement, the greater the charm. Cheng Ying was training these little monsters, but at the same time, it was not infected by them. Today's decision may be impulsive, or irrational, but what about it? He lives his life again, not to be a machine that is only for profit but to become stronger. Men, there are always so many second grades in his life. All the crew of the end of the world, listen to my orders. The 13th set of plans is implemented, all the sailors enter the power cabin, all the portholes of the turrets are closed, and the maximum power output of steam 1. Go forward 3. The seemingly useless training before boarding the ship, the long and tedious plans recited by the river bank, have become the backbone of everyone at this time. On the huge ship, the crew rushed to their posts in an orderly manner. Cheng Ying's spirit power blessed, resounding command student, even in a storm, can still be heard for miles, calming the heart of every crew member on the end of the world. Forward 3, the most extreme forward mode at the end of the world, all other operations are stopped, all the power on the ship is transferred to the power system. Lower the sails to reduce the wind resistance, and at the limit burst, you can reach a speed faster than riding a high wind. The sailors followed Cheng Ying's orders and came one by one to the power cabin at the stern. There was a special cabin filled with countless steel gears. 120 winches were neatly arranged. On each winch, there were 6 metal wires. Handle. A group of 6, everyone remembered their position, and came to their position in an orderly manner to stand, holding the handle on the winch. The 17th class is ready. The 23rd class is ready. With all the classes in place one after another, the crew in charge of the coordinators shouted, "Start!" A total of 720 people www.readwn.com almost at the same moment, they pushed 120 winches. This is the world's most powerful power system at the end. Even though they are all ordinary people, their bodies nourished by soul power allow each of them to use at least half a ton of power. Even if they continue to exert their power, they can maintain more than 200 kilograms before exhaustion. Although this kind of power is not big compared to the end of the world, it is just a little bit of athletic ability that makes the end of the world no longer a toy at the mercy of the storm. The battleship moved at the moment everyone exerted their power. Rushed against the direction of the wind and waves. This was the first roar of mankind to nature, and the first shot fired during the journey of mankind to conquer the sea. Cheng Ying didn't know how to handle boats, so he grabbed Xiao Shang, who was flinching in the corner, and threw him in front of the rudder. "If you don't want to die, set a boat for me. Face the waves and rush out for Lao Tzu." Almost all the crew members entered the cabin, and Cheng Ying didn't need to worry about the instability of people, so he shouted out violently. Xiao Shan stood up tremblingly, turned his head to look at the extremely firm spinning paddle wheel, and the stern layer of water waves, a force of unknown origin, violently grasped the rudder. Has survived so many times, even if this time the storm is the biggest he has ever seen, but as long as the boat under his feet can move, everything is not over. Cheng Ying took the hand of the Ice Emperor, standing on the deck, watching the storm and nothing. The Ice Emperor's ability was not suitable for the situation in front of him, but Cheng Ying was not worried because he knew. After the storm. You clarify. To be continued. Chapter 59, Insect. Never really defeated. In the storm, the end of the world made a roar that belonged to it alone, the steam engine made a dull roar, and the power cabin heard a neat shout. Everyone on the ship tried their best to fight this majestic force of nature. Even if it is facing a huge wave of 10 feet high, the end of the world still rushes up without fear, as if it is like nature swearing the power of life, roaring civilization roar to the wild. Rainstorms and waves washed on the deck, but they couldn't shake the giant ship. Wang Yang seemed like a pair of big hands trying to overturn the end of the world, but he returned without success under the strong power of the paddle wheel and the propeller. The battleship is going against the wind, breaking through the waves, proud and persistent, just like its name. Even if it is the end of the world, you have to see it with your own eyes. Xiao Shang, holding the rudder in his hand, is no longer trembling. He who used to pray in the storm, now his body is straight, he can feel the endless power from the battleship, like a ball of flames. Light up the dark sea. He didn't know that it was a kind of flame called civilization. Once it was ignited, it would go on endlessly, but he felt it deeply, this time. It's a win. Once again, the battleship ran over the waves and tore through the storm. Only this time, it was no longer dark. The storm seemed to be exhausted. The dark clouds on the horizon split, letting the white moonlight fall, and the waves of Linlan reflected on the sea. The clouds cleared and the fog dispersed. The previous violent storm was like a dream, and the sea was calm again, except for the tall figure holding a trident under the moonlight, floating peacefully above the sea. The sea water turned into a tornado, supported by his feet, surrendered to him like a courtier. His eyes were calm and indifferent, as if he really didn't care about everything in the world. Cheng Ying led the Ice Emperor, standing on the collision angle of the bow, and just looking at him, the sea was terribly calm. The only thing that could be heard was the roar of the steam engine siren. Xiao Shang in the cockpit saw this scene. He was in the same place. He looked at his hands holding the rudder. He wanted to chop off his hands. It was really cool to hit him out of the storm abruptly just now, but who would tell you? What is his situation now? Fuck? Afraid that the one carrying the harpoon is not sea god? I just hit Poseidon's face severely, and I hit it with my hands, so strong. Xiao Shang felt the pill, looked at Poseidon, and then looked at Cheng Ying, who was opposite to the Poseidon's eyes, and stomped his feet severely. Anyway, he slapped his slap and was offended and offended. Both left and right were dead, not as good as the dead have a spine. Gritted his teeth and stomped his feet, and sounded the emergency assembly number on the side. The steam poured into the huge whistle and made a deafening roar. This was the horn of an emergency. The crew in the power cabin stopped pushing after the warship stopped shaking. At this time, hearing the horn, the conditioned reflex started to move. The ordinary sailors lined up to the warehouse and took out their own flintlocks. The gunner ran to his post according to the gun group, leaving only the engineering troops to go to the boiler area, adjusting the route of the battleship so that the gunner could aim. In less than 5 minutes, 500 musketeers lined up neatly in 3 rows, lined up on the deck in a standard 3-segment array, and their guns were all pointed at the figure holding the trident. Even if someone had guessed that it might be a god, no one chose to back down. The ideological education of the past year had already planted the seeds of rebellion in their hearts. Everyone had that kind of weather without rain, so I smashed this temple. The spirit of the shrine. Seeing that Xiao Shang's face in the cockpit was somewhat unbearable, he was crushed by courage by a group of ordinary people, and he could only comfort himself with the fearlessness of the ignorant, but after all, he could not hide his embarrassment. The figure holding the trident watched quietly as more than 500 people lined up, and the muzzles of the 4 ships' first guns were aimed at them. After a while, they said, "Very powerful mortal, but you should be very clear. All mortals are ants before the gods, leaving the saint. I think in your courage, you can forget your offenses. Since you think we are all ants, why stare at one of them? As her teacher, I have an obligation to stand in front of her." Cheng Ying's mouth twitched slightly, without any respect for the gods. On the contrary, it is like bargaining between merchants in the market. Just because she is the saint of my choice, I can do whatever I want. Since you are all ants, why should I care about the insect's wishes? Poseidon was not angry because of Cheng Ying's words. Probably the gods are like this all day long. Niobe coaxing people who are accustomed to servile and kneeling, occasionally encounter a few who are neither arrogant nor arrogant, and they will appreciate it very much. Yet, we are all bugs. No one cares about the opinions of bugs. But people burned with fire, poisoned with medicine, flooded with water, exhausted all kinds of methods, war accompanied the continuation of the entire civilization, but their number never it is less than before the emergence of humans. You who treat us as bugs, you reading www.yuyugonshu.com seems to have forgotten a fact: bugs. It has never been truly defeated. Cheng Ying's words were loud and loud, shaking everyone at the end of the world. We are bugs, but we are endless, never surrendered, never destroyed. Ha! Ha ha ha! You are more interesting than I thought. Is this your pride as a bug? Poseidon's words were a pun, and he felt that Cheng Ying should understand. Whatever you want to understand, but you shouldn't restrict a life longing for freedom because of your own interests. I know very well that the inheritance of a deity requires sacrifice of her life. As a teacher, I don't think such a thing can happen. But I gave her strength, and the price she paid was freedom. This is fair, isn't it? Poseidon seemed to be interested in chatting with Cheng Ying. Then have you asked her for her opinion? Impose your own values on other people, and think that this is fair, and only arrogant gods can do so. But I have to tell you the unfortunate news that free will never succumb to a mere deity. There was once a deity that was countless times stronger than you. His followers were hundreds of millions, but it was still defeated in the end. In the raging fire of civilization, it turned into a pure spiritual sustenance. Weakness and ignorance are never obstacles to survival, arrogance is. If this race of God does not change, sooner or later it will become the tears of the times. Cheng Ying's judgmental tone made Poseidon frown slightly, but they have to admit that they are indeed arrogant. With your tongue, you can't convince any gods. What is your basis? Is the fire stick in their hands? Poseidon's weapon was inferior to criticism, so he took up a criticism of a more powerful weapon. To be continued. Chapter 60, War with God. It is true that they are still very weak now, but they will eventually become stronger, and wait until the day when mortals master the sun, that is, the day you step down from the altar. Cheng Ying did not give in. Then what are you using to convince me today? Poseidon said in a playful way, having finally lived for 990,000 years, don't let yourself be fooled. That big guy of the first 900,000 years, 10,000 years ago, is now still blinded. 10,000 years ago, your body was still in the world, and now you have ascended the realm of the gods, you don't know what a crime it is. If you would break the rules of the gods for this, then I'm unlucky. Cheng Ying knows very well that it can only stay in the human world for 100 years after becoming a god, after which he must ascend to the realm, and shall not descend to the world at will. The reason why Tang San was able to do all kinds of things was because he was the Shura, one of the 7 administrators of the god realm, and belonged to the authority dog. As for the sea god, although he was the main god, he was one level worse than the administrator after all. You actually know the rules of the god realm. For the first time, the sea god's face showed an unexpected expression. Well, I didn't know it before, but now I know it. Cheng Ying said in a very awkward tone. Poseidon didn't know what was going on, and suddenly felt that his IQ was shown off. Tang Tang, the of Tang and Tang, was shown a sense of superiority in IQ by a big bug, and his mentality exploded. You are looking for a dead end. Thinking that my projection will help you. The sea god's face was as dark as the sea at night. Even if it was just a projection, it would still be no problem to pinch the limit Douluo to death. Xiaobing, rely on you, I will give you all my power. Cheng Ying patted Bingdi's little head and said. Who cares about your power? The Ice Emperor gave Cheng Ying a white look. I want me to help you clean up the bull I'm bragging about. Although the Ice Emperor was disgusted with it, he obediently embraced Cheng Ying. The two of them hugged each other as if using a martial soul fusion technique. Cheng Ying has traveled for so long, although he hasn't figured out a way to become stronger, but the huge soul power that he can't see at a glance can't be wasted, right? Cheng Ying's own combat power was worrying, but it was different with the addition of Ice Emperor. Ordinary title Douluo would be burst by Cheng Ying's spirit power, but Bingdi's cultivation base was comparable to extreme Douluo, and the difference between them was the difference between cloud and mud. Because it is difficult for the spirit beasts to trust each other, there is almost no precedent for cooperating in battle, but it does not mean that there is no way to cooperate. The degree of compatibility between Cheng Ying and Ice Emperor is quite high. In addition, I observed a wave of Wuhan fusion skills of Meng Shu and Kaoshengxiang online before, and if I realized it, I finally had this trick now. I saw Cheng Ying's body gradually turning into light-like energy. After the cultivation base surpassed 200,000 years, the body of the soul beast would gradually become energized. This is why the soul beast after 200,000 years can be transformed into a human form. The 99,999,999,999 million year shadow has actually been energized very thoroughly. At this time, Cheng Ying turned into an emerald-like ice crystal armor, covering the Ice Emperor's body. The quadrangular pyramid-shaped armor was like a cut spindle, covering the Ice Emperor's joints, ice blue. The butterfly wings spread out behind her. In the end, the remaining power condensed an ice blue gemstone longsword in the hands of the Ice Emperor. The girl seemed to be wearing a holy garment, floating from the bow of the ship, the sword pointed at the sea god, and two voices sounded at the same time, "Please enlighten me." How courageous! There has been no mortal existence for 10,000 years to challenge the majesty of the gods. I have to see if you have the strength to match the courage. Poseidon raised his trident and raised a waterspout tens of meters thick, just like a scene that only exists in the Doomsday. The high-pressure tornado enough to twist the steel bar into a twist went straight to the Ice Emperor and swept away. In the face of such a natural disaster, the Ice Emperor seemed to be really fragile like a butterfly. But appearances are often the most deceptive. At this time, the Ice Emperor holds the almost endless soul power of Chang'e. According to the strength on the Douluo continent, the soul power of the soul beast tends to exponentially increase with the age. Sexual growth, 990,000 years of soul power, is definitely several times that of Ice Emperor. At this time, the soul power has doubled several times, and even the most common moves in the past, the power has become extremely frightening. I saw the Ice Emperor swing his sword and point it on the waterspout, and the huge tornado instantly turned into an iceberg, and slammed into the sea with a loud rumbling noise. Then she saw her wings suddenly deformed and transformed into a perfectly aerodynamic fighter wing form, with jets extending from the back, pushing her to break through the sound barrier in an instant, descending from the sky, swinging her sword in the direction of the sea god. This change is naturally controlled by Chang'e. It is true that he is not good at fighting. But if the scene in front of him is regarded as a neurally connected air combat game, then his driving skills are absolutely absent, and he has drifted through 5 consecutive hairpin bends. Pressure. The two cooperated quite tacitly. At the same time that the shadow was diving, the Ice Emperor also condensed the cold on the blade. The temperature was infinitely approaching absolute zero. The thermal movement of the molecules on the blade almost stopped. The boa condensed state is only a step away. But at the moment of volatilization, it just broke through this limit. The ultra-low temperature gas turns into a condensed state of glass at the moment of close to absolute zero, and the speed of light drops sharply in it, reaching an ultra-low speed of a few meters per second. This caused the blade that originally reflected the ice blue light to suddenly turn into pitch black, which is the visual effect caused by the reflected light being one step slower. The Poseidon who had just looked relaxed suddenly felt threatened, his face changed, and he quickly backed away, blocking the Ice Emperor's blade with the trident, but the condensed matter of boa was still contaminated on the trident. The ultra-low temperature matter in a superfluid state was not completely blocked, but over the trident and splashed towards the sea god. Faced with this liquid-like existence, the sea subconsciously wanted to control it. The ocean is not just water. So most liquids will be under his control. But obviously, boa's condensed state is completely different from liquid. It appears as a distorted substance in the vision. It is splashed on the sea god's chest without any interference. It is like a sword in his chest. The ultra-low temperature treats him. The projection caused serious damage, and even the projection of the trident appeared to be cracked. Whether it is matter or energy, it will fall into silence in absolute zero, and the sea god can't exempt this kind of damage. Although the injury quickly recovered with the supplement of divine power, the first round of confrontation suffered a small loss, which really annoyed Poseidon, and saw the trident-like emblem flashing blue light on his forehead. Poseidon's masterpiece, Poseidon's light condensed on his forehead and locked the Ice Emperor who was hovering in the sky. Although Poseidon didn't know how fast the light was, he knew that it was a speed that no one could avoid. To be continued.